Chapter 701 Necromancer. Shui Nai collided violently with the thief in an instant, but Shui Nai was directly knocked away more than 10 meters. However, this was in Shui Nai's plan, because at the moment he collided with the thief, he suddenly activated the air suspension, and flew directly to the back without any force, until he hit a big tree hard and stopped. Although this method caused Shui Nai to suffer nearly 1,000 points of impact damage in an instant, it made the thief on the opposite side lose consciousness again. Because Shui Nai just slid directly off the ground for more than 10 meters, Shui Nai, who has this light body ability, is no wonder he can run so fast. However, he found that the numbness of his body was very strong after being hit by the thunder arrow. This is far from the effect of ordinary thunder arrows, and this feeling suddenly gave him a message. President Zacian, this mage may be a lightning master. Tianya looked at the fireball that was getting closer and closer. He knew that this magic must be the magic that Fanfiction was best at, and naturally he had no chance to hold on until his companions came. However, he didn't know that the 10th level enhancement of the lightning arrow was to enhance the paralysis effect. Tianya. Just as the explosion impact engulfed the thief, dozens of players suddenly appeared in the surrounding woods. These players were all from the Death God Guild. Shui Na looked at the distorted face of President Zacian, and immediately knew that he should have a very good relationship with the dark thief named Tianya. You guy, actually. Before Zacian finished speaking, Shui Na ran away without grace, completely ignoring him, and did not let these people complete the encirclement. Chase. Zacian saw that he had run far away, so he left a necromancer to revive Tianya, and he led people to chase after him. As the King Guild of the Dark World, Zacian has a good temperament, but it is impossible to be so magnanimous as to watch his companions and comrades fall in front of him without revenge. Fanfiction, you can't run away. Zacian, riding an undead warhorse, has been following behind Shui Nai. However, what makes Shui Nai feel troubled is that he is now in the state of phantom stealth, but the attackers behind him attack and chase, but it is completely targeted. It seems that the bone powder just now should have the ability to show its whereabouts. However, above the head that Shui Nai did not notice, there was a dark and transparent creature floating. This was a ghost-type undead creature, and it was this creature that showed Shui Nai's whereabouts. This is just Jia Tian's pet. Although it has no combat ability, it has extremely strong concealment and reconnaissance capabilities. Moreover, Zone can directly transmit what he sees back to Jia Tian, which is equivalent to giving him an extra pair of eyes that ignore terrain and SPACE1. However, if you wanted to track a creature that can sneak, then you must get something with special energy on the target, such as the bone powder on the bone dagger just now, otherwise it will not be able to track it. And this bone powder is made of the skeleton of the dark dragon of the dark world. Shui Nai didn't notice anything above his head, but what made him feel problematic was that there seemed to be a few players from the dark camp around him. Moreover, these players will appear in another direction in front of him at the right time, and then drive him into another direction. As soon as these players appear, they attack directly, and their attack power is also very strong. Shui Nai can only hide first, and once he dares to stop and attack those people, the people behind him will directly focus on him. However, what makes Shui Nai feel most troubled is the president of Zacian behind him, because this president not only knows the magic of the undead system, but also seems to be able to use the magic of the element system. Moreover, these elemental magics bombarded Shui Nai, hitting him painfully, as if the magic defense on his body was like paper. However, he knew that the elemental magic of the dark system was notoriously fierce. If it weren't for his high resistance and his keen sense of the energy of elemental magic, he could pass those slow ice magics. Otherwise, if he was entangled by these elemental special effects, he might have to use the teleportation ring. However, when he left, Shui Nai wanted to see the ability of this president and give them some counterattacks. Shui Nai already knew the profession of this guild leader, necromancer, a hidden profession between necromancer and elementalist. In terms of necromancer magic, he can learn the summoning and attacking magic of necromancer, but cannot learn the curse magic of necromancer. As for elemental magic, he can basically learn it. Most of the players in the Holy Light Camp basically know this information. After all, for them, the Dark Camp is their ultimate enemy, and knowing oneself and the enemy is a necessary quality for a warrior one. However, apart from knowing that the defense and attack of this guild leader are amazingly high, there is no other discovery. But there is one thing that Shui Nai can be sure of, that is, this guild leader has never tried his best. However, Shui Nai himself did not try his best, otherwise the people behind them would probably have no chance to catch up. However, what made Jishan behind him feel a little embarrassed was that the casualties of his men in this pursuit were very heavy. Although the counterattack of the mage in front was very limited, the powerful lethality was not something that his members could bear. Often a wind blade can knock down a thief. Even the knowledgeable Zishan has never heard of such precise control ability. And the most important thing is that most of his powerful elite members are on their way. It is already difficult for the mounts of the necromancers around him to keep up with his pace, let alone attack. However, fortunately, because his members are scattered, he can use the coordinates of his pets and the privileges of the president to continuously arrange a large number of interception points on the map. Although Shui Na did run deep into the woods according to his plan, this could not make up for the loss of members who died as a result. For Zishan, the counterattack of this mage was too fierce. A frost nova can often make his people fall down, and a few wind blades will make him lose a few members. If it weren't for the good cooperation of his people and the ability to interrupt his continuous counterattack, there would be more casualties. However, it can also be seen from this that even among members of a large guild like the God of Death, the gap in strength is huge. This won't work. Sooner or later, we'll be led to the depths of the woods. Shui Na, who already knew that these people wanted to lead him to the depths of the woods, had already planned to leave. Just as Shui Na looked up to check the surroundings, he found a distorted shadow above his head. This is... Shui Na only looked up at the thing above his head at this time. As soon as the reconnaissance technique came out, Shui Na immediately knew that this thing was called the Shadow Beast, and seeing that it was following him like a shadow, he also knew that it was probably him who was leaking his whereabouts. He quickly looked back and saw that although the hundreds of people behind were chasing him closely, no one dared to advance, and the president of Zishan seemed to have disappeared in the middle of the chase. However, Shui Na knew that the president must be waiting for him in another part of the forest. Intercepting Team number 53, move to coordinate point. Intercepting teams number 54, 55, and 56, stand by, and the remaining units regroup and wait for instructions. Zetian gave orders while running deep into the forest. If his arrangement was successful, he would meet Shui Na in the depths of the forest, and then it would be a duel between them. However, contrary to his wishes, while Zetian was still calculating the positions and distances between the various interception points in his mind, he suddenly felt his eyes getting hot, as if he was being smoked by hot air. Just as he came to his senses and began to fully activate the pet's ability to check the situation on Shui Na's side, a stronger burst of burning white light suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Ah! Even a strictly trained special forces soldier like Zetian could not stand this sudden strong tingling pain. This was the kind of infinite pain in consciousness, forcing him to vent this pain by howling. Under the attack of this burst of scorching white light, Zishan's eyes were blinded, and 2 bloodstains appeared on his somewhat hideous and distorted face. Chapter 702, 1 against 100. After withdrawing a handful of holy stone powder, Shui Na immediately found that the shadow beast on it had turned into light smoke and disappeared. It seems that this shadow beast, which is basically immune to elemental damage, has a great bonus to the damage of the holy light system. Just now, he fired a pyrotechnic bomb, but the shadow beast only lost less than 1% of its health. Even the fire system, which is more effective in restraining dark creatures, has no effect, let alone other elemental magic. However, since Shui Na saw Dao Yiyu Dao using holy stone powder to attack the Lich King, he knew that he should prepare a few copies, and it happened that the honor merchant here had this kind of holy stone powder for sale. Although the quality of this holy stone powder is not high, it is better than nothing. However, what Mina didn't know was that ghost-type undead creatures had the greatest damage bonus to holy light. Because they had no entity, there was no way to use their bodies to resist the erosion and neutralization of the holy light. After launching the attack, Mina activated the phantom stealth in the next moment and disappeared directly in front of the players behind him. And now, he really disappeared in front of these people. The members who learned that their president was seriously injured immediately received the president's order and began to retreat in an orderly manner. As soon as Mina entered the phantom stealth state, he found a place to hide nearby. Now that he saw these guys who had been chasing him for nearly half an hour wanted to leave, he naturally would not let them go. All along, Mina kept the interval between attacks within 15 seconds. This was the cooling time of the phantom stealth, and it was also a factor in whether he could escape. And when Mina was about to kill someone, he didn't need these 15 seconds. However, what made Shui Na feel most satisfied was that this was a relatively open space, and it was also the largest and most likely place for a portal that the old wizard asked him to scout. Now, those who wanted to leave were in the center of this open space, which was also the result of Shui Nai's control. After drinking a bottle of magic blessing potion and increasing the magic value to 20,000, Shui Nai used 2 bottles of high-level magic recovery potions to replenish all the magic power that had just been consumed. After that, Shui Nai put away the ghost shield and added an acceleration spell for himself. After getting ready, Shui Nai directly took out the wizard killer from his backpack. The 10th level acceleration spell can increase the movement speed by 20%, and its enhanced effect is to increase the attack speed by 20%. Generally speaking, this attack speed is not obvious for the wizard. After all, the magic wand is heavy and the frequency of swinging is not high, so the effect of 20% is not obvious. But if this 20% is used on a thief, it will definitely be the enemy's nightmare. However, Mizuna's wind magic has a 50% amplification effect, which makes the final data of the acceleration spell reach 30%. The speed increases by 30%, and even the attack speed increases by 30%. This is not a small amount of data, especially for a player with high basic attributes like Mizuna. With a leap, Mizuna crossed a 30 meter space in less than 2 seconds and came behind a necromancer. With a puff, the necromancer was pierced by the mage killer before he could react. His health was consumed in an instant, and he was killed instantly. After that, the mage killer pulled horizontally and chopped another necromancer. After the 2 necromancers died, Mizuna brought 200 points of magic power to Mizuna, but because Mizuna's magic power was close to the full value, this magic power suddenly turned into blue light from the hilt of the mage killer and overflowed. After Mina killed 2 of them, the remaining necromancers immediately fought back. Although their magic attack power was limited, once hundreds of attackers if they focus their fire, they will probably kill Mina instantly. However, Mina, without the Wraith Shield, no longer worried about stealth and used the acceleration spell, is now the speed of Mina in a normal combat state. He slid and ran to one side, pulling out a green light and shadow, and came to the other side. The mage killer stabbed a mage's temporary magic shield. The moment the mage killer came into contact with the magic shield, the mage killer suddenly flashed silver, and the magic shield dimmed in an instant, and the dark blue magic shield was immediately pierced. Ah! Although the mage killer pierced the magic shield very quickly, it still took a little time to launch the breaking effect, and this little time was caught by the undead warlock. The mage killer stabbed the undead warlock on the left shoulder, and he was caught tightly with both hands. Seeing the mage's hideous face due to pain, Shui Na knew that the necromancer had already bought time for his companions behind him with the determination to die. However, his weak strength value had no chance to confront Shui Na. Shui Na pulled slightly, and the mage killer left his body with absolute power. Then in the next moment, Shui Na had completed the fine-tuning and sent the blade directly into the heart of the necromancer. However, this knife obviously did not pierce his heart, because Shui Na pulled out the mage killer at the last moment and blocked 2 daggers. There were only a few thieves in this group of people, and it was precisely because this group of people lacked thieves and warriors that Shui Na chose to take action. Otherwise, he would not be so rash to fight 1 against 100. For a group of mages, when someone approaches one of them, unless the group intends to give up this person and attack together, otherwise such a group of people will not be able to exert their greatest strength. But will they give up 1 or a dozen people? Shui Na knew that for the people of the big guild, it would be a good deal to give them up and kill a strong enemy, but this would take time to consider. As for those players who didn't even consider it and directly killed their companions and enemies together, it was impossible for them to have companions. Because in his eyes, the companions were just tools. And his companions would no longer regard them as companions. If these guys were scattered from the beginning, then Shui Nai's plan might have some problems. However, Zishan obviously knew that once they were scattered, it would be equivalent to giving Shui Nai a chance to hunt. However, he didn't expect Shui Nai to be so rampant and directly fight 1 against 100. The thief who was blocked immediately knew the difference between his short weapon and long weapon. The mage killer just scratched it lightly, and he had to retreat. However, when the thief flew back, he found that a green blade appeared on the silver blade. After that, the blade was thrown out with the silver knife, and with a whistling sound of ghosts and gods, it sank into his body. Seeing the thief's unbelievable eyes, all the necromancers were stunned. Because he didn't expect that this wizard could use magic when using this silver sword, and it seemed to be even more sharp. However, in this moment of shock, 3 more necromancers died under the fast and sharp blade of Mina. The group of wizards rushed into by Mina was immediately like a flock of sheep entering a wolf. All the necromancers didn't care about the formation and scattered. Except for a few necromancers who were facing Mina and could launch an attack, the people on the periphery basically had no chance to find an attack. Cancel the retreat, everyone attack immediately, we must drag this guy until the four kings come. The necromancers who had already scattered, under the order of a leader, immediately stopped retreating and began to counterattack with all their strength. Under the bones thrown by the necromancers, skeleton soldiers were summoned, and their swaying bodies kept swaying to Mina's side. Some people let out a few dark and terrifying screams directly at the ground, and zombies suddenly emerged from the ground and staggered towards Mina. After taking a rough look at the number and level of these undead creatures, Mina's expression did not change much. These undead creatures were not too strong, at least not to the level that could threaten Mina's safety. Of course, Mina could not be besieged by these undead creatures, otherwise, he would not be able to bear it. In the end, under Mina's blade that was almost dancing into a ball of silver light, more than a dozen undead warlocks around were slaughtered. However, Mina knew that these undead warlocks actually stayed voluntarily, otherwise, at least 5 or more could have escaped. But in order to let Mina stay, they chose to delay with their lives, but their behavior was doomed to be ineffective. Because when Mina found himself surrounded by a group of undead creatures, he immediately drew out his elemental wand, teleport, and disappeared into the encirclement. Chapter 703 Infiltration Plan, Part 1. Looking at Shuai who appeared on the other side, all the necromancers had some stiffness and gloom on their faces. Because they didn't expect that this mage could teleport instantly. If so, what's the point of their own undead encirclement? However, even if it's meaningless, they have to drag it until the 4 heavenly kings come, because they have received this task, and they must complete this task. For the elite 4 legions of the Death God Guild, although they are not soldiers, their president has always trained them in a military way, and this is exactly why they will dominate the dark world. As long as it is an order from the superior, they will definitely complete it, and it is the kind of completion without deduction. The most powerful quality of a soldier is to complete the task at death. After giving up those undead creatures directly, they immediately attacked Shuai with attack magic one by one. Although these attacks did not have much effect, as long as a few magics can hit Shuai's skin, it will have a certain negative effect. Although these negative effects are not very strong in a single unit, if they accumulate, then even if Shuai is very strong, they will be weakened. However, these attacks are difficult to hit Shuai who moves very fast, especially when there are companions around. However, at this moment, a message from Tai Feng suddenly sounded. Shuai, leave the forest quickly, the Lich King is coming out. Tai Feng. Shuai quickly glanced at the message, thought about it, and found that he had not heard the dragon roar in the depths of the forest for a long time. After shaking twice, Shuai immediately left the group of enemies and ran in another direction. When leaving, Shuai broke a few more ghost lights. The quality of these things was not up to standard. Shuai basically only needed a flaming bomb to smash them into pieces. However, after running a few hundred meters, Shuai soon found that the black air in the forest had some strange changes. Around him, the black air was a little heavy, and he also felt that his speed had slowed down a little. He looked down at his status bar, and suddenly there was a Lich King's watching status. It was this status that made him unable to move in the black air. After that, the surrounding black air suddenly surged, and black spears condensed from the black air suddenly shot out from the surroundings. With a ding sound, a blue eggshell-like light shield suddenly lit up on Shuai's body. The light shield began to shrink as soon as it appeared and stuck tightly to Shuai's body. This is the most powerful and practical defensive magic of the mage, the magic shield. Shuai didn't want to use this magic at first. He planned to treat it as a trump card, but now, he had to use it, otherwise the Lich King would tear him apart. One after another, the black spears pierced Shuai's magic shield. Although this magic shield would directly neutralize the damage with magic, the first level magic shield would exchange 5 points of magic for 1 point of damage. Although this magic now takes the player's defense into account when calculating damage, not many mages can afford this consumption. Under normal circumstances, with Shuai's current defense and magic value, he can last for a long time. But now Shuai's opponent is the Lich King, and this is his home court, not to mention that Shuai just used the Mage Killer, and his magic value is completely in an unrecoverable state. Seeing his magic power being hit by thousands of points in an instant, Shuai immediately knew it was time to leave. In a burst of green light, Shui Nai's figure quickly disappeared, and an invisible roar came from the depths of the woods. Shui Nai appeared directly in the command tent this time, because his target was Dao Yiyu Dao. To be honest, he didn't want other players to know that he had the ability to teleport over long distances. As soon as he returned to a safe place, Shui Nai directly lifted the magic shield. Even if there is no attack, the magic shield will continue to consume magic. Although such a small amount of magic consumption is not a big loss for a player, the situation of Shui Na is a little different now. What's the situation? The old wizard asked immediately when he saw Shui Na had calmed down. So Shui Na told about the dark portal, the dark spring, the dragon roar in the deep woods, and the ghost lights in the woods. After the report, Shui Na also received a reward from the system immediately. With a huge amount of experience, Shui Na directly upgraded to level 72. However, he couldn't use the ring that could increase his strength by 100 points, because it was a warrior equipment. I didn't expect that there was also a dark spring inside. The old wizard immediately combined Shui Na's words and restored the situation inside. After a brief explanation from the master, Shui Na knew the importance of the dark spring to the dark camp. The dark spring is a place where a large amount of dark energy is highly concentrated. In this case, the ability of the dark system will be strengthened many times. And the reason why the forest can produce such a large amount of black gas is precisely because of this. As for the magic circles drawn by the ghost fire lamp, they are used to stabilize these black gases. Since Shui Na destroyed the ghost fire lamp, part of the black gas outside the forest immediately lost control, but this loss of control is not conducive to the players of the Holy Light Camp. Because as the black gas spreads outward, a large amount of black gas has been shrouded on the battlefield. In the black gas, the players of the Holy Light Camp have suffered a lot. And the only benefit is that the area with the most serious loss of control is on the side of the strongest human empire. No way. This. Shui Na didn't expect that he would do something bad with good intentions this time. It's no big deal. If you don't destroy those magic circles, it will be more troublesome in the future. As for the dragon roar you mentioned, I remembered that an old wind dragon disappeared recently. It seems that it has been killed. The old wizard has been near the Wind City for some time and knows more about the situation. Wind dragon? Could it be transformed into a bone dragon? Dao Yiyu Dao immediately thought of the most powerful summoning magic of the necromancer. Undead creatures such as bone dragons are far superior to ordinary undead, and bone dragons also have the advantage of air. Although they are somewhat inferior to real dragons in terms of combat power, they have extremely strong explosive power and endurance after being transformed into undead. If it is a bone dragon, it's okay. Now I'm afraid it's a zombie dragon or a ghost dragon. These two are more terrifying than bone dragons, and if I'm not mistaken, the Lich King's goal should be to transform a zombie dragon and a ghost dragon. If this is the case, then we have two more enemies close to the strength of the Sword Saint Sage. Diana said with a pale face. Far, go to the Dragon Valley right now and see if you can pull those arrogant guys. The old wizard immediately thought of using the power of the Dragon Clan. But here. Far was a little worried about the situation here. Don't worry, even if the Lich King has 3 artifacts, he may not have any extra power to refine the Dark Clone and refine the Wind Dragon. But who will go over to destroy the Dark Portal 1? Far also knew the importance of his mission, but he wanted to know the old wizard's next plan. Because he had an intuition, this intuition told him that the old wizard was hiding something from him. Gran can go in now. With his stealth skills, the black air in the woods can no longer embarrass him. With a few holy stone amulets, there will be no problem. Then you have to be careful. Far glanced outside the tent. Gran was outside the tent, but no one could see him. You have to be careful too. The Dragon Clan is not easy to deal with. Be careful that they will eat you. Gran's voice came from outside. Haha, I know. Far had already met the Wind Dragons. Shortly after Fal left, the old wizard and his team quickly agreed on a battle plan, which was to prioritize destroying the Dark Portal to reduce the number of enemies they had to face. This team only had 5 people, in addition to Gran and Shui Nai, there were Dao Yiyu Dao, Yu Ying Qing Chen, and another very thin thief. With Dao Yiyu Dao's introduction, Shui Nai and his team also knew that this taciturn thief was also one of his masters. There were quite a few masters behind him, a total of 5, each with their own characteristics. For example, Gran was proficient in assassination, and this one named Heifeng was a master of stealth and traps. At the beginning, the old wizard planned to let him go in to destroy the dark portal, but after knowing that Shui Nai destroyed part of the magic circle inside, he immediately decided to let them all go in. Before leaving, the old wizard gave each of them an amulet, which was made of a complete holy stone and could effectively prevent the triggering of the ability Lich King's Gaze. Chapter 704 Infiltration Plan Part 2. Shui Nai looked down at her skill panel. Just now, Shui Nai had learned 3 magics from the inheritance book in the old wizard's hand. These 3 magics are the complete version of Firestorm, Thundercloud, and Warming. The first 2 magics are wizard level, while the latter one is a high-level auxiliary magic, which has the effect of speeding up the wizard's magic recovery speed. Now Shui Nai already knows the information of the old wizard's inheritance book. It turns out that this book is the old wizard's magic recorded with magic and soul power. After the recording is completed, the old wizard can no longer use that magic unless he relearns it. However, after making such a great effort, each magic in this inheritance book can only be learned 3 times. After 3 times, the inheritance of that magic will disappear in this book. Afterwards, the old wizard has clearly pointed out that as long as he reaches the level of wizard water after the war is over, he will pass the book to him. The old wizard's inheritance book records at least 300 magics, and some of these magics are holy light or dark magics. The group of 5 people soon came to the edge of the woods. Since Shui Nai killed people indiscriminately inside, it has had some impact on the defense line outside. At least, it is no longer as tight as before. Shui Nai and his team easily found a place and went in easily. After Shui Nai destroyed the magic array inside, the outermost layer of black gas in the woods has disappeared, and the black gas has become a little unstable after losing control of the outer periphery. From time to time, a part of the black gas will run to the battlefield, and then slowly fade and disappear in the sun. They have successfully run into the woods, and soon under the leadership of Shui Nai, they came to the vicinity of the ground crack. Along the way, Shui Nai and his team did not launch any attacks, and everyone came to the ground crack at a speed. However, when they came to the ground crack, they found that the defense here was a little beyond imagination. Hundreds of players and their pet summoned beasts were arranged around the cracks in the ground. Although no NPCs were seen yet, with so many players, if they started to fight back, Shui Nai and his team of 5 would have little chance of survival. "Old Qin, can you use the magic cannon?" Dao Yiyudao asked. "One shot, and when it's used up, there's only the magic power left to save your life." Shui Nai, whose time had not yet come, looked at the magic power that was being consumed with some headache. "Then these people will depend on you." Dao Yiyudao was the only one who knew the strength of Shui Nai and Gran, so he was the captain of this operation. "Okay," Shui Nai said, and then he retreated far away, and then he cast the water invisibility technique on himself while charging the magic cannon. As for Gran and Hefeng, they squatted there quietly, not in a hurry at all, because they didn't take the players outside seriously at all. In their minds, it would be best to let these younger generations go out and try their luck first. In this way, even if they failed, they could gain enough experience from the failure, and they had prepared some words of preaching to satisfy their vanity. However, 40 seconds later, when the 2 of them looked at the corpses on the ground, their hearts beat a few times. "Is this a magic cannon? You didn't tell us earlier, and you made us worry for so long." When Gran saw Shui Nai's magic cannon, his body shuddered involuntarily, and then he vented this resentment on Dao Yiyudao. "Don't you see that we are full of confidence?" Dao Yiyudao did not bow his head, and he tried hard to contradict. As their apprentice, Dao Yiyudao didn't know their temper, so he didn't want them to get what they wanted. And this is exactly how they get along. After dealing with the people here, Dao Yiyudao left Shui Na and Gran on top, and he ran directly down with the other 2. "This crack in the ground is too narrow. Tisk tisk, to be honest, I really want to go down and take a look." Gran squatted on the edge of the crack in the ground, propping up his chin full of flesh, looking at his body shape and the possibility of this crack. As for the players who have already rushed over outside, he didn't take any of them seriously. However, he can ignore them, but Shui Nai can't. In addition to the previous shot, Shui Nai has once again forged a deep hatred with the Death God Guild. In the previous shot, Shui Nai once again solved the president of Zacian who had just recovered, and even with hundreds of members around him. Now in a week period, Zacian is watching Shui Nai and others gloomily through the members' video. Everyone who knows Zacian knows that he is a very generous person and rarely vents his emotions on others. And because he has been a soldier, he is very caring and self-disciplined for his subordinates, which makes those elite members respect and admire him very much. However, now everyone who saw Zishan's face couldn't help but think of this Zishan, whether it was the one they knew. Little boy, these guys are left to you, I'll guard this crack. Gran's words made Shui Nai's mouth twitch a little. There are at least thousands of players outside. Can he deal with them? Moreover, they are almost surrounded outside. It's a problem whether he can run out, let alone get rid of them. Just when Shui Nai was confronting the thousands of players outside, President Zishan had already completed the arrangement, and then his voice appeared in the regional channel, but Shui Nai below couldn't hear it at all. All thieves listen, you must get rid of the mage as quickly as possible, and at the same time prevent him from using the magic cannon again, and all undead warlocks, you must focus all your firepower on the thief NPC first, and don't let him have. Although Zishan could not see the strength of this NPC thief, it did not prevent him from assigning tasks. However, if he knew that the thief's level had reached 200, he would probably order a retreat directly. However, it was too late when he ordered the attack. A large amount of magic almost instantly enveloped Gran's huge figure, and this change also surprised Gran and Shui Na. Roar! Gran, who was hurt, immediately let out a loud roar, without considering whether he would provoke the Lich King. Thousands of attacks changed Gran's expression, and the magic that almost covered the sky and the earth made him feel like the end of the world. But this was just an illusion. When he was attacked, his figure disappeared. And his disappeared figure appeared in front of a thief, but behind him was a series of grey afterimages. Every move of Gran just now was clearly presented in the eyes of Mina and the surrounding players. Every step could leave a figure in their eyes, but when they connected these figures, they found that this time period seemed to be less than a second. However, in less than a second, two adjacent thieves had already fallen to the ground. Come on, who else dares to come over? Gran shouted wildly while moving quickly, and almost the entire open space was filled with his black afterimage. However, where each afterimage ended, a thief would fall. In a short while, all the thieves in this place were wiped out. Little devils, listen to me, your opponent is him, not me. If you dare to disturb me again, I will tear your bones apart. Gran pointed at Mina, and Mina was directly scared. However, the people outside were also scared. In order to show that they had understood the words of the thief, several necromancers began to aim their magic at Mina one by one. Damn, you are harming people. Mina looked at more and more magic that was constantly hitting her and had to dodge with all her strength. Fight back. You are a mage, use magic to fight back, didn't the old man teach you? Gran was also loudly replying to Mina. Fuck, what's the counterattack? Shui Nai was already pissed off by Gran. If he dared to stand there and fight back against thousands of magics, he would definitely die without a complete corpse. Now Shui Nai finally understood the gloating smile of Dao Yiyu Dao before he left. Chapter 705 Bloody Bone Dragon. Both Shui Nai and Jia Tian outside felt that their luck was too bad today. Shui Nai, who was running around inside, had already begun to curse Dao Yiyu Dao's arrangement, especially after seeing Gran's satisfied expression. He wanted to drill directly into the crack in the ground. However, Gran, who seemed to know his intentions, repeatedly blocked him in the crack with his fat body, which made him anxious and angry. However, he did not dare to stop. Facing this almost blanket bombing, Shui Nai could only survive by relying on his high defense and fast speed. But there was no chance of counterattack. However, this high-intensity running was a huge consumption for Shui Nai. Fortunately, however, Shui Na still has the ability of phantom stealth. Although this ability is a bit reluctant under the covering firepower, it still allows him to have a chance to breathe. However, what makes him furious is that every time he just breathes a breath, Gran will point out his position in public and then let the players outside continue to attack. Although this approach makes the players of the dark camp outside feel very strange, they still attack in that direction, but this makes Shui Na suffer. Dao Yiyu Dao, I will kill you. Shui Na, who has been running on the top for 5 minutes, will shout this sentence in the team chat every minute. But Dao Yiyu Dao below, completely ignored his anger. Come on, faster, run faster. Gran was cheering for Shui Nai. This situation continued for another 5 minutes and could not continue, because Shui Nai and the other two really alarmed the Lich King. The Lich King was riding a huge bone dragon and was slowly flying over. The bones of this bone dragon were entangled with a lot of bloody red gas, which looked like its internal organs. When this bone dragon came over, Shuai felt a burst of blood like a huge wave, rushing to the tip of his nose, making him very uncomfortable. But on his amulet, a gentle energy suddenly came, weakening the breath to a level that Shuai could accept. Hey, it seems that this can't become a zombie dragon, but the ability of this bloody bone dragon is not bad. Gran said happily after seeing this bone dragon with only bones. This is a foot. The bone dragon was 30 meters tall, and its bones would occasionally emit a trace of green light. This light was the power of the wind element that was very familiar to Shuai. As for its huge eye sockets, there was nothing, not even the ghost fire in the eyes of the skeleton soldiers. Shuai knew that this was because its soul had been forcibly taken out by the Lich King and transformed into a ghost dragon. Humph, it's you little mouse again, hand over the water chapter, and then end your life. The Lich King stared at Shuai, but what made him feel strange was that although he could see him, he could not sense his position from the black air. And it was precisely because of this reason that he did not discover these hateful invaders in the first place. However, what he didn't know was that the amulets on Shuai and the others were very advanced props, and they were disposable. Since they were equipped, this time-limited amulet had already started counting. Although this time is a full hour, enough for Shuai and his team to complete the task of this raid, Shuai feels that the use time of this high-level prop is too short. He wants to kill a few more people in this forest. Little ghost, have you forgotten my existence? You dare to ask for things in front of me. Do you want to die? Gran said while looking at the Lich King in the air. Since the arrival of this bone dragon, the forest here has withered in an instant, and this withering is very thorough, leaving no trace. Because with this ground crack as the center, the trees within hundreds of meters around have disappeared, leaving only deep pits where trees originally grew on them. Without the resistance of the forest, the hazy light in the sky can already affect this huge open space. You are. The Lich King saw Gran at this time, but he also couldn't feel his existence, and what surprised him was that he couldn't detect his strength. Black Fang, Gran. Gran reported his name with some pride. Gran, haha, you turned out to be a powerful man who has passed his prime. The Lich King pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed, pointing at Gran's fat body, somewhat unbelievable. Little ghost, don't you think your body is more ridiculous than mine? A suicide like you who is willing to give up even your human body has no right to laugh at me here. Gran didn't take the Lich King's laughter seriously. You. The Lich King couldn't control his emotions when he heard this. For all liches, suicide is the first step to become a lich, and it is also the most difficult step, because many mages really lost their lives in this process. Humph, you dare to talk nonsense here. The Lich King immediately drove the bone dragon to fly towards Gran. Come down if you have the guts, and see if I can step on you. Although Gran knew that he couldn't defeat the Lich King with offensive and defensive artifacts with his own strength, he could still delay some time. After all, to deal with this generation of Lich King, the previous tactics are no longer effective. When the bone dragon approached the ground, Shuai felt the huge bloody breath again, and under this bloody breath, Shuai felt that his life value was actually dissipating. Looking down, Shuai found that he had a bloody dragon power state. In this state, Shuai's life value would be slowly reduced at a constant speed. With the pressure brought by the bone dragon's dive, Shuai was thrown away directly, but Shuai reacted quickly. After finding that he was thrown away, he immediately activated the flying technique and began to move away from the terrifying bone dragon. The surrounding undead warlocks were even worse. They were thrown dozens of meters away one by one, and some died directly. Only some players who jumped into the tree pits in time could escape this indiscriminate attack. Boy, you have to be careful. This bone dragon just died not long ago. The bloody smell on its body combined with the dark curse energy can kill people. Gran's voice suddenly appeared behind Shuai. He looked back and saw Gran hooking his belt with one hand and hanging behind him. Damn! Shuai never thought that Gran's bloated body would be so light that it had no weight at all. Don't be so surprised. I just want to tell you that I'm going to play with him now. You have to watch here. Black Wind's combat power is not strong. You have to watch him. Gran said, and then disappeared. And then there was only a ding sound of metal clashing. The huge and ferocious bone claws of the bone dragon suddenly plowed two deep scratches on the ground. Several unlucky undead warlocks were crushed by the bone claws before they had time to escape. Gran, who repelled the bone dragon with one blow, looked at the broken dagger in his hand and muttered something. Mina looked at the place where the bone dragon was hit by Gran. There was also a small gap there, but this gap did not affect its movement. Looking for death. The Lich King naturally knew the damage of his bone dragon, and immediately drove the bone dragon to fly upwards, intending to use the air advantage to deal with the Black Fang. However, Gran did not let him do what he wanted. He disappeared the moment the bone dragon flew up, and then appeared on the bone dragon and began to attack the Lich King. Looking at the bone dragon flying higher and higher, Shui Nai felt that this level of fighting made him, as a player, feel a little powerless, as if all the strength in his body was drained away in the previous battle. However, on this messy battlefield, the painful groans coming from all over made Shui Nai come back to his senses. After being tortured by the bone dragon, the players who did not die could be described as cockroaches in terms of their strong vitality. However, no matter how strong the vitality was, under this level of attack, there was no way to stand up immediately. If Shui Nai had not activated the flying technique at the last moment and stopped the impact of the collision with the ground, he would probably have been seriously injured. However, there is no if on the battlefield, so in the next moment, Shui Nai pulled out the mage killer from his backpack and began to quickly end the lives of these undead warlocks like harvesting crops after a storm. Chapter 706 Upgrade of the Mage Killer. When Shui Nai quickly harvested the players on the ground, the battle in the sky also entered a white-hot state in an instant. However, in this situation, none of the NPC strongmen from the 3 countries in the Holy Light Camp appeared. Judging from their appearance, they are very afraid of the Lich King's possession technique and dare not easily force him to death. When seeing the dark clouds rolling in the sky and the light effect of the knife light like lightning, Shui Nai was also a little fascinated. Although the dark clouds in the sky were so majestic that they almost covered the entire sky, the lightning-like sword light in the dark clouds was even more dazzling against the dark clouds. However, neither the sword light nor the dark clouds had any advantage. This was no wonder. The Lich King had been unable to get rid of his weak state of serious injury, and he had used the forbidden magic of Dark Clone, which hurt himself first and then others. His strength had dropped to the bottom for a while. If it weren't for the protection of the artifact and the assistance of the bloody bone dragon, he would probably have died in Gran's hands. As for Gran, although he had no artifacts and no external aid, his strength was not damaged at all, and his strength was already at its peak. The power of this 200-level strongman had long been extraordinary, and coupled with his rich experience, the Lich King could not do anything to him for a while. The last time he and Dao Yudao fought against the Lich King, if the Lich King had not looked down on Shui Nai and the others' bodies, and the Lich King had always wanted to leave the battle at that time, which made the Lich King have no chance to use the body possession technique. Otherwise, one of the two of them would have been deleted by the system. Although the magic of the Dark Clone is a simplified version of the body possession technique, this simplified version has inherited the core part of the body possession technique. This also makes all the Dark Clones have the ability to possess bodies, but Shui Nai knows that the failure rate of general body possession is extremely high, which is why the body possession technique is not popular. However, the Dark Clone also has its own weaknesses, that is, if you practice this magic, both the main body and the clone will inevitably decline in strength, and it will take a lot of time to adapt to the new body. However, when the appearance and soul of the clone become the same as the original body, then it can be considered a successful practice, and only in this way can a stable and absolutely controlled clone be formed. Just as Shui Nai was watching the battle in the sky and harvesting from the beginning, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the entire forest could almost feel the shaking of the ground. Among them, the shaking under Shui Nai's feet was the most severe. And within a few seconds after the ground shook, a huge and thick column of smoke suddenly spurted out from the cracks in the ground, and several disheveled figures came out from the cracks in the ground with thick smoke. And Shui Nai had already smelled a lot of gunpowder smoke from the smoke. Lao Fan, retreat! As soon as Dao Yudao appeared, he saw Shui Nai confronting several new players in the distance. Although Shui Nai was the only one on his side, the dead bodies behind him invisibly increased his momentum, which also enabled Shui Nai to calm down the players in the dark camp, leaving them in a dilemma. However, the appearance of Dao Yudao immediately broke this explosive situation. The skills that both sides had prepared were released almost instantly. After Shui Nai cast an ice ring and frost nova, she disappeared under dozens of magic spells. This time, Shui Nai did not kill anyone. The biggest weakness of ice magic is the lack of lethality. At the same time, Dao Yudao and his group also left. When they left, they killed everyone they liked, whether they were players or NPCs, and their blood almost covered the road they left. Although there were some strong NPCs here, as strong ones, they instinctively felt the breath of Black Wind, which made these fearful NPCs not dare to conflict with them. Although Black Wind was only level 150, the level of 150 was there. Those below level 150 basically had no ability to survive, and those above level 150, they would choose not to disturb. Under this tactic, the people and arrangements of the dark camp in the forest were almost completely beaten into a paste, and fell into chaos. Afterwards, under the joint constraints of the two presidents of the Death God Guild and the Dark Temple Guild and several other large guilds, these players who had lost their direction slowly gathered together and rearranged in this forest. However, when they restrained all the players, they found that the players and NPCs who sneaked into the forest had already run away without a trace. Yudeo, do you really not need to cover for Gran? Although Gran played him half to death, Shuai was still a little worried about Gran. After all, the Lich King with the artifact was difficult for even a sword master like Fal to break his defense. No need, if I go, I will just be a burden. Deo Yudeo said indifferently. If Shuai didn't know his temper, he would definitely think that this guy didn't value his master's life at all. Let's not talk about this. Your mage killer is already level 1. Deo Yudeo quickly changed the subject. Just now, he saw the silver sword of the mage killer, which suddenly burst out with strong silver and blue light, and then poured into Shuai body. Well, it's upgraded. What ability was deprived of? Deo Yudeo immediately interrupted Shuai, but he didn't expect that Shuai wanted to say this. I have permanently gained 2000 points of magic power. However, I believe that this deprivation ability can only be used to its maximum on NPCs. Although Shuai's tone was calm, the red bloodshot in his eyes could not be concealed at all in the eyes of masters like Yu Ying Ching Chen, and there was no need to conceal it. Fuck. Deo Yudeo immediately swore, but they did not forget to kill and destroy along the way. But, I say, Lao Fan, if the knife had been cut on a player just now, it would have been the most useful. If it had been cut on the presidents like Long Tian or Jia Tian, it would have been fun. Deo Yudeo immediately linked the mage killer with the presidents who were mages as their profession. What I want is to maximize benefits, not maximization of hatred. When the 100 people were about to be filled just now, Shuai very cleverly found an NPC who was shot by Heifeng's crossbow. Mizuna's understanding of the game is very different from that of ordinary players. He knows that the most difficult things must be obtained from the most troublesome aspects. For Mizuna now, if he wants to maximize the divine power deprivation of the mage killer, he can only start with high-level NPCs. The target chosen by Mizuna is a strong man who has passed level 100, but this strong man was seriously injured by Heifeng's crossbow carrying magic crystal gunpowder, and then the undead warlock NPC suffered. Although these 2000 points of magic power are already a bit reluctant for mages at this time, some mages with more high-level magic may not even finish a round of magic before they have to face the problem of insufficient magic power. But for Mizuna, who has exceeded 10,000 points of magic power, these 2000 magic power can allow him to use one more magic cannon. Under 4 consecutive magic cannons, I believe that ordinary NPCs or players have no reason to survive. However, what made Shuai happy the most was not the 2000 points of magic power that had just been taken back, but the change in the magic dissipation effect on the mage killer. When the mage was still level 1, this magic dissipation state had to last for 60 minutes, but now this effect has been reduced by 5 minutes, and it only takes 55 minutes to remove this negative state. If it is calculated by reducing 5 minutes per level, then as long as the level of the mage killer is high enough, the time of this negative state can be completely eliminated. However, Shuai, who has practiced skills hard, knows that it is not easy to raise these levels. Let's leave quickly, otherwise, Gran's cover will be difficult to fight. Heifeng could naturally hear Shuai's worried words just now, but he was many times more familiar with Gran's abilities than these young people. When Shuai moved his energy away from the mage killer in his backpack, the entire team's ability to move increased immediately. In Mina's backpack, there was a short blue crystal line on the outside of the hilt of the mage killer's sword, which had just completed its transformation. This crystal-like blue line was very special because from one side through this blue line, you could see the other side. The scenery is like the blade of the big knife is hollowed out and inlaid with such a beautiful blue jade crystal. Not long after Shuai and the others left the black air in the forest, they suddenly heard a whistling sound behind them, which was unique to the movement of high-speed objects. The sound of the wind was very sharp, and there were bursts of air explosions from time to time, which made Shui Nai and Yu Ying Ching Chen, who heard it, a little worried about the intentions of the guy behind them. When Gran rushed out of the woods, the black air behind him was directly carried out for dozens of meters by the air pressure on his body, and then disappeared behind Gran. If someone looked down from a high altitude at this time, they would see a straight black smoke column slowly dissipating in the open space. Gran, whose moving speed has exceeded the speed of sound, soon sent the smoke and dust along the way to Shui Nai and the others, and the wind pressure brought by his high speed made Shui Nai and Yu Ying Ching Chen a little overwhelmed. However, during this process, He Feng, who had been in stealth mode, was not affected by the external environment at all, and his stealth mode had not disappeared. Looking back at the three people who had been forced out of stealth mode, this stealth technique was so strong that it made them ashamed. Chapter 707 Premeditated Murder. After Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao returned to the camp, they immediately found Gran, who was covered in blood but in high spirits. Although Gran's health had been reduced by a quarter, he completely ignored the wounds on his body and did not ask anyone to treat them. Seeing Gran's current state, Shui Nai knew that Gran must have been at a disadvantage in the previous battle. Gran was now reporting the situation to Fal and the others. It turned out that after the previous battle, the Lich King who fought him had only one artifact on him, the Dark Shield. Although this artifact just restrained Gran's combat ability, Gran was still a little happy to get the news. Because, they knew that the Lich King's possession technique must be combined with 3 artifacts in one body to succeed, otherwise the success rate is too low. Now there are 3 confirmed dark clones of the Lich King. In addition to the King Gui Elder who has just completed the refining, there is another one that has been successfully killed by Shuina and others. Some people say that this one should be the last Lich King. Just now, Gran, who knew the news, had already had the intention to kill the seriously injured Lich King on the spot. However, he underestimated the defense ability of the Dark Shield and the attack power of the Lich King, and the final result was just a draw. Master, why don't you use that flare? Dao Yiyu Dao said dissatisfiedly immediately. Tisk tisk, you little bastard, you know nothing. In his domain, if I can release a flare, I can kill him long ago, so why do I need to send a flare? Gran rolled his eyes at Dao Yiyu Dao. No, it's a good thing that Gran didn't send out a signal flare this time, otherwise we might get into trouble if we went over there. Let's stick to the original plan so that we have a bottom line. Otherwise, it's not a good thing if someone is possessed. The old wizard pondered for a moment and shook his head. But, old man, you have to tell us the content of your plan. We don't know what your plan is at all. Gran said with some dissatisfaction. My plan is very simple, which is to use the thing I ordered to seal his soul, and then find a way to cut off his connection with the 3 artifacts. The old wizard's plan was as simple and vague as before. After reporting, Gran no longer paid attention to Shui Na and the others, and disappeared directly. And He Feng went to a temporary workshop behind the military camp. There, some siege equipment was being built. Although the elves were very uncomfortable with them treating such a beautiful forest like this, they also knew that among all the lines of defense, theirs was the most likely to fall. The result of the fall is the disappearance of the entire elf empire. After Shui Nai and his companions failed to receive any large-scale tasks from the old wizard, they left and went to find food on their own. When Shui Nai left, he went to the honorary merchant and exchanged some rare materials with limited purchase, and then handed them over to the unscrupulous profiteer. Some of these materials can increase the effect of related medicines. It is best to give them to the senior pharmacist of the unscrupulous profiteer to make efficient medicines. The other part is the material of the skilled potion. As the unscrupulous profiteer began to sell the skilled potion to the outside world, this is almost the only medicine, and it soon became a must-have item for players. However, the definition of this player is that they are all rich high-end players. After all, the materials for this bottle of potion alone cost 10 gold coins. The fragments of the resurrection stone that Shui Nai had obtained earlier were given to Master Mistaliel who came with the army. He has promised that these fragments can be used to create a resurrection charm, which can allow players to revive in full status on the spot without losing experience. However, the material of this is too special, the fragments of the resurrection stone of the enemy camp are required. Fortunately, there are quite a few fragments in Shui Nai's backpack, a full 20 pieces. As for the broken pieces, they can make a resurrection potion, but this potion is the same as the one in Dao Yiyu Dao's hand, which is a bit useless. When Shui Nai came out of the temporary workshop, he saw some siege equipment such as catapults and crossbows inside. However, Due to the constraints of the terrain and environment, the size of these siege equipment is a bit slender, and the number is not too large. Moreover, some of them have been exchanged out of the battlefield by players with military merits. Although this siege equipment is a bit weak, this thing makes most players forget their tasks. If this thing is not really difficult to control and it is easy to accidentally hurt one's own people, otherwise the battle outside would have reached a situation where stones and crossbows are flying all over the sky. After arriving at the place where Tai Feng was stationed, Shui Nai immediately saw the silver catapult under Tai Feng's buttocks. This catapult is made of metal, and it is obviously a special product. How much military merit did you spend to get this thing? Shui Na looked at Tai Feng's pedal-operated catapult in surprise. This is a small catapult that uses 2 feet to pull the rope. Although the mobility of this catapult made of almost all metal is not ideal, it has a very long range, which is not comparable to the wooden catapults around. And it is for this reason that Tai Feng can unscrupulously project a large number of stone bullets at the distant woods. It's not too much, it only costs 1000 military merit points, and this thing has to be returned after use, so Master Mist Errol also gave a discount. I have to return it. Shui Na looked at this thing worth 2000 military merits in disbelief. However, when he saw this catapult that was bigger than Tai Feng, the Minotaur, it was impossible to put it in his backpack. If no guild is willing to buy these catapults after the war, then we can only wait and see whether the NPC army will take them. Tai Feng is having a lot of fun now. As he speaks, he controls the catapult and continuously throws stone bullets the size of a human head. The powerful stone bullets can almost completely smash the undead army that comes into contact with it into pieces. Where is the flame fantasy dragon lizard? Shui Nai found that her pet seemed to be not here at this time, so she asked while checking the map. It was irritated by a few ghosts just now, and it seems to have rushed into the battlefield. Hey, it's over there. Tai Feng sat on the tall catapult and pointed out the area on the battlefield that was constantly emitting high heat. The ghost troops have been dispatched. It seems that the NPCs of the Dark Camp have also started to take action. Shui Nai only realized at this time that the battlefield has begun to transition from the undead army of the skeleton system to the undead army of the zombie and ghost system. This also shows that the Dark Camp NPCs, who had been gathering strength in the early days, have begun to work hard. I'll go over and take a look. Even the flame fantasy dragon lizard can't stand it against zombies. Shui Na looked at the flame fantasy dragon lizard that had already gone very deep, and couldn't help but worry about its safety. Okay, if you see it is injured, help me get a few bottles of blood. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he stuffed a few special high-temperature and corrosion-resistant glass bottles to Shui Na. You still don't want to let it go. Although the flame fantasy dragon lizard has become Shui Na's pet, Tai Feng has always wanted to use it for surgery to activate his flame dragon bloodline. Don't think so. This is a waste utilization. Go early and come back early. So Shui Na took a few small tasks first and ran towards the flame fantasy dragon lizard. Along the way, Shui Na passed by with an almost overwhelming force. Although he did not use a large-scale weapon such as the magic cannon, under the effect of the ghost shield, the undead that were basically not controlled by anyone would not hurt him, but he could continue to pour magic on the surroundings. And Shui Na was just like this, constantly honing his skills and completing those small tasks in the sea of undead. There were many small tasks on the battlefield, but the number of these tasks was not small. The indicators of tens of thousands of them were enough for some players to play for several hours. However, just when Shui Na had come to the side of the flame fantasy dragon lizard, Shui Na suddenly felt the skin on his back tighten. Shui Na, who knew that there was danger, almost instantly threw the first few skeleton soldiers to the ground, and then rolled more than a dozen times in a row, rolling at least nearly 10 meters. And at the moment Shui Na fell, 10 strong crossbows directly passed through the position where Shui Na had just stood, shooting a large area of skeleton soldiers' bones there into bone powder. However, one of the strong characteristics of the skeleton soldiers is that they are very immune to crossbow arrows. Crossbow arrows that are only the size of a finger are difficult to hit the target. And if you don't hit the vital point, you can't cause much damage to it. Mina looked down at her body after the bone powder was all over the sky. Only a dozen skeleton soldiers were killed by the powerful crossbows of 10 crossbows. Although the rest were missing limbs, it did not affect their combat effectiveness. However, just when Mina was thinking about whether this attack was an accidental injury or intentional, 10 more crossbow arrows came towards him. And this time it came from other directions, which was clearly a deliberate murder. Chapter 708 Magic Catapult. Mina could no longer dodge the crossbow shooting this time. Because, in a hurry just now, Mina did not see the surrounding situation clearly, and as a result, he came to the encirclement of several zombies while rolling just now. Although the zombies would not attack Mina, Mina had no way to push away these powerful undead. Even if he could push them away, he would probably have been hit by the crossbow arrows and would also be unable to escape death. Therefore, at the last moment, Mina hid behind the Wraith Shield. The Wraith Shield, which had absorbed nearly 3,500 wraiths, had a much larger defensive area than at the beginning, and could now protect half of Mina's body. When Mina just squatted down, the first arrow had already brushed Mina's head and shot behind Mina. However, what distracted Mina was that the flame phantom dragon lizard suddenly let out an angry and painful cry due to injury. It seemed that the crossbow arrow that had just missed hit the flame phantom dragon lizard. The next 9 crossbow arrows were not as lucky as before, and almost all of them hit Mina's wraith shield. It seems that the guy using the crossbow card is not simple. Pa! Sparks kept coming out under the fierce impact, and even some of the bone spurs on the wraith shield were beaten into powder. Several spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the shield surface, and dozens of wraiths on it escaped. Although the wraith shield can automatically consume wraiths to repair the cracks as long as there are wraiths, the cost of this repair is very high. Just a few small cracks have already used up hundreds of wraiths on the wraith shield. And Mina's body was pushed several meters away by this huge impact, and it stopped only when it hit a huge zombie behind him, but the health value had already lost 2,700 points. This is the shock damage of the crossbow arrow to Mina, and this damage cannot be defended. When the crossbow arrows were all shot, Mina raised his head at this time, and a little blue light began to flash on his body, which was the magic halo of water therapy. I saw that the zombies around were all pierced with special crossbow arrows with trembling tail feathers. The crossbow arrows on them were bounced when they collided with the ghost shield. The special crossbow arrows of the crossbow card are very special, because their arrow bodies are made of cast iron, and the arrowheads are made of steel. This kind of crossbow arrows, which are about 1 meter long, can only be fired by a crossbow card with strong power. The penetration and lethality of this crossbow card are very strong. Just looking at the rebounding crossbow arrows that can shoot through the bodies of the zombies around, you can know how powerful this crossbow card is. Basically, with the current attributes of the players, as long as they are hit by the crossbow arrows of this crossbow card, they will die on the spot. The effective range of the simple crossbow card on this battlefield is about 80 to 100 meters. This distance is a bit useless on a general battlefield, because the crossbow card can almost be said to be unable to move. However, if this crossbow is used in this narrow circular battlefield with an average width of only 150 meters, its power will be revealed. However, the difference between the crossbow and the catapult is that the crossbow can only shoot horizontally. If there is someone blocking it in front, it will not be able to snipe the enemy remotely. Therefore, all the command heights on the side of the Elf Empire have been occupied by crossbows. Shuai, you! Damn, those guys, look at my stone bullets! Tai Feng reacted the moment Shuai was attacked, and then a stone bullet suddenly appeared above the elf camp, smashing a crossbow into wood chips accurately and thoroughly. If the first attack at the beginning can be said to be an accident, then the second attack can only be said to be deliberate murder. Murdering a companion on the battlefield is a serious violation of the system's rules, because the second player who abused the crossbow was immediately locked by the system's red name, and was also notified in the small area. Damn it, those Bushido guys are really not giving up. It seems that after this is over, I must expose their affairs and let their guild die without a burial place. After getting rid of that guy, Tai Feng still felt unsatisfied. However, he also knew that now was not the time for a full-scale internal conflict, otherwise once the Elf Empire's defense line was scattered, the Elf Empire might really be finished. On the defense line that the Elf Empire was responsible for, all the commanding heights here were almost occupied by some larger guilds, because only the members of the guild could have enough military merit to buy a crossbow cart. Although everyone has a share of military merit here, not everyone can get enough military merit. However, some larger guilds will definitely get enough military merits, because there are guild tasks on this battlefield. Only guilds recognized by the system can undertake such tasks, and guilds like Tai Feng, which have no guild foundation, are not even qualified to take a look. For most players, the military merit required for a simple crossbow card is only 1,000 points. But you have to thank them for their attack, otherwise, you won't be able to get the blood of the flame fantasy dragon lizard. Shuai, who has come to the side of the flame fantasy dragon lizard, looked at the finger-deep wound on its abdomen, and the hot blood was constantly dripping along the crossbow arrow. For the wound in this position, the flame fantasy dragon lizard's somewhat huge body basically has no way to deal with it. Therefore, the flame fantasy dragon lizard did not resist Shui Nai coming to help it deal with the wound. When Shui Na pulled out the 1-meter-long iron crossbow arrow, the body of the flame fantasy dragon lizard twisted in obvious pain, and a blood arrow shot out from the wound, splashing on Shui Nai's body. Several glass bottles immediately appeared in Shui Nai's hands, collecting the blood on his body. The blood on the flame fantasy dragon lizard is very corrosive and the temperature is also very high. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid this blood would take away half of a player's life. But Shui Nai, who has the heart of the elements, is not afraid of this not-so-pure dragon blood. The wound of the flame fantasy dragon lizard stopped bleeding quickly. This powerful recovery ability is a hidden attribute of the lizard creature. Shui Nai picked up the crossbow arrow on the ground with his foot, and immediately saw a trace of golden lines on the arrow. Although the pattern on the steel arrow was severely worn, Shui Nai could still tell that this was an expensive armor-piercing arrow, but the quality seemed to be a bit inferior. In this temporary workshop, such an armor-piercing arrow costs 50 gold coins, and the 10 crossbow arrows just now are worth 500 gold coins. However, at such a high price, its power is also very good. Defenses such as Mina's Wrathful Shield and the pseudo-dragon armor on the flame fantasy dragon lizard are most afraid of this kind of armor-piercing arrow. Moreover, the lethality of the armor-piercing arrow itself is much higher than that of ordinary crossbow arrows, so this kind of armor-piercing arrow is still widely used on the battlefield, but it should not appear on one's companions. Although this shot costs 500 gold coins, it can make most players in this game who are at or below the food and clothing line drool. But for the Bushido Guild, this price is not too high. The real price is the crossbow cart destroyed by Tai Feng. They are not like Tai Feng, who is familiar with the old dwarf inside and can get the only catapult at the price of a crossbow cart. With the efforts of the Bushido Guild these days, they could only exchange for 4 crossbow carts, but now one is missing. How can this not make the God of War heartbroken? Boss God of War, the mage is back. A thief in charge of reconnaissance immediately reported the situation of Mina. Tell the remaining 2 crossbow carts not to attack. We can't afford the loss. We must keep these crossbow carts. He saw clearly the scene of Mina using the Wraith Shield to block the 9 crossbow arrows. Even he asked himself that he could not survive under these 9 crossbow arrows. Even if he was given the Wraith Shield, he probably couldn't do it. However, the God of War did not attribute such a battle to Mina's strength. Instead, he thought that this should be the effect of the Wraith Shield, which in turn ignited his greedy desire. According to the information known to the God of War, in addition to the magic wand that no one knew the details of Mina, there was also a silver sword and a Wraith Shield, which were all red legendary equipment. And according to the report from his undercover agent who was hiding in the dark camp, it seemed that the Blood Shadow Ring also fell into the hands of their team. However, now Shui Nai didn't know that his details had been analyzed by more and more people. In fact, the more frequently he fought with players, the more information he leaked. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much, at most he would show up less in front of those hostile players. Tai Feng, who got a few bottles of Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard's blood, is now happily looking for a place to try the effect of this blood, and even the all-metal catapult is just left there. Shui Nai took a look at the Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard who was about to find a place to sleep, and after knowing that it would not run away now, he boarded the catapult and started to try it. This siege gadget called Magic Catapult is a real dwarf product. This catapult can be driven by magic technology or manpower. Although this thing has some problems in terms of movement, it can adjust the angle and direction 360 degrees in terms of attack, and this adjustment is done with magic technology, and it can be completed with minimal effort. This kind of prop can be fully driven even if a wizard comes. Generally speaking, large siege equipment like this is not related to the profession of magician, but only magicians can fully exert the powerful power of this kind of thing with magic technology as the core. Chapter 709 The Eve of the General Attack. In the next half an hour, Shui Na frantically threw pieces of ice condensed by magic and elements at the opposite side of the undead army. AE superscript 3 A superscript 1 underscore A. Although this kind of ice condensed by magic is not as lethal as those heavy stones, it is better in terms of fast projection speed and no need to worry about loading ammunition. The Earth Giant Bear, who was forced off the battlefield due to the appearance of Shui Na, had to put down the idle work of loading ammunition and began to fight on the battlefield below with his body to gain experience. With the upgrade of the undead army on the opposite side, the defense difficulty of the Holy Light camp is constantly increasing. However, the configuration of the Dark camp is completely biased towards the style of the undead warlock, which also makes it impossible for them to stay away from this forest, otherwise they will be hunted on the spot by the endless thieves. This kind of tug of war is naturally the favorite of players, because it means that they can get more benefits on this battlefield. After using up all his magic power, Tai Feng also came back at this time. However, unlike when he left with a rosy face, the Tai Feng who came back now was pale, and only his lips were as thick as sausages. If it weren't for his full health, it proved that he had no problems, otherwise, Shui Nai would have to use the light of life. "Are you okay?" Shui Nai asked. "It's okay, but the blood of this flame fantasy dragon lizard is really hard to drink. I almost lost my life." Tai Feng pointed to his lips that were already deformed and swollen. "Then is there any reaction?" "Yes, but there is no data to show. I just feel that something in my body seems to be ignited." Tai Feng is also a little confused about the flame dragon bloodline. "It seems that there should be no problem. Didn't we ask the old wizard earlier? He said that your idea is not wrong. Let's continue according to your idea." When Shui Nai heard this, she immediately knew that Tai Feng might have made the right bet. In this game world, not everything can be presented with data. "But, didn't your teacher also say that he didn't know about this Dragon Man? The Dragon Man clan is very mysterious. Even the old wizard only heard a few words from his teacher." "Then you have to continue. Isn't it a little hard to drink? This is called suffering in the midst of hardship, and only then can you become a superior person. Try to drink a bottle. Bitter in the midst of hardship? I almost turned my stomach upside down after drinking a bottle." Tai Feng said excitedly with a sullen face. "Haha, this is up to you. I still have things to do." Shui Nai looked at the scarlet blood bottle handed over by Tai Feng and ran away immediately. Although he was not afraid of the blood, it did not mean that he liked the bloody taste, especially since the flame illusion dragon lizard itself was toxic. Drinking it would definitely not be a good taste. "Hey, so this thing should be used as poison." Seeing Shui Nai running away, Tai Feng immediately thought of this. But, unfortunately, there were only 5 bottles of blood left on him. Drinking 1 bottle a day would only last for 5 days. Thinking of this, Tai Feng immediately glanced at the sleeping flame illusion dragon lizard. And the flame illusion dragon lizard seemed to feel something cold in its dream, and instinctively curled up its body. Shui Nai, who had already run far away, immediately slaughtered all the way on the battlefield. Shui Nai, who could advance calmly in the army of undead, whether it was his magic or the magic beams that appeared from time to time, was constantly transforming the army of undead around him into piles of experience. Now, as long as there is a battlefield area where Mizuna appears, the number of undead troops will basically drop sharply. Because the undead warlock players in the woods know that their undead can basically not deal with Mizuna, so they don't waste their magic power to transform into enemies. Only those NPCs who don't know the way will launch a large number of high-level undead to attack him, but this fearless approach is also helpless. And here, the only shortcoming is the attack from behind Mizuna. Although there is no terrible murder of the crossbow cart now, this attack from the thieves also makes Mizuna helpless and headache. Although these thieves have no guild background, Mizuna can know from this Japanese name that even if these people are not Bushido people, they are more or less related to Bushido or God of War. Although these players who wanted to attack Mina to get his equipment were becoming more and more powerful in terms of technology, they could not move freely in the dense army of undead even if they were covered with a lot of ice crystal armor. And those thieves who were caught by Mina had no choice but to die. Now Mina didn't care about 30 or 20 once all the strangers coming in his direction are killed with all their strength after a warning is invalid. Although this will cause some loss of his honor value, the loss of those players who have not seen level 1 will be even greater. He does not believe that the people of the Bushido Guild can afford this loss. In addition, now that Mizuna kills people and gets a red name, they will not be hunted down by NPCs. Those thieves who were sent here to pile up Mizuna's red name value will die in vain. After killing for a long time and completing more than a dozen small tasks, Mizuna's level has been raised to level 73. Mizuna's speed in completing this kind of task can be said to be the fastest among all players. Even Long Tian, who has the 7-color magic spider, can't compare with it. Hey! After picking up the last magic wand belonging to the skeleton mage on the ground, Mizuna has completed the task of hunting the skeleton mage. These advanced soldiers summoned by high-level NPCs are still skeletons, but the level of this type of soldiers is at least level 5, which is much higher than the previous skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, skeleton knights and skeleton generals, and they also have long-range and large-scale attack capabilities. However, this rare undead is actually hard to see. Take Shui Nai for example. In order to complete this task, he spent half an hour and almost walked the entire Elf Empire's defense line. However, the reward for this task is also very generous. It only took half an hour for Shui Nai to complete the task of hunting 30 skeleton mages. Not only did he gain a lot of experience in the process of fighting, but he also got 500 points of military merit and a lot of system experience by handing in the task. I believe that as long as this task is completed, he can be promoted to level 74. After using teleportation to return to the task officer to hand in the task, Shui Nai also reached level 74 as he wished. This upgrade speed of 1 level every few days has made Tai Feng and others numb. Just when Shui Nai was about to find a few more difficult tasks to do, Tai Feng suddenly notified him through the team chat that the old wizard was looking for him. Returning to the command tent of the Elf Empire's defense line, Shui Nai immediately found that this relatively large tent was already crowded with players. Among these players, Shui Nai also saw several familiar figures, such as Diamond King, God of War, Ruthless Sword, and God of Arrow, etc. Now, except for Shui Nai, the players crowded in this tent are all guild presidents. When these guild presidents saw Shui Nai coming in, several of them immediately became impatient. Who is this? Didn't you see that we are preparing for the regular meeting? Those who want to hand in tasks, wait until our meeting is over. The president of a level 2 guild saw that the presidents of level 3 guilds such as God of War and Diamond King were frowning, so he stood up first to reprimand Shui Nai's behavior in order to establish his prestige. However, he couldn't figure out why the guards outside let him in. Hey, brother, you're new here, right? Shui Na asked, looking a little unnatural. He had become famous for killing here, and the blood on his head had become his trademark. The president's eyesight was too poor. When Shui Na asked this, guys like Dao Jianwuqing and Jian Shen immediately laughed. You're right, he just came from another place. Dao Jianwuqing said directly. You. Don't say anything more, someone is watching above? There is one more thing I might as well tell you, the person we presidents are waiting for is him, you should be more careful in the future, don't provoke this killing god, otherwise your guild will not be enough for him to kill. Dao Jianwuqing's words were obviously expressing goodwill to Shui Na, but Shui Na felt that these words sounded a little harsh, especially when he saw the fierce expression of the president with a red face. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start today's regular meeting. A senior officer in charge of this meeting began to convene the meeting at the signal of the old wizard. And Shui Nai, who participated in it for the first time, was also a little curious. As an idle player, although his strength is outstanding, he has no way to participate in this kind of meeting. After all, no matter how strong he is, he can't be used as thousands of people. This time, our battle with the dark forces has been going on for a long time, and it's time to end it. Our military is now temporarily planning to launch a general attack tomorrow morning to expel the fallen creatures from our land in one fell swoop. As the elf officer continued to explain, Shui Nai already had a rough sketch in his mind. This time's general attack is very simple for players, nothing more than taking the lead as cannon fodder. But as high-level cannon fodder, their tasks are still very arduous. At least like these presidents, they must organize their members and fully cooperate with the NPC as the main attacker to open a door for the subsequent battle. However, after listening for so long, Mina did not realize that there was a mission for her in this plan. Chapter 710, Wind Chapter. With the continuous explanation of the senior officers, basically all the guild leaders here have been assigned tasks. Each guild is responsible for a different area, but they are adjacent to each other, and each adjacent guild is assigned one strong and one weak. This arrangement also requires these adjacent guilds to take care of each other, otherwise there is a possibility of all being annihilated, so that the entire defense line will not be unbalanced during the general attack. However, Mina in the tent felt more and more that she had nothing to do the more she listened. Because for now, the defense lines of the three countries will launch a general attack at the same time, not giving the people in the dark camp time to recover. Okay, do you all understand your tasks? Got it. The guild leaders immediately responded. The relevant tasks have appeared on the task panel of each guild leader. As long as there is no intellectual problem or deliberate sabotage, I am afraid no one will make any mistakes. That's good, everyone can go and prepare. However, we also ask you to keep it secret. This general attack is related to the survival of our elves, and we can't take it lightly. After watching these presidents walk out one by one, Shuai found that there were also many second-level presidents on the side of the Elf Empire. Although there may be fewer than on the side of the Human Empire, the levels of these presidents are not bad. Logically speaking, there should be no spy level presidents in it. If there really is, then Shuai doesn't know what to say. Come over now. Just when Shuai was thinking about what happened just now, the old wizard suddenly called him. What's the matter? Shuai asked. Nonsense. The old wizard said, while taking out a green crystal plate from his arms. When Shuai's eyes glanced at the sealed crystal, his body had already appeared next to the old wizard. His speed also made the old wizard and the surrounding NPC wizards feel a little ashamed. Because, the speed that Mizunao just used was not magical, it was his own speed. This is the Book of Elements. When Mizunao took over the Book of Elements chapter of Wind, remaining book, from the old wizard, he immediately checked its properties. Item, Sealed Book of Elements chapter of Wind, remaining book. Usage restriction, only for those with magic power. Usage level, none. Durability, never damaged. Weight, 10. Item description, this is a magic book, incomplete, made by the god of creation using legendary materials. It records all the wind magic of the 3 levels of elementary, intermediate, and advanced. It is the origin of human elemental magic. The holder will have the ability to freely manipulate wind magic, and at the same time, he can also obtain the mysterious power of the chapter of wind. Basic item effect, spirit value plus 100, wind magic chanting time halved. Item bonus effect, wind magic effect increased by 50%, own wind magic level plus 10, immune to wind magic damage below the same level. Item special effect. 1. The holder can ignore the occupation level requirements according to the amount of their own magic power and directly use the magic in the wind chapter. The magic used has the effect of ignoring the occupation level and needs to be held to take effect. 2. Increase the upper limit of the magic defense value of the holder of the wind seal power. The increase upper limit is, level X50, this ability is not within any amplification effect, but it can take effect when placed in the backpack. Other abilities, unknown. Mina, who already knows the information of the element chapter, also knows the meaning of the water volume and the wind chapter. When the water volume and the ice volume are combined, you can get a water chapter that records all the magic of the water element. Although this wind chapter is not complete now, this part of the book with the seal power of the wind chapter has almost the bonus effect of the entire wind chapter. The only thing that made Shuai feel a little bit disappointed was that the magic here seemed to only reach the advanced level without the latter part. Teacher, how do we open the sealing crystal on it? Last time, Shuai accidentally unlocked the sealing crystal under the attack of the Lich King. Now he dared not ask the Lich King for help again. Wait for this first. When we meet the Lich King tomorrow, you can unlock it. The sealing power inside can restrain the dark artifact. The old wizard did not say much. So, the thing you said that can seal the soul of the Lich King should not be this. Shuai was curious for a while and wanted to know what could seal the Lich King. It's not this. The thing that can seal him is on me. I will use it when the time comes. You find your companions and follow me tomorrow. With you here, I can also feel more at ease. As soon as the old wizard finished speaking, Shuai immediately received a task prompt. This is a mandatory task. The task is to accompany the old wizard to seal the Lich King. This is a task that must be completed. If the task fails, it may lead to serious consequences. The upper limit of the number of people for this task is 7, which is exactly the number of people in Mina's team. It seems that the old wizard I want them to go together. Well, I'll go find them and prepare things now. After saying this, Shuai said hello to several NPCs around and left. Shortly after Shuai left, the tent was silent for a while, and then someone suddenly spoke. Are you really sure you want to do this? There is no turning back. This was Gran's voice, and he appeared in the tent as soon as he spoke. Well, the Lich King with 3 artifacts is no less powerful than me in my prime. Last time, if he hadn't been too hasty and failed to fully control the 3 artifacts before coming to grab the water scroll, it would have been a problem for Yan Xin Fal and the others to force him away. Now even if his power has declined a little, it is no longer something we can kill easily. It is better to seal his soul in my body and let him slowly turn into dust in this world with me, so that he can never harm anyone again. The old wizard said calmly. What if it fails? Didn't you say that this plan has only an 80% success rate? 80% is already very high, and I've lived for so many years, a few more or less years doesn't matter. And even if it really fails, the connection between the Lich King and the 3 artifacts will definitely be broken, so the Lich King will not be a threat to us. What a brave man you are, but you haven't considered the feelings of your relatives and friends. If Fal knows about it, he will definitely die of guilt. Fal? He is not as fragile as you think. He is a sword master. If he can't see this, then he can only be a sword master and can't go any further. And you are the same. However, not far from the command tent, Daejian Wuking, an arrow god, heard all the conversations in the tent clearly. What should I do? It seems that the Book of Elements is definitely a first-level artifact. Daejian Wuking threw a ring on his finger into the air, and then the ring disappeared. What else can we do? We can't kill Shui Nai to get it out. I heard that his backpack has 1,500 slots. Do you think your luck can get it out? Wu Dao's voice sounded beside the two. 1,500 slots. Dao Jian Wuqing and Jian Shen exclaimed at the same time. They knew long ago that the size of their backpacks was not restricted by how advanced the backpacks were, but by their load-bearing capacity. Players without load-bearing capacity could not use the space in the backpacks. And among all the professions, only the warriors of the orcs had the largest load-bearing capacity. They didn't believe that Shui Nai, a human mage, could have such a large load-bearing capacity. It's floating stones. Use floating stones to inlay special accessories such as rings or necklaces to make equipment that reduces the load. As soon as Wu Dao's words came out, the two immediately figured out some of Shui Nai's abilities. Damn, he's really lucky. If Shui Nai used up all 1,500 spaces every time he went out, then the floating stone in his hand would definitely be the best of the best. That doesn't count? His teacher, the old and dying mage inside, is the teacher of the sage Yangzhen of the Human Empire, and I heard that several sages of the same generation as Yangzhen were taught by the same teacher. Hiss. The teacher of the sages of the Human Empire, didn't they all live for 200 years? How come he is still alive? Dao Jian Wuking took a breath of cold air. They all knew that although in this game world, the stronger the person, the longer the lifespan, but in history, no matter how long the lifespan of a sage is, it will not exceed 250 years. And now if we calculate it this way, the old immortal in the tent is definitely over 250 years old, but they all know that the old mage seems to be just an intermediate mage. However, the more this happened, the more extraordinary this old mage seemed, because with that intermediate mage, several high-level officers of the elf empire around him could obey his orders. Wait, if that old mage has the blood of the elves, then it makes sense. The arrow god immediately thought of this. Humph, even if he has the blood of the elves, it can't change the fact that his strength has surpassed the sage. If it were me, I would never have the idea of playing with Shui Nai. After all, we come to play games, not to fight against the system. Dao Jian Wuking knew that the arrow god wanted to fight Shui Nai for a few more rounds. However, now Dao Jian Wuking's family has focused on this game, and he doesn't want to disappoint the old people in the family. I didn't say I wanted to play with him. So, do you have any opinions on the arrangement of the old mage? Maybe we can go over to help and see if we can get some benefits. This time, the arrow god looked at Wu Dao, and he knew that Wu Dao would definitely have some ideas. That's a divine weapon. Even if it's a dark artifact, it's worth the risk. I can take a few people with me. I don't have any mission anyway. That's good. I'll send a few people over too. The arrow god said immediately. Chapter 711 General Attack Part 1 At 10 o'clock in the morning, the old wizard led Shuina and the others to a small valley more than 10 kilometers outside the battlefield. According to the old wizard, this is the only way for the Lich King to escape. What is here? Tai Feng asked impatiently as soon as he arrived at this place and hid. After the general attack of the Three Kingdoms started in 2 hours, the battlefield outside the woods was reversed almost in an instant. The high-level NPCs in the Holy Light Camp who had not taken action before almost attacked with all their strength in such a moment. Even if they had left the battlefield far away, they could still see the light effects emitted by various powerful skills. For example, on the side of the human empire, a pillar of fire that almost connected the sky and the earth burned 1/10 of the entire forest in an instant. Under the extremely high temperature flames, both their own and the enemies were turned into ashes in such an instant, and there was no possibility of resurrection. On the side of the Orc Kingdom, waves of roars that almost resounded through the sky were actually transmitted directly from that side to this side. Amid the soul-stirring howling of wild beasts, the shadows of the huge wild beasts were still clear in Shui Nai's telescope. Tisk tisk, Yan Xin is as violent as ever. He actually set fire to the forest. When the war is over, he will be sprayed to death by those rigid elves. The old wizard could see basically all the bigger movements through the telescope Shui Nai gave him. Teacher, what kind of magic was that pillar of fire just now? Was it a forbidden spell? Shui Nai also saw this scene, of course. No, this is just pure arson. After reaching the level of sage, we no longer need to stick to the form of magic. Of course, with these existing forms, we can save trouble, but they are not necessarily more effective. When the fire just now, its power is no less than a small forbidden spell. But it does not have the bad influence on the world like a forbidden spell. Although it consumes a little more, it can at least protect this land from the pollution of fire elements. What about the orcs? This time, it was Tai Feng who asked. Although Tai Feng is a player of the orcs, he has no way to enter the upper class of that country, so he naturally doesn't know those things. That is the roar of the ancient beast soul, which can activate the beast soul of the ancient ancestor. This kind of deep soul activation, such as the ordinary beast soul roar, is more thorough and powerful. This is the strongest ability of your orcs. Ancient beast soul roar. Tai Feng was immediately excited when he heard this. He had heard of the beast soul roar. It was a very advanced skill that could fully awaken the beast soul sealed in one's body and gain even more powerful power. However, even the strongest beast soul roar could not affect the area of more than 10 kilometers like it did now, and it seemed that the beast soul could be released to attack the opponent. However, you can no longer learn this ability. After all, the blood of the dragon race is much stronger than the beast soul. If it really exists in your body, then it will not allow you to have anything else in your body. No way. Tai Feng did not expect this. The beast soul roar is a regular skill after level 100. This is the most powerful ability of the orcs, and it is also the capital for them to compete with other races and professions. In addition to obtaining a greatly increased basic value, the orcs who activated the beast soul roar will also undergo different changes according to the race and level of the beast soul sealed in the body. This is the real power of the beast soul roar. However, after hearing what the old wizard said, Tai Feng's body could no longer seal the beast souls like before. There is gain and loss. Shui Nai comforted. However, just as Shui Nai and the others were chatting here, new changes occurred in the defense line of the Elf Empire. I saw pieces of white feathers suddenly appear in the sky, and then, thousands of holy lights suddenly appeared in the feathers in the sky, constantly dissolving the black air they touched. And under these flying feathers and holy lights, a little green light began to appear on the ground, and then these green lights began to spread rapidly on the ground, swallowing up all the undead creatures encountered along the way. Fortunately, I left, otherwise it would be a big trouble. The old wizard looked at the holy light in the sky and murmured. However, just as the three lines of defense were working at the same time, a large amount of black gas suddenly erupted in this unknown forest. The black gas that was about to rush into the sky actually formed a huge mushroom cloud in the sky, as if a nuclear explosion had occurred inside. Haha, not bad, just as I thought. The old wizard laughed after seeing this. Teacher, this. Don't worry, I have long thought that the Lich King will not do nothing inside. Since we can arrange something outside, he can also arrange it inside. Now he has used the dark ritual to detonate the dark spring inside, which can actually reduce our subsequent work. But, this should bite's not good for us, right? Seeing the holy light suddenly disappearing in the sky, Shui Nai was a little worried. Although the people of the Holy Light Church have gone to help the people of the Elf Empire, under the power of the detonation of the dark spring, the holy light feathers arranged by the Holy Light Church have no ability to resist. Yes, under this huge dark energy, all the dark magic or abilities of the dark forces will be amplified several times, but this is a war, we can only look at the final benefits of this war, and the sacrifices are necessary. The old wizard said very calmly, and those who died in an instant did not cause him any fluctuations at all. Don't you have a way to solve this dark spring? Shuai now thought of Lan Luo village. No, using the dark spring is a top secret in the dark forces. Even back then, I only knew that detonating the dark spring could effectively solve this fundamental problem. If the power of holy light is used to deal with it, it will only cause the dark spring to run away, and then it will lose control and pollute this land. The fountain of darkness is basically not something we can solve. After all, it is something left behind by the dark god. We can only take it step by step. But the loss is too great. Mina brought out a panel, which listed the losses of both sides in this war. Judging from the explosion of the Fountain of Darkness just now, nearly 10,000 players of the Holy Light Camp were killed in an instant, and hundreds of NPCs also died directly. Facing this dark energy impact like a natural disaster, basically those who run in the front have only one way to die. Alas, you pay too much attention to these branches, but not the overall situation. If you can't become a godlike existence, then you can only act according to the smallest loss. This is the only thing we can do. After the old wizard took a look at Shuai, he ignored him and focused his attention on the woods. Now there were several very strong magic fluctuations coming over there. This kind of fluctuation was so strong that even non mages could feel it. It was obvious that it was not a gentle thing. With the emergence of these fluctuations, the battlefield completely covered by the black gas began to slowly condense several huge vortices. This vortex, like the vortex in the center of the storm, soon turned into a black tornado, but this dragon headwind was spinning in reverse. And the tip of this dragon headwind was facing the huge magic circles that were slowly taking shape in the sky. In the sky, there were a total of 4 huge magic circles with a diameter of several hundred meters. Even if these 4 magic circles were more than 10 kilometers apart, Shuai could see them. Among these 4 huge magic circles, 2 were flashing holy white light, one was emitting red flames, and the other was emitting bone-chilling coldness. These 4 huge magic circles appeared in 4 directions in the sky, surrounding the entire forest. Shuai, who had used forbidden spells, knew that the reason why forbidden spells were forbidden spells was that in addition to having immeasurable power, their greatest impact was the destruction of the environment. Take the water-based single forbidden spell that Shuai used last time. Although this forbidden spell was not too powerful, after using this magic, the water elements around Yunmu town were almost drained by Shuai, and there was no rain for several days. A place with extremely abundant water elements could not withstand the influence of this forbidden spell for a while, let alone a forbidden spell that was famous for destruction. This is the fire of the star, the 1,000 miles of ice and the holy punishment. Fortunately, they can follow my plan, otherwise, this place is really useless. Although the old wizard's eyesight is not very good, his experience of hundreds of years still allows him to know the situation of these 4 forbidden spells in an instant. After hearing the old wizard's whispers, Mina was relieved. It seems that the old wizard intends to use the attribute of elemental restraint to balance the negative effects of the forbidden spell, but if he does so, the power of the forbidden spell will inevitably be greatly reduced. It seems that the old wizard's plan is just to use these forbidden spells to kill the enemies inside. Chapter 712 General Attack Part 2. As the 4 black tornadoes came into contact with the 4 people's domains and rubbed violently, the elemental halos on the 4 forbidden spell magic circles immediately dimmed, and some of the expanded magic circles also shrank a little. To maintain the defense of the domain and the cohesion of the forbidden spell at the same time, even the sages were a little tired. However, the Lich King in the middle of the forest did not seem to be affected much. A huge dark magic circle appeared from it. This magic circle was almost 1 square kilometer in size. The appearance of this huge magic circle almost instantly surpassed the 4 magic circles in the sky. At the same time, a huge black spear and a blood-red bone dragon suddenly flew out of the forest. The spear and the dragon rushed directly to the 2 bishops who maintained the divine punishment. It seemed that they were going to interrupt their forbidden spells. However, the 4 mages were not fighting alone. After several roars like a landslide, too vigorous the agile figure was suddenly bounced up from the ground, directly crossing a height of thousands of meters, blocking the spear and the dragon. The 2 figures were a little fragile in front of the spear and the bone dragon, but behind the 2 figures there was also a nearly 20-meter-high shadow of the prehistoric beast soul. Although the shadow had no entity, their bodies were flashing with powerful energy fluctuations. The 2 ancient beast souls, the Minotaur and the Werewolf, stretched out their hands at the same time, and the bone dragon and the spear were firmly held down by the hands of the 2 beast souls. The 2 sides erupted in a violent collision in the air, and the energy they possessed also exploded more violently under this collision. Almost at the moment of the collision, Two dazzling balls of light like the sun appeared in the sky. The huge collision sound was actually transmitted from there to Mina and the others again. This is too perverted. All those who were lucky enough to see this and survived had forgotten the environment they were in. When the light of the two suns had been exhausted, 4 figures appeared in the sky. The huge dark spear was transformed by the dark artifact. It lost its energy and flew backwards slowly into the woods. The bone dragon that came out with it had its entire huge skeleton shattered by almost 30%, and cracks all over its body. The blood-red gas on its body had disappeared. It also lost most of its energy and could no longer maintain its shape. It smashed hard on the ground like a meteorite, creating a huge pit. However, the 2 orc warriors who fought with them were also in a bad situation. The werewolf soul that fought with the dark artifact had turned into starlight and disappeared, and a huge and hideous blood hole appeared on his right shoulder. If it weren't for the support of the minotaur beside him, I'm afraid he would have to fall with the bone dragon. However, the minotaur who fought against the bone dragon was also in a mess. The bone dragon, strengthened by dark energy, had a fighting power far beyond the level of ordinary sword masters. In addition, the bone dragon itself was a race that was popular for its strength and size. Although the beast soul of the minotaur did not dissipate, it had already shown signs of retracting into its body. And there were 5 wounds on his body where his internal organs and bones could be seen, and blood was pouring out like a fountain. When this short fight ended, there was a blank period in the battle in the sky, and even the 4 black tornadoes gradually showed a tendency to shrink and dissipate. However, the black magic circle below became clearer and clearer. Similarly, the magic circles in the sky began to derive other smaller magic circles, and the speed of energy condensation was obviously accelerated. It seemed that the 5 forbidden spells in the sky and on the ground had reached the final moment, and it depended on who was faster. After all, no matter how strong the sage's domain is, it is impossible to defend against the forbidden spell, and the result of being unable to defend is that the forbidden spell is interrupted. Teacher, this black magic circle is that forbidden spell, and it feels much more powerful than ours. There are not many large-scale attacks in the forbidden spells of the dark system. After all, the forbidden spells of the dark system are famous for changing the environment. I haven't seen this forbidden spell, but this must be a forbidden spell. The old wizard said with some hesitation. Forbidden spells, in fact, as long as you see this huge magic circle that appears out of thin air, you can know that they are forbidden spells. Magic circle magic must be learned by the mage who has reached the level of a magician, and this magic that provides part of the elemental energy by the magic circle is much stronger than chanting directly with spells. However, in the same way, this kind of magic is also easy to be discovered by people, and those with poor skills are often easily discovered and interrupted. Generally speaking, the magic circle that appears when the magician uses magic is generally less than 10 meters, which is their limit. For those at the level of Grand Mage, the diameter will be larger. If the forbidden spell is used, the diameter of the magic circle will often reach hundreds of meters. As the 5 forbidden spells continued to take shape, both sides on the battlefield took the same action at almost the same time, that is, to run away with all their strength. The forbidden spell is notorious for its indiscriminate killing. As long as it is within its attack range, if it cannot be defended, it will disappear. Although everyone has already made every effort to escape to a place they think is safe in this situation of saving their own lives, the battle has not disappeared. In this escape game, the Holy Light Camp on the periphery has taken the lead. Almost all the players in the Dark Camp who dare to get too close will be bombarded with dozens of attacks. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be problems. The old mage suddenly said. Now, if we talk about the condensation of the energy of the forbidden spell, the Lich King with the artifact and the energy of the Dark Spring can be said to have the advantage. However, at this moment, a holy magic circle in the sky suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling holy light, and then the entire huge magic circle turned into white light and merged into the light in the center of the magic circle. In the huge holy light column of golden light. In this holy light column, a vague black figure appears very small in this holy light column, but it is very conspicuous. However, the person in this holy light is trembling all over, and his skin is constantly cracking. Strands of blood are transformed into the purest energy under the holy light, and then merged into the holy light. Alas! Just as the old wizard sighed, this mutated holy light suddenly rushed up to the sky, and then the holy light turned downward in the sky. In this downward rush, the whole holy light is like a substance, constantly sprinkling a little bit of light dust. Finally, when the light dust in the holy light is dispersed, only a sharp and huge white lightsaber is left. This lightsaber, which is 100 meters long, easily pierced through the heavy black air below and fiercely stabbed the black magic circle on the ground. However, when the lightning-like lightsaber touched the center of the black magic circle, a sound of metal clashing that reached the sky came from the intersection of the lightsaber and the magic circle. Although the lightsaber was as powerful as a rainbow, it could not pierce and destroy the magic circle, because a black ancient shield that was not as big as the tip of the sword was under the lightsaber, and both sides refused to give in. Although the blocked lightsaber was still powerful, it could not go any further, and instead began to show signs of cracking and disintegration. As the confrontation time increased, the lightsaber began to dissipate rapidly, but as it dissipated, it would drive the surrounding black air to disappear, as if it was neutralized. Under the attack of this lightsaber, although the black magic circle on the ground was not damaged, its speed of condensing energy obviously stopped. However, the bishop in the sky fell from the sky 1,000 meters high at the moment when the lightsaber completely dissipated. And judging from his falling posture, he had lost consciousness and fainted. This 1,000-meter high altitude is a sure death for a wizard who has lost his magic power and is already unconscious. Now, everyone with a discerning eye knows that if the bishop had not interrupted his forbidden spell at the last moment and converted the energy of the forbidden spell into another magic, then the Holy Light Camp would have lost in this forbidden spell duel. And it was the behavior of this selfless bishop who paid the price with his own life that made the 3 forbidden spells in the sky condense faster than the dark forbidden spells on the ground. Is he Bishop Ivan? Shui Na suddenly felt that the figure in the sky suddenly had a sense of familiarity. He couldn't help but grab the old wizard's chest and said with a breath. Well, it's him, he did a good job. Without him, I'm afraid we would lose. The old wizard looked at the disciple in front of him with a somewhat ferocious face and said with a smile, but this smile was a little bitter. Hearing this, Shui Na helplessly put his teacher down. After hearing the conversation between Shui Na and the others, Tai Feng and the others immediately thought of what happened here, but they didn't expect that the Bishop Ivan they knew was now facing this crisis. They all knew that the use of forbidden spells was a great burden for a mage. And this was still in the case of complete casting. In the case of being interrupted or interrupted by itself, the damage would be even greater. Not being backfired by the forbidden spell and disappearing was already a manifestation of luck and strong strength. Interrupting the casting of forbidden spells was basically a suicidal act. However, just when Ivan was about to fall into the black air, a palm suddenly appeared beside Ivan, and then a dark space crack suddenly swallowed Ivan's body and disappeared in the sky. However, except for the 3 sages and the bishop in the sky, no one noticed this sudden change. Chapter 713 Forbidden Spell Showdown. When the 4 forbidden spell magic circles in the sky and on the ground returned to calm, the depressing atmosphere once again enveloped the surroundings of the forest. However, in this forest that is destined to disappear, there are not many creatures left, only believers in the Lich King. These people believe that the Lich King can fight 3 enemies alone and win the final victory. Among them, Long Tian and Jia Tian are among them. As a speculator, they want to get enough benefits from the Lich King, so now they will stand by the Lich King no matter what. Moreover, these 2 presidents have seen that the Lich King is now unparalleled in strength. Even if he loses in the final forbidden spell duel, he must have a plan to escape, which is much better than encountering people from the Holy Light Camp outside. However, now the 2 of them have almost become single commanders. With the current level and strength of players, there is no way to compare with those perverts in the sky. And the result of incomparability is that they died gorgeously without suspense. However, they still have one role, that is, they can consume the power of those high-level NPCs. This consumption is not something that players can recover by drinking potions. Without several days, they have no way to recover. On this battlefield, they basically won't have this kind of time. With the 4 forbidden spells as the magic circle took shape, the invisible oppression between heaven and earth began to disappear, and then there appeared 2 strange feelings of burning and cold. This was the prelude to the 2 elemental forbidden spells taking effect, and it also indicated that the 2 forbidden spells could be activated. As the forbidden spell Starfire belonging to Yan Xian was activated first, the several huge magic circles of Starfire shrank into the fireball with a diameter of dozens of meters in an instant, turning into the last bit of fire element energy. Yan Xian's magic wand pointed at the center of the dark forbidden spell, and the Starfire above his head began to be pulled up and slowly accelerated. During the process of falling thousands of meters, the originally red fireball began to slowly change color, from red to orange, then from orange to blazing white, and finally fixed on half blue and half white. The high-temperature fireball, in the short few seconds of falling, has changed from gentle to violent, and the increasingly high temperature also began to burn the forest in the black air below. When the fireball was less than 100 meters away from the forest, the completely dry forest immediately caught fire. However, the flames of the forest were mixed with a hint of cold darkness. However, the darkness only appeared for a moment before it was swallowed up by the ruthless flames that were like a star explosion. When the star fire hit the target, it first collapsed inward, and then explosively poured out a large amount of extremely hot flames. The hot airflow of the flames swept the black air there, and lifted part of it to a height of 1,000 meters. And these flames, which had become blazing white, almost covered the black magic circle below in an instant. No matter which direction you look at, you can only see the flames that seem to burn through the earth. However, there was no reaction in the flames. The flames that almost burned the entire forest and were more than 10 meters high were just burning continuously, and there was no abnormality. However, everyone present knew that the calmer it was, the more it meant there was a problem. The Lich King with the Dark Shield, even if he was hit directly by the forbidden spell, believed that he had the ability to leave the attack range of the forbidden spell. However, he did not appear, which meant that the Lich King below was still doing his best to maintain the operation of this dark magic circle. However, just when the star fire of the flame heart burned the entire forest in an instant, the forest suddenly became dark, and dark flames suddenly separated from the flames and gathered into a fireball with a similar appearance and volume to the star fire, but the color of this fireball was pitch black. And a huge, smooth, and gloomy black mirror, but under this black fireball, flickered with a faint black light, which looked very strange. Is this the legendary dark reflector? The old wizard's voice trembled a little, and his eyes were fixed on the red field that had been swallowed by the black fireball. The black fireball that came into contact with the flame heart field exploded into a huge black sun in the air in an instant. But unlike the scorching sun, this sun emitting a black breath was actually extremely cold and had no temperature at all. However, under the black sun, the ice and snow in the area of the flame heart in the sky melted and soon disappeared. Teacher. Although she didn't understand the situation, Shui-Na saw this black fireball that looked like the fire of a star, and combined with the reflector that the old wizard just mentioned, Shui-Na had guessed the effect of this dark forbidden spell. This is a very rare defensive forbidden spell. Generally speaking, forbidden spells have great lethality and can almost be described as invincible. But there is attack and there is defense. Since there are forbidden spells of the offensive system, the forbidden spells of the defensive system also exist in theory. However, Shui-Na did not get this information from the game database. When the star fire on the ground was mostly rebounded to its owner due to the effect of the dark reflector, the flame on the ground quickly extinguished. In this scorched earth, the huge black magic circle was damaged, but it was still running, and under the huge amount of black air, this black magic circle was still condensing energy to supply the huge black mirror above. This is the advantage of the defensive forbidden spell. As long as the energy is continuous, it can continue to run. It is basically impossible to define who benefits more from using this defensive forbidden spell to resist the offensive forbidden spell. The masters of Qunli Bingfeng and Divine Punishment in the sky hesitated after seeing Yan Xian disappear in the sky, but the sage who controlled Qunli Bingfeng did not hesitate for too long. His domain emitted a strong and dazzling ice blow halo in an instant, and it was obvious that he had maximized the defensive ability of his ice domain. Then the several huge ice blow magic circles in the sky shrank at the same time, and the entire forbidden spell completed the last guiding step and began to fall to the dark reflector below. Now the sage is trying to use brute force to destroy the defensive forbidden spell below. The moment Qunli Bingfeng completed the guidance, the master of magic, the body, which is a huge ice blow energy ball, suddenly swelled up, and then the entire light ball transformed into countless ice blow light arrows, covering several square kilometers of land below. During the descent, these light arrows continued to transform into ice crystals that could freeze everything. Among them, the largest number of ice crystals were controlled to fall to the center of the dark reflector, and below them was the Lich King holding the dark shield. These ice crystals that fell from the sky immediately exploded as soon as they touched the ground, and at the moment of shattering, the space within a radius of more than 10 meters immediately condensed into ice blocks several meters high. Moreover, the temperature of these ice blocks was obviously extremely cold, so cold that even ice blocks could not bear it. Because at the moment these ice blocks were just formed, the inside of the ice blocks collapsed and then shattered. At the moment of shattering, they condensed immediately and then shattered again. After repeating this nearly 10 times, the things frozen by the ice blocks have often turned into the smallest things, and none of them can remain intact. The frozen area also spread over several hundred meters under this constant repetition. However, this was the situation outside the dark reflector, but directly above the dark reflector. The moment the ice crystal with a diameter of several tens of meters fell on the dark reflector, the mirror surface of the dark reflector immediately cracked, and the originally smooth mirror surface was frozen into a rough and uneven surface by the icy breath in an instant. At the same time, a large amount of ice began to cover the mirror surface continuously, and the ice that was constantly crushed and condensed eroded the mirror surface very slowly but firmly. However, some of the ice crystals were still rebounded by the dark reflector, and finally turned into a huge black ice crystal, shooting at the sage who was maintaining the forbidden spell in the sky with all his strength. In the process of using the forbidden spell, if most of the energy in the forbidden spell has not been consumed, once it loses control, its power will be greatly reduced, and it will also damage the environment. The size of this black ice crystal is not too big, only 1/10 of the initial size. Therefore, the dark reflector cannot cope with the attack of the 1,000 miles of ice. However, the sage in the sky is no longer able to cast the next 1,000 miles of ice. The ice sage, who was hit by the darkened 1,000 miles of ice, did not lose his entire domain like Yan Xin, but he was also seriously injured. As a part of itself, the damage to the domain will be reflected on the body. When the black ice outside the domain turned into fragments and fell, the ice sage could no longer control the height and began to stumble and fly backwards. Why doesn't Howard attack? Mizuna looked at Howard, who was still maintaining the forbidden spell of divine punishment, and couldn't help but scold this guy. He dare not attack. If the divine punishment is rebounded by the dark reflector, Howard will definitely die. Now he is planning to compete with the Lich King in endurance to see who can't hold on first. The old wizard saw through Howard's evil thoughts at a glance. For now, the Lich King's forbidden spell has the largest area. After all, his forbidden spell is a forbidden spell that combines attack and defense. The larger the area, the more energy it can rebound, and the greater the damage to the enemy. However, in terms of energy consumption, such a forbidden spell will consume more energy. Even if the Lich King has the help of artifacts and the Fountain of Darkness, it cannot solve this problem. However, just when Shui Na and the others thought that Howard would fight a protracted war, he suddenly threw the main body of the divine punishment down and flew away directly. Chapter 714 Winning by Numbers. The main body of the forbidden spell of divine punishment is an extremely huge cross lightsaber, which is somewhat similar to the lightsaber controlled by Yvonne just now, but the complete version of divine punishment is golden in color, and it also emits a blazing but not dazzling golden holy light. This cross lightsaber seems to have been materialized, and the sword is also painted with the deeds and statues of gods. All the players of the Holy Light camp who see this lightsaber will feel full of strength, and even the wounds on their bodies will begin to recover quickly. This feeling of bathing in the holy light of gods can definitely make those with weak wills have some fluctuations in their hearts, so as to worship or believe in this god. However, in this situation, this cross lightsaber full of the breath of gods is like a rag doll that has been abandoned. After rolling in the air for several rounds, it went to the dark mirror on the ground. Although this divine punishment has been abandoned by its owner, this holy sword condensed by the energy of holy light will instinctively attack the dark energy. In addition, before Howard left, he also locked up the Lich King below. Divine punishment is a forbidden spell that can attack a single target or kill a large area. Its most powerful part is the main body of this divine punishment, the Holy Cross Sword. The Holy Cross Sword firmly stabbed at the dark reflector that had not yet completely returned to its smooth state. After a sharp grinding sound, there was a crisp sound of broken glass. After experiencing 2 forbidden spell bombardments, the shattered dark reflector was shattered in a corner by the Holy Sword of the divine punishment, and the Holy Cross Sword was directly inserted only 100 meters away from the center of the dark reflector, and there was no energy to support its movement. At the moment when the main body of the divine punishment hit the dark reflector, the Holy Cross Sword, which originally emitted a soft golden color, immediately became sharp. However, this holy sword, which was several hundred meters high, suddenly flashed with golden light. This flashing golden color made Shui Nai and others, who were more than 10 kilometers away, feel a sting in their eyes. Under the golden color, the Holy Cross Sword no longer emitted golden light, but dropped a small lightsaber of 2 meters high. These lightsabers, like the main body of the divine punishment, all looked like golden Holy Cross swords, but these small lightsabers were not clear, at least it was impossible to see what was on the sword. However, the speed of these lightsabers was abnormally fast. All the small lightsabers were like streams in the sky, and the gorgeous lightsaber rain continuously cut and neutralized the black air below. The small lightsabers that had just separated from the main body of the divine punishment attacked the woods below almost instantly. Although these small lightsabers were not as powerful as the huge cross-holy sword, they were better in terms of fast attack speed and large attack area. The entire forest was within the attack range of these small lightsabers, but there were not many enemies that they could kill. The small lightsabers that hit the dark reflector often exploded into small golden suns at the moment of collision with the dark reflector, neutralizing the surrounding black air and the black light on the mirror. Although the black light on the mirror was constantly flashing and trying to rebound the energy attacking it, the two energies that were mutually restrained in attributes were not so easy to rebound. However, most of the energy of the divine punishment that had lost control was converted into the nearly countless small lightsabers. Because the area of the dark reflector was too large, and in the case of the detonation of the dark spring, the ruins of the entire forest were occupied by black air. It is for this reason that the divine punishment began to instinctively disperse its energy and attack these opposing energies. However, with so many attacks, the energy that can be rebounded, no matter how small, is an energy that is difficult to ignore. However, it is not easy for the mirror to rebound a small part of the holy light energy, and after converting it into a small black lightsaber, it only scatters into the sky. Because the bishop in the sky has long retreated to an unknown place. Some small black lightsabers hit the huge cross-holy sword in the sky. Although it did not cause much damage to the holy sword, the more small lightsabers the cross-holy sword cast, the more damage it suffered. In this case, the divine punishment, which already had little energy, lost more energy. However, even this nearly invincible mirror began to be unable to withstand the continuous and rapid attacks of the lightsaber, and some mirrors far away from the center began to slowly collapse and shatter. The sound of broken glass was almost continuous. However, at the center of the mirror, the Lich King was not affected at all. If there was any impact, it was that the light emitted by the cross sword, which was only 100 meters away from him, was too dazzling, making him a little uncomfortable. But it was just uncomfortable. Although the distance of hundreds of meters was not too far, in this dark home, the power of the holy light god could not easily penetrate the heavy darkness, let alone hurt the Lich King who was protected by the artifact. When the lightsaber finally turned into golden light and disappeared in the sky, the dark reflector on the ground was badly damaged, but this was only a marginal situation. At the center, except for the big hole that was pierced by the divine punishment at the beginning, there was no other major damage. Moreover, at the center of the mirror, the damaged part of the mirror began to slowly repair, but the speed of this repair was very slow, and it was no longer completed almost instantly like at the beginning. Alas, although Howard is indeed a little afraid of death, he is also very smart and knows the importance of preserving his strength in this situation. But if he can maintain this forbidden spell with all his strength, the result will not be like this. Even if he can't kill the Lich King, he can seriously injure him. The old wizard looked at Howard, who had flown above the dark reflector again, and felt more pity than admiration. Then now, Shui Na did not expect that the Lich King could fight 1 against 4, beat a bishop and a sage to an unknown life and death, and even injured a sage so that he could no longer go to the battlefield. And now there is only one bishop who is afraid of death, and he is the kind of spent force, which basically has no chance of winning. Since magic doesn't work, we can only use force, and we can only use human wave tactics. Just after the old wizard finished speaking, a deafening lion roar suddenly came from a distance. I saw a 50-meter-long red lion with 3 lion heads stepping directly towards the dark reflector in the air. This ancient beast soul that could only tread in the air could not see any trace of orcs in front of, behind, or around it. This is the beast soul of the great elder of the lion clan. He has fully activated the beast soul in his body, and his body can no longer restrain his beast soul. Now he is only 1 step away from reaching the god level. But his lifespan is not long. I hope that this battle will allow him to make a breakthrough. The old wizard seemed to know what Shui Na was confused about, so he started to explain. But he spoke to the end, and his voice became smaller and smaller, because he knew that the possibility of such a breakthrough was infinitely close to 0. And the biggest possibility is that he will fall in this battle. A Lich King, but so many strong men from the Holy Light Camp are buried with him. This gap makes Shui Na and others very disappointed. Because in this case, there are not many strong men in the Holy Light Camp. If a strong man from the Dark World suddenly attacks, it will be a catastrophe. Is there no better way? Shui Na asked, with a bitter tone. Artifacts. Artifacts can only be faced by artifacts. If there are no equal artifacts, we can only win by numbers. The old wizard said quietly. In fact, there is another way to deal with artifacts, that is to be promoted to the god level. Only in this way can we confront artifacts. Then Mina immediately thought of the Mage Killer and the Book of Elements. Not all artifacts can be compared with the offensive and defensive artifacts of the Dark system. Your Mage Killer has serious flaws. If it is used against the Lich King who has not detonated the Fountain of Darkness, there is no problem. But if it is used against the Lich King who has almost returned to his peak state, it is better not to use it indiscriminately. As for the Book of Elements, we have not yet comprehended the effect of this artifact, so we can only use it as an auxiliary artifact. But, in the final analysis, it's all my fault. If I can think more carefully and not be so self-righteous, then... Teacher, we still have a chance, don't we? At this time, the huge lion beast soul in the sky has stepped on the mirror of the dark reflector. And the mirror surface that has been stepped on by the beast soul basically has cracks directly. Although the rebounding energy also made the limbs of the lion beast soul blurry for a short time, the beast soul stepped towards the center of the mirror very firmly. Every time the lion beast soul took a step on the mirror, it would make a huge sound, and then the cracks on the mirror would become even bigger. Moreover, when the black gas of the dark spring was basically consumed, the dark reflector could no longer be repaired. At this moment, a small green arrow suddenly appeared from the Elf Empire. The light was like crystal jade, so green that people could not bear to watch it cast on the mirror of the dark reflector. At the moment when the green light appeared, two figures appeared on the human empire side. The two figures were very fast. When they just rose to the sky, they immediately condensed two huge but substantial dochi swords in their hands. Although this dochi sword cannot be compared with the vision when the forbidden spell appeared, it is still not to be underestimated. On the other side, Howard also began to approach. Although the holy light field on his body was flickering, he was still competent to do some auxiliary work. Just when the Lich King was surrounded by masters from all directions, the dark reflector suddenly had a strange fluctuation, and the originally smooth mirror surface began to fluctuate constantly, as if the mirror surface was liquefied. Chapter 715 The Old Mage's Plan. The liquefied dark reflector quickly turned into the purest dark energy and rushed to the place where the Lich King was. And the players there, such as Long Tian, Jia Tian, and the Lich King's men, were bathed in this dark energy that was so dense that it was almost substantial. Although this powerful energy caused their bodies to experience extreme pain, they laughed wildly in pain when they saw their attributes and skill proficiency slowly increasing. They made the right bet, and the benefits they got far exceeded their expectations. The four basic attributes basically increased by dozens of points, and the dark skills have increased by an average of 1 level, and the dark energy here is still pouring into their bodies. The reward for this kind of task is definitely something they have never tried before. These extra attributes can make them stand far ahead of players of the same level. The increase in skill proficiency can reduce their practice time, giving them more time to manage the guild or enjoy the joy of the game. The only drawback is that this growth is uncontrollable, which means that part of the dark energy is spent on useless attributes, and part is spent on skills they don't like. Seeing this, they are all a little anxious. This kind of anxiety makes Long Tian and Jia Tian unable to control themselves. Although they all hope that this kind of pain and happiness can coexist for a little longer, the attack from outside has already come. The first to attack was the emerald green arrow, which was not very fast, but when it flies, it will continuously absorb the energy of the wood element between heaven and earth, which makes the light it flashes more and more intense. On Mina's side, only Xiaoyu knows the skills of this elf archer. This arrow is called Arrow of Life, which is a skill of the elemental archer when he reaches the Archer Saint. If this skill is used in a forested environment, it can get several times the bonus, but the forest here has long been completely destroyed. As soon as the Arrow of Life came into contact with the liquefied dark energy, it easily penetrated and shot towards the Lich King at the center. But this arrow did not achieve the expected effect because it shot the wrong target. A player stood between this arrow and the Lich King, and in this darkness, the archer in the distance basically did not see this problem. When the Arrow of Life collided with the player, the green light on the arrow almost instantly poured into the player's body. However, this dark camp player is not a race of the undead, but a dark human. The human player's body suddenly swelled up in such a moment. With the support of a large amount of life energy, his body quickly turned into a sphere, not only breaking the equipment on his body, but also cracks began to appear on his body, and this expansion seemed to have no end. With a bang, in the next second, this player, who was not considered strong, immediately turned into a pile of minced meat. However, in the process of this minced meat falling to the ground, the energy of the arrow of life has not been consumed. The flesh and blood in the sky are actually constantly wriggling and growing rapidly. Some of them are even connected together, turning into a constantly twisting meatball in the air. Moreover, this meatball will continue to slap and twist on the ground, and a large amount of blood will continue to spray out of this meatball, and some will even splash on other players. However, at the moment when the energy of the arrow of life was completely consumed, all the flesh and blood affected by the arrow of life began to turn grey and white due to the complete consumption of energy, and then turned directly into ash and disappeared completely. The players who watched this scene closely all the time were terrified almost instantly. They could die in battle calmly, but they didn't dare to try such a way of dying, and they didn't even dare to think about it. They never thought that there was such a horrible and perverted skill in the Holy Light Camp, which could activate the enemy's vitality in an instant, and then make it disappear in an instant, and it could also create such a disgusting picture. This is 100 times more terrifying than the undead magic of the Dark Camp. However, these Dark Camp players in the Dark Energy group could no longer move their bodies, and could only watch the next green arrow light in the distance becoming clearer and clearer. In the sky, 2 sword masters and a beast soul have arrived above the mutated energy group. Just now, because the mutation came suddenly, they did not dare to get too close, and when they found that the Lich King was using dark energy to repair and strengthen himself, they did not hesitate anymore and released their most powerful skills in an instant. The 3-headed lion beast soul in the sky trampled the dark energy group on the ground with its forelimbs, crushing a small part of the dark energy group with a diameter of about 20 meters. Several blood mists or blood arrows shot directly from the collapsed energy group. The speed of the other 2 sword masters was not slow either. One red and one ice blue had 2 materialized Do-Chi swords, which slashed at the dark energy group almost at the same time, and the sharp and powerful sword blades directly split it into 4 petals. The Do-Chi energy contained in the twisting Do-Chi swords also suddenly burst out in an instant, directly blowing away most of the dark energy inside. Humph! Trivial tricks. The Lich King, who was holding 2 huge Do-Chi swords, stood there calmly. The dark shield on his body was flashing with waves of black ripples, and it was these ripples that protected him and the people around him. However, what was puzzling was that the objects protected by the Lich King were only those undead races. Dark players like Zishan, who were not undead, had already been blown into powder by the sudden burst of Do-Chi swords. In this kind of holy level battle, current players often only need to touch the edge and then have to leave silently. You did a good job, worthy of being the elite of the undead race. The Lich King looked at these subordinates who were extremely weak but loyal to him, and said very happily. As for the other dark players who died outside, he completely filtered them out. Wait for me outside first, let me deal with these small fry first, haha. When the Lich King laughed, the black air around the Lich King suddenly rose and fell, and then a small black magic circle quickly took shape under the feet of several people. When Long Tian and his group of remaining players heard this, they were immediately overjoyed, because they knew that their lives were finally saved. They were saved, and they didn't have to be killed by a casual sword like Zishan. Death was not painful for them, but what was really painful was a completely meaningless death like Zishan. This kind of death was the most undignified and unacceptable. When the magic circle started running, the players inside and several NPCs disappeared. It seemed that they were directly teleported away, leaving only the Lich King with black air all over his body. However, those who were besieging the Lich King didn't even look at these people. For them, it was the right way to leave these insignificant people to outsiders. They just had to beat the Lich King seriously. After confirming that the Lich King had no intention of escaping, the saint-level strongmen around the Lich King stopped attacking. For these strong men, they could feel that the Lich King's physical condition was only strong on the outside. Just like the Lich King used the forbidden spell to take on 3.5 forbidden spells, even with the help of the environment and artifacts, it was still very stressful, not to mention that the Lich King's body was not in peak condition. Although the Lich King now absorbs all the dark energy around him into his body, not only repairing his body but also strengthening his strength, but does this kind of drastic approach really have no negative effects? Long Tian and his friends, who have been teleported outside, are no longer happy. This rapid enhancement has a serious price, and the price is that the body is eroded by darkness. As undead, their bodies can withstand stronger erosion, but erosion is erosion, and this cannot be changed. For players, this erosion is directly reflected in their health. In just a dozen seconds, although their attribute values of each item have increased by hundreds of points and their skills have been strengthened a lot, they have lost an average of 1000 points of their health limit. For Long Tian and his friends, it is difficult to tell the gains and losses in this. The Lich King himself is already a collection of darkness, and with the protection of the dark artifact, his situation is much better than that of the players. However, if a protracted war really breaks out, I am afraid that the old injuries that have just been repaired will affect his combat effectiveness again. However, the always conceited Lich King will not flee without a fight. He will not leave without humiliating or slaughtering the few people here. So, for this reason, the Lich King actually launched a new round of battle very brazenly. For a while, on the ruins of this forest, black air and sword light and lion shadows intertwined continuously. Arrows and holy light in the distance continued to sink into this battle group, and in an instant, the people inside were already fighting hard. Hey, fortunately, although this process deviated from the original plan a little, the final part is still within the tolerable range of the original plan. The old wizard was hiding behind Shui Nai, muttering a little. In front of him, the dark players and NPCs teleported by the Lich King were fighting with Shui Nai and his group. Chapter 716 Hulu Valley. Long Tian and his group didn't know what the old wizard did to them, but they actually came to the valley where Shui Nai and his group were after the teleportation. As soon as they appeared in front of Shui Nai and his group, the battle started in an instant. The first to attack were Xiao Yu and Dao Yiyu Dao, whose long-range attack methods were famous for their speed. Although Shui Nai's reaction was very fast, he immediately gave the old wizard several defensive magics when he saw the people in the dark camp and pulled them behind him. And because of this, Shui Nai's magic was the last to arrive. There were a total of 15 people teleported by the Lich King, 10 of whom were players, and the rest were all NPCs after level 100. These guys were not even cannon fodder in the battle between Saint-level strongmen, but they were very powerful when facing Shui Nai and his group. However, they were calculated by the old wizard at the beginning. At first glance, this valley has no special features. It is just an ordinary valley. But Shui Nai knew that when Long Tian and his friends were teleported, another strange wave suddenly appeared in this valley. It was this wave that intercepted Long Tian and his friends who were originally teleported here. As soon as Long Tian and his friends appeared, they were surrounded by Shui Nai and his pets. This was Shui Nai and his idea. After all, the number of people on their side was too small. Whether it was against the Lich King who should be seriously injured or against other enemies, the 7 combatants on this side were basically nothing to watch. But pets were different. The players' pets had an immortal body, and it was the most practical to use them as a forward blockade. It was for these reasons that Long Tian and his friends found themselves surrounded by people when they opened their eyes, and a wave of attacks had already come. Although Long Tian and his friends dodged these attacks at the fastest speed, when they were surrounded by Shui Nai's powerful pets, the dodging space was originally very limited. Not much, and they were ambushed first, because in a moment, they lost 2 players and an NPC. Without the boss's immunity to instant death, they would die if they were hit by an arrow in the neck, heart, or head. Long Tian and his team quickly counterattacked, summoning undead spirits one by one, and then they quickly broke out at the cost of 2 players and came to the inside of the valley. However, before they had time to be happy, they found that this valley was a dead end, and they had already run to the innermost part and could only turn around and look at Shui Nai and his team guarding the entrance. Now they have been completely caught in a trap. Magic or arrows poured into this roadless valley from Shui Nai and his team. Although there were undead spirits in front, Shui Nai could control these summoned undead spirits by himself, not to mention that there were 2 players, Po Xiao and Xiao Yu, who could kill them with 1 arrow, waiting behind them. We can't go on like this. Do you have any ability to save your life? Long Tian summoned his weak skeleton. Without special bones, he couldn't summon powerful undead. Yes, but there are restrictions here, and we can't fly up. The NPCs who had always looked down on Long Tian and other weak guys soon reached a consensus and began to work together. Restrictions? Long Tian asked in confusion, but he didn't slow down when he cast attack magic. This valley has been restricted. There is basically no way to fly here. We are being calculated. Another NPC was also fighting back, but his eyes were full of despair. And now Long Tian also understood why the agile Thunder Eagles on the opposite side were all walking on the ground. It turned out that they basically couldn't fly. This is why the old wizard has been letting the Lich King develop in this forest. In order to seal the Lich King, he spent a lot of money to successfully arrange this valley. Here, even if the Lich King possessed the artifact, there was no way to break the restrictions here in a short time. When Shui Nai played a Frost Nova again, the undead summoned by Long Tian and his team, except for the ghosts summoned by the NPCs, were not affected, and the rest were all frozen or frozen. In just a moment, Xiaoyu and Poxio had killed another player again. There was no way to survive when two archers attacked a target at the same time. However, what made Long Tian and his team hate the most was that the combat-type priest among Shui Nai and his team actually gave up the attack completely, and instead, under the cover of the Tauren, blindly purified the corpses on the ground, basically not giving them a chance to revive their companions. They couldn't keep up such a purification spell like Qian Lixu, otherwise they would not be able to summon the undead. However, Shui Nai on the opposite side also found it strange that the combat effectiveness of Long Tian and his team seemed to be much stronger. With his current magic defense, he couldn't defend against Long Tian's bone spear attack. Not to mention a warrior like Tai Feng who doesn't have much magic defense. Often, any magic thrown out from inside can knock out several thousand points of Tai Feng's health. If this valley is not in the shape of a gourd, although the space inside is relatively large, as long as the narrow entrance is guarded, the people inside will have no way to leave. But in the same way, except for Shui Nai's amazing defense, other people basically have no way to stand under their attack for a long time, and can only use this terrain to dodge the attack. Shui Nai still remembers that when he fought with Long Tian before, his bone spear also hit him, but the magic damage didn't seem to be able to knock out nearly 500 points of his health. This also shows that Long Tian and his team's attack power has increased. However, from the results of the reconnaissance, they did not have any attack power bonus. It's just that Shui Nai's reconnaissance technique can only feed back some superficial things. For example, the basic attributes of the player, these data cannot be fed back. Did they change some equipment? Shui Nai thought to himself. Only this reason could explain why Long Tian and other players had such low health but such high attack power. However, Shui Nai and the others were not very nervous. After all, in the game world, any situation could happen. The only thing that made Shui Nai feel a little powerless was that the most effective thunder magic in the elemental mage did not have much killing power against the undead inside. Once the continuous magic thundercloud was released, the guys under this thundercloud were only interrupted occasionally when casting spells, but paralysis and the like were not triggered. This made Shui Nai very helpless. Players of the undead clan can be immune to the paralysis of the thunder system and the toxins of the wood system to a large extent, and these are very useful effects in PK. Lao Fan, you have to hurry up, the Lich King has been beaten and injured. Just as Shui Nai and the others were weakening their manpower at a constant speed, Dao Yiyu Dao, who was guarding the old wizard, suddenly notified them in the team chat, and then reported the situation outside. The Lich King outside was showing his power. With one person, he actually severely injured a sword master and drove the three-headed lion back. Now the only ones who are still fighting with the Lich King are the Ice Sword Master and the Arrow Master. As for Howard, when he saw that the situation was not right, he grabbed the severely injured Sword Master and escaped. However, the Lich King is not invincible. He is now in a state of absolute embarrassment. The wizard robe on his body only serves to cover his body. The dark shield in his left hand has become dim. Only the phantom that changes shape from time to time is flashing sharp energy at full power. It's almost there, wait a little longer. Shui Nai replied immediately. If the things arranged in this valley were not unable to withstand the bombardment of the magic cannon, otherwise, those guys inside would have died long ago. Moreover, this valley not only restricts the enemy, but also restricts itself. Shui Nai, who cannot fly, can only deal with the undead in front of Long Tian step by step. After Shui Nai solved the ghosts in front of him with the magic wand that can add holy light damage, he immediately replaced the elemental magic wand and retreated to the valley outside. With the current 5 people and a few pets, the reason why they were forced into this valley was entirely Shui Nai's doing. Often when Shui Nai casts a frost nova, the undead they summoned can only stay there. The necromancer who has lost the ability to control the undead can only run away. Xiao Yu, help attract the firepower. Mina, who had already entered stealth mode, immediately told Xiaoyu to leave the shelter she was in. This was the only best solution he could think of now. His strongest magic, the explosive flame shock, had to be used at close range to be effective, otherwise it would be easy to be blown up by others. Okay. Seeing Shui Nai moving at high speed, Xiaoyu immediately knew Shui Nai's idea. Although the environment here is relatively large, it is full of frozen undead. If you want to find a position to get in, it is not easy, and once you attract the attention of Long Tian and others, he will definitely find a way to force Shui Nai out. Anti-stealth skills are not too difficult for most masters. When Xiao Yu drew her bow and shot a freezing arrow at Long Tian, she soon became the target of all enemies. A series of magic quickly hit Xiao Yu's health to the bottom. If Xiao Yu had not been agile and hid behind another bunker in time, Xiao Yu would have been in danger of her life. But Shui Nai had already taken advantage of this time and came not far from Long Tian and others. Chapter 717 Bloody Battle in Gourd Valley Part 1. If a thief approaches quietly, a player may die with hatred. So, what if a mage approaches quietly? This result, I am afraid, will make a group of people die with hatred. In the deepest part of Hulu Valley, Shui Nai directly eliminated all the players with 2 explosive flames and an ice ring. Xiao Yu and Po Xiao, who rushed in, shot and killed the NPCs who were completely desperate at the fastest speed. The battle ended quickly, but the battle outside developed even faster. When Shui Nai and the other 5 ran out, they found that a red flare representing danger suddenly rose in the distance. Looking more carefully, the place where the flare rose was actually in the defense line of the Elf Empire. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly received a message from an unscrupulous profiteer. The second Lich King appeared on the defense line. He has been completely assimilated. Be careful. Unscrupulous profiteer. Just after the unscrupulous profiteer sent the message, his name had already been darkened. This also shows that the second Lich King is killing people on the Elf Empire's defense line, otherwise, the unscrupulous profiteer stationed in the rear would not have died like this. Oh no, we forgot about the other Lich King. When the old wizard saw the flare rising, many assumptions quickly appeared in his mind, but they were quickly rejected one by one, leaving only this assumption. However, in the old wizard's plan, with such a short time, there was no way to assimilate Elder King Gui's soul and body. If King Gui's body was not destroyed by the forbidden spell, it would be good luck. Who would have thought that King Gui's body would be assimilated by the Lich King so quickly? However, now this situation has appeared, and he has no choice but to take it step by step. Under the surprise attack of the second Lich King, the Archer Saint could no longer shoot the arrow of life, and the defense line on the side of the Elf Empire began to emit a lot of flames and thick smoke, and it seemed that the camp was set on fire. Just when the Elf Empire was in danger, some personnel from the Human Empire and the Orc Kingdom quickly rushed over to support. The war soon broke out on the side of the Elf Empire. However, the Lich King without the artifact was basically no match for them. After a short while, he moved closer to the Lich King with the artifact. The movements of the 2 Lich Kings were monitored by the players arranged in the Elf Empire's defense line, so Shui Nai and his team were able to grasp their situation, but the situation was not very optimistic. There are not many strong men left in the Holy Light camp who can fight, but the Lich King without the artifact still retains most of his strength. If he follows, the situation on this side will be a bit troublesome. However, what makes Shui Nai and his team feel a little relieved is that there is actually a sword master hidden on the side of the Human Empire. A cocky sword light suddenly slashed out from the ground, slashing the Lich King without the artifact, and the magic shield on his body was broken in an instant. Shui Na and the others who saw this scene from the live video immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The magic shield was broken, which meant that the sword just now had consumed most of the magic power of the Lich King, and this naturally made the Lich King, a mage, lose most of his combat power. Now here, there is no dark spring to restore their magic power. Moreover, the sudden attacking swordsman did not intend to let this soft persimmon go, and soon caught up. However, the Lich King holding the artifact reacted quickly, and directly used brute force to get rid of the ice swordsman in the sky, and attacked the earth swordsman who was already close at hand with all his strength. For a while, dark magic and fighting spirit quickly intertwined. However, in this battle, it is obvious that the earth swordsman is at a disadvantage. The Lich King with 3 dark artifacts has completely overwhelming power. In addition, the dark artifact Phantom has the ability to transform into swords and guns. This kind of close combat artifact can be easily used even by the Lich King. However, the Ice Sword Saint in the sky did not join the battle, but attacked the Lich King who was recovering. It was obvious from his appearance that he wanted to deal with the Lich King first. As soon as the other Lich King found out about this, he immediately came to the rescue, completely ignoring the sword that was slashing at him. The Lich King with the dark shield was basically not afraid of this level of fighting spirit attack, and at most it would only consume a little energy. But his dark artifact was in the shape of a phantom, and the two sword saints dared not touch it. Go! After stabbing the ice sword saint, the two Lich Kings immediately said in unison, and then the Lich King without the artifact condensed a magic circle, while the other Lich King defended the attack of the two sword saints with all his strength. After that, the black magic circle flickered for a while, and the two Lich Kings disappeared on the spot. Shui Nai, who was in Hulu Valley, took action immediately after seeing a magic circle appear in the video. Although the old wizard could not understand this reaction for a while, he did not pay much attention to it. He just stood in that specific place and did not even sit down to rest. And Shui Nai and the others also knew that the place where the old wizard stood was the core of Hulu Valley, and only there could the Lich King be sealed. The group of 7 people were ready soon. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, the 3 players who could sneak, disappeared in an instant. Xiao Yu and Po Xiao had already prepared their skill arrows, and they just needed to show up their targets. Qian Li Shui and Tai Feng stayed beside the old wizard. With their fighting power, they could not threaten the Lich King, so they could only do the task of protection. Soon, a black light flashed again in the middle of Hulu Valley. And 2 identical Lich Kings appeared there. But what greeted them was not the cheers of the undead, but 2 arrows with sharp whistles. The skill arrows of Don and Xiaoyu were both Ice type, and they wanted to create conditions for Dao Yiyu Dao and the others to attack. The 2 skill arrows hit the 2 stunned Lich Kings in almost the blink of an eye. Among them, Don's icicle arrow directly froze half of the body of the Lich King without a divine weapon. And Xiaoyu's freezing arrow was easily blocked by the dark shield that had already dimmed, but the reaction of the dark shield was much stiffer. The current dark shield no longer had the previous black light flashing and energetic agility. Instead, it looked like an old man who was about to die, fighting for his last breath. Shui Na knew that this feeling of difference mainly came from the autonomous consciousness of the soul in the artifact. It's you again. The Lich King saw the old wizard standing there at a glance. Who are you? The Lich King only took a few glances at the valley and immediately knew that he was intercepted from the transmission channel. And the person who has this ability is not a simple person. At least he doesn't know this lost technology. It's just that the old wizard gave him, but he was just a very inferior wizard, even inferior to some of his apprentices. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I won't let you do whatever you want. The old wizard did not respond to his words. He only saw an iron stick engraved with spells in his hand inserted, and the ground under his feet flashed with a purple light. Purple light, elemental power. The 2 Lich Kings obviously had the same memory and soon knew the name of this power through this light. To be honest, if you can live peacefully in the Undead Empire and don't bother us, such a battle will basically not take place. But why are you so dissatisfied and have to destroy this rare peaceful environment? The old wizard said with some emotion. It seems that he has always remembered the death of Yan Xian and others. While speaking, the old wizard's originally turbid eyes were also stained with purple light at this moment, and in the center of this purple light, that is, the position of the pupil, there was a very subtle golden light flashing. It's you. My teacher mentioned you before his death, but I didn't expect you to be alive. The 2 Lich Kings said while resisting the attacks from the players. But among them, only Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao's attacks were the most effective, and the others could only play a supporting role. Shui Nai's mage killer faced the Lich King holding the phantom, and the 2 sides ended up in a tie in the sword-to-sword confrontation. However, the Lich King holding the phantom can also cast spells in the sword form. I saw a black magic wave suddenly flashing on the Lich King, and then several bone spears suddenly appeared on the ground. Although Shui Nai had tried his best to dodge, the bone spears seemed to grow. As long as he retreated, new bone spears would be generated immediately. Just after taking 2 steps back, Shui Nai was immediately stabbed by the phantom that had transformed into a spear. Fortunately, the current Lich King no longer had much energy to waste on this artifact. Otherwise, if he was attacked by an energy-transformed spear like in the previous battle, Shui Nai would have died even if he was rubbed. However, the negative state that followed made Shui Nai feel a little uncomfortable. After hurriedly stepping back a few steps to let the bone spear on the ground pass, he immediately used the mage killer to hit a series of wind blades, and at the same time, he sprinkled a handful of high-level holy stone powder with his left hand. The Lich King who followed closely was immediately burned in the eyes by the blessed holy stone powder, and a series of inky black rotten smoke continued to emerge from the wound. Even the dark shield began to emit bursts of black smoke and made a squeaking sound. Ah! The pain that almost burned his soul made the Lich King scream in a way that was not human. Chapter 718 Bloody Battle in Hulu Valley Part 2. However, with this scream, Shui Nai's left shoulder was pierced by a sharp spear and thrown out by the Lich King. This time, Shui Nai's health value was directly knocked down by 90%, and it was also dropping madly with the large amount of blood pouring out. At this time, Qun Lixu's healing magic quickly locked onto Shui Nai's body according to the prediction. However, Qun Lixu's healing ability was not enough to deal with such a huge wound, and could only save Shui Nai from dying from blood loss. Such a short time was enough for Shui Nai to activate the light of life. I saw that his body was soon surrounded by a ball of green energy, and then the wounds on his body were healing rapidly. Moreover, Shui Nai, who was still in midair, did not stop. Seeing that the Lich King's eyes had been burned blind, he directly pointed the ring of life at the Lich King and sent him a light of life. Roar! The Lich King screamed again. Although the Dark Shield wanted to block the light of life could directly act on the Lich King through its connection with the Lich King. The Lich King, who had been almost invincible just now, suffered a lot in the hands of Shui Nai. It must be said that retribution sometimes comes very quickly. Although the strong life energy of the light of life is not as fierce as the energy of the holy light, which is the opposite energy, it is much stronger than the holy light energy in terms of durability. I saw that this extremely rich life energy was constantly trying to correct the distorted life energy on the Lich King, but this distorted life energy was the Lich King's original energy. This correction was naturally extremely painful. Seeing that the Lich King lost nearly 30,000 health points in the light of life, Shui Nai also knew the upper limit of the ability of the light of life. As the old wizard activated the layout of the entire Hulu Valley began to slowly turn grey. In this grey space, the casting of magic began to become slow and difficult. The higher the level of magic, the more likely it was to have problems and be interrupted. Although low-level magic also had some effects, they were not too clear. For this kind of change, low-level mages like Mina were naturally not qualified to feel it, but high-level mages like the Lich King could clearly feel the changes in their bodies. The magic power that had just been accumulated could not be used for advanced magic. In this case, the Lich King was naturally anxious and angry. Just now, they had been unwilling to use too much magic power, and naturally wanted to end this ridiculous battle with a big move, but in the end, this seemingly ordinary valley dispelled this idea. Although Shui Nai was not very clear about the problem, when he saw the Lich King rushing towards the old wizard, he immediately wanted to stop him. Even if the Lich King had no eyes, he could still see things, but he could not see more carefully. So, Shui Nai's knife directly chopped the back of the Lich King's shoulder, and as for the Dark Shield, it reacted a step slower. The attacked Lich King immediately fought back in anger, and for a while the knife and sword were intertwined again. And the thief was not having a good time either. Although their Lich King did not have a divine weapon, they did not have Shui Nai's mage killer, nor did they have top-grade protective gear such as the Wrath Shield. Their attacks, when hitting him, could only barely knock off a little bit of his health, but the Lich King's magic counterattack, no matter how low the level was not something they could withstand. Moreover, these low-level skills were difficult to interrupt. Even if Dao Yiyu used the Shadow Clone, he could only control it slightly with speed. Dao Yiyu and Yu Yingqing Chen's daggers both slashed at him. Although Buletin Yi's defense was the worst among all the protective gear, this only happened when they were at the same level. The equipment on the Lich King was made of extremely high-grade materials, and weapons like Dao Yiyu Dao's current level could only cause a little damage. However, the lowest damage was still damage, and the life recovery rate of the undead clan was low. If they were really tossed around like this, I'm afraid there would be a chance to grind the Lich King to death. However, just when Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu were thinking about this trick, the Lich King who was fighting with Shui Nai suddenly took a step back, not only avoiding a wind blade, but also standing in the middle of the Hulu Valley. The two valleys of Hulu Valley are relatively standard circles, and only the place where the two valleys are connected is a narrow passage of more than 10 meters. And it is this circular terrain that the old wizard is interested in. However, when he saw the Lich King suddenly standing in the center of the first valley, he immediately became alert. "Old man, don't underestimate us." Although the magic power he just condensed could not use high-level magic, it was no problem to use other things. The black long sword in the Lich King's hand began to flash with grey-black light, and the sword body was also stretched a lot because of energy. "Be careful!" Shui Nai shouted immediately, and then swung the wizard killer and rushed over. He couldn't let the Lich King's attack succeed, otherwise, there would definitely be more than 1 or 2 people killed. However, Shui Nai underestimated the power of this artifact. Originally, he thought that it would take some time for the energy to turn into energy, but when he ran less than 3 steps, the black sword had already extended in front of him and chopped down on his head. Shui Nai saw the growing black energy sword, and instinctively raised the mage killer in his hand to block it. To be honest, only artifacts can fight against artifacts. Even the best protective gear such as the Wraith Shield will crack in front of the Phantom with one sword. Shui Nai's reaction was already extremely fast, but the Phantom after energy was not something Shui Nai could resist now. The moment he came into contact with the black sword, Shui Nai immediately found that the mage killer in his hand was like blocking a mountain. He couldn't even resist it for a moment, and the mage killer was suppressed. The black energy sword was powerful and heavy, and with Shui Nai's fast speed, there was no time to dodge. With a ding-dong sound, Shui Nai's right arm fell to the ground with the mage killer. Shui Nai. Seeing this, Tai Feng immediately threw the giant axe in his hand. The huge iron axe, with a gust of evil wind, hit the Lich King hard. Although it was blocked by the dark shield, this huge force was no longer something that the dark shield could offset. As a result, the Lich King staggered, and the energy sword in his hand directly cut a bloody wound on the back of Shui Nai, who was rolling, but it resolved the sword that cut him in half. Seeing that Shui Nai was not dead, the Lich King did not care anymore. He only saw him holding the Phantom tightly with both hands, and then the whole person held the Phantom flat and rotated, and the Phantom was also pulled out of a huge arc. On the other side, the Lich King suddenly turned into a ball of black gas, and the energy sword slashed on it but could not hurt him. The old wizard's formation was at the entrance of Hulu Valley, but the nearly 10-meter-long dark sword of the Lich King could already cover that place, not to mention other places. Retreat. As soon as Dao Yudao saw this, a clone immediately ran to Poxio, grabbed him, and rushed to the narrow. On the old wizard's side, although Shui Nai had already gone to that side, the speed of the black energy sword was even faster, and soon he was slashing towards the old wizard. At this moment, Tai Feng suddenly pushed the old wizard down, but his reaction was a step slower, and the sword slashed across his chest, and his 12,000 health points were directly emptied. When the energy sword in the Lich King's hand ran out of energy, the entire Hulu Valley had been destroyed by this sword. However, fortunately, the Lich King's power was not enough to accurately attack the target, otherwise Shui Nai on the ground would have been cut into several pieces. Haha! Old man, you want to fight me with these little mice, don't you think it's a bit early to dream? The Lich King looked at the metal stick that was cut into 4 pieces. The moment the metal stick broke, he felt that the oppression of the valley was slowly disappearing. Haha, how is this possible? Although this sword killed Tai Feng and Qun Lixu, the old wizard smiled at the Lich King. How could we be absent to deal with you? At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind the Lich King holding the artifact. It's you. The Lich King, who had already heard the identity of the person from the voice, could not move his neck. Today, it's time to settle the grudge between you and me, otherwise my master will die with regrets. Gran said as he raised his hand and slashed the dagger. The blade light of the dagger kept flashing, but the Lich King did not move or counterattack at all. Gran's attack power was amazingly high. Every time he slashed, even through the dark shield, he could stab out thousands of points of damage. Of course, this was because the dark shield lost energy and became weak, but more importantly, his attack was too high. Unseal the Wind Chapter. Seeing that the 2 Lich Kings were controlled by Gran and Blackwind respectively, the old wizard immediately asked Shui Na to take action. I saw Shui Nai take out the blue seal crystal from her backpack, and then she poured a lot of magic power into it, not even paying attention to her own injuries. Crack, crack. As Shui Nai's magic power poured in, the seal crystal began to soften, and it emitted a strong blue light, wrapping Shui Nai's body. When the Wind Chapter fell into Shui Nai's hands, he put it away directly, and came to the side of the Lich King, intending to reach out for the dark shield that had been floating around him. Get out! Just as Shui Nai touched the dark shield, the little black air on the Lich King's body surged, and the color became darker and darker. After a bang, Shui Nai was kicked away by Gran, but the dark shield in his hand flew away with him. Chapter 719 Seal. After Shui Nai saw the dark shield wrapped in the wind seal power in his hand, he immediately turned around and ran back. The furious Lich King, after a brief outburst, actually came back to his senses from Gran's stun. At the same time, the phantom in his hand turned into a spear in an instant, and stabbed back, forcing Gran away. After forcing Gran away, the Lich King immediately rushed towards Shui Nai. However, Shui Nai's speed was basically beyond the Lich King's imagination, and Shui Nai quickly left the Lich King behind. However, the Lich King saw that he could not keep up, so he turned around and went to the old wizard. The old wizard, who was already standing in the core position again, saw the Lich King with a raging black aura rushing towards him before he inserted the backup metal stick. The old wizard cursed inwardly, and took his old legs, intending to avoid it first to delay a little time. And Gran did not disappoint the old wizard. When he saw the Lich King rushing towards the old wizard, he immediately rushed over from this side of the battle group. It turned out that Gran saw that Shui Na had succeeded, so he decided to let the Lich King deal with the mage who was not as skilled as a thief, and he would help Haifeng and the others to get rid of the Lich King on the other side first. However, although this calculation was beautiful, it was not very realistic. After stabbing a few times, they found that the old mage was in danger. After finally intercepting the Lich King, Gran immediately stabbed a few times to force the Lich King away. The Lich King, who had lost the dark shield, had an extra layer of black, crystal-like jade bone armor on his body. Looking at the grey light flowing on it, it was obvious that this was a physical high-level defensive magic. However, Gran did not see this magic on the Lich King on the other side. So, this should be a very high-level magic in the Book of the Dead. However, no matter how advanced the defensive magic is, there will always be a time when the energy is exhausted or broken, so Gran did not give up, and each slash was more ruthless than the last. The Lich King, who had lost the dark shield, did not dare to fight him hidden. He could only rely on his restored magic to fight Gran bit by bit. Although the forbidden magic space on the other side had been broken, there were other things in this valley that restricted his strength, such as flying and teleportation. In this valley, the most powerful abilities of the wizard were taken away. Ah! At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the other side of the battle group. The Lich King on that side had been beheaded by Haifeng. It turned out that although it was only a short moment under Gran's rapid attack just now, for a saint-level strongman, this moment can do a lot of things. The Lich King stabbed by Gran basically couldn't resist the desperate fighting style of Haifeng and Dao Yudao. As a result, after paying the price of Dao Yudao's 2 clones, the Lich King was beheaded by Haifeng. Retreat. After Haifeng kicked the Lich King's body and head into the corner, he picked up Dao Yudao, whose feet were pierced by the bone spear, and ran to the other side. Yu Yingqingchen pulled Poxio and ran over, but was a step slower. The beheaded body of the Lich King in the distance suddenly turned into a black smoke, and the soul of the Lich King was wrapped in this black smoke. Want to run? The Lich King in the soul state immediately locked onto Dawn not far away. Among these people, Dawn was the weakest and the most likely to be possessed by him. The Lich King, who completely transformed his body into dark energy, quickly rushed behind Dawn by consuming this energy. After that, Dawn's body shook, and he lost his balance while running fast, and fell heavily to the ground. A damage of nearly 500 points appeared on his weak body. Dawn. Shui Na, who had sneaked and temporarily treated the injury, called him immediately. From the current team panel, Dawn's name was constantly flashing, and the speed of the flashing was getting faster and faster. It seems that they are fighting for the user of that body at the soul level. However, Dawn did not reply to Shui Na at all, as if he could not hear it at all. Seeing his constantly shaking and twitching body, Shui Na didn't know what to do. But at this time, the other side also had a problem. As soon as the Lich King on that side died, the Lich King on this side suddenly reacted, and actually let out a heart-wrenching howl, and the whole person's strength seemed to have decreased a lot. Seeing this, Gran immediately took ruthless action, chopping off the finger holding the phantom with a knife, and let the phantom fall to the ground. With a puff, Gran took the opportunity to pierce the bone armor with a dagger inlaid with holy stones, and fiercely inserted it into his chest, and at the same time another dagger was inserted into his spine. "Old man!" Gran shouted, and then pulled the dagger inserted into the spine, and actually cut off the Lich King's spine. Ah! In the Lich King's scream, the old wizard suddenly chanted, and as the chanting continued, golden lines appeared on his skin, and the magic circle on the ground also emerged from the ground at this time and came into contact with the old wizard's feet. The Lich King, whose spine was cut off, felt that he suddenly lost control of his body. When he looked down, he saw that his body was being pressed to the ground by the thief, and several special silver-white daggers were inserted around his body. "Am I dead?" The Lich King looked at his body, which was actually transparent. "This is impossible, my soul can't leave my body like this. The Lich King immediately thought of this. As a master of the soul system, he asked himself that the connection between his soul and body was stronger than most of the saint-level strong men. He looked back and saw that it was the old man who was making trouble again. Seeing the posture of this old man, he actually wanted to absorb his soul. Seeing this, the Lich King laughed in his heart. Because he saw that he was holding the artifact phantom in his hand, and the body was wrapped in the holy book of the dead. These artifacts that have recognized their masters, as long as their souls are immortal, then no one can take away the right to use these artifacts from their hands. However, even if he didn't have a divine weapon to protect his body, this dying old man couldn't absorb his soul. As long as he wanted, he could completely crush the soul of this weak old man in an instant. The only trouble now is that if he is really forced to take over the body of this old man, he will not be able to take over the body again in a short time, which is bound to lead to unpredictable situations. However, in the next moment, his thoughts changed, because he saw a stream of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of the old man's mouth. For a mage, if he casts magic that far exceeds his body's tolerance, vomiting blood is the lightest. However, the blood that flowed from this old man made the Lich King feel terrified. Because the color of this blood is a strange golden color. The Lich King knows that this golden blood can only be possessed by one kind of creature in this world, and that is the creature that has stepped into the realm of God. This old man is a god-level wizard. This was the only thought that the Lich King had when he saw the golden blood. For a moment, the Lich King suddenly thought of true death. So he began struggling hard, to counter the old wizard's spell. So, the wrestling of spells and souls between the old wizard and the Lich King came to a standstill, and it depended on who could not hold on first. At the same time, the body of Dawn on the other side suddenly stopped shaking, but Shui Na found that Dawn's name turned grey, but not the kind of dead grey. Shui Na, protect the old wizard, the Lich King has controlled my body, and he wants to kill him. Dawn suddenly shouted, but his body was slowly pulling up the longbow in his hand, and the arrow pointed to the old wizard who was chanting the ancient spell in the distance. What? Seeing this, Shui Na immediately rushed to the old wizard, holding the shield with one hand, and blocked the arrow that could definitely kill the old wizard. However, at this time, the old wizard shouted in horror. Get out of the way! But it was too late. The Lich King holding the artifact phantom suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Shui Na, who was right in front of him. Seeing the Lich King suddenly rushing towards him with a gun, Shui Na instinctively raised his only left hand and stood motionless between the old wizard and the Lich King. To be honest, if there was no one behind Shui Na, he would have run away if he saw the Lich King was about to attack, but now there was the old wizard who was weak and vulnerable behind him. He couldn't just run away, otherwise his conscience would not be at peace. Shui Na was very convincing about the power of the Dark Dragon Phantom. The injuries he suffered were all given by this artifact. He absolutely did not believe that the old wizard could block the attack of this artifact. However, what Shui Na did not know was that the artifact phantom was also in the state of soul, and it did not have much lethality to the body. However, in this state, the lethality of the phantom to the soul is even greater. Damn it! Seeing that Mina actually stood there without dodging, the old wizard was very moved, but this made him even more angry, and he didn't hesitate to scold Mina for her mess. However, Mina ignored it, but held the shield tighter. With a ding sound, when the tip of the gun collided with the ghost shield, Mina found that another self suddenly appeared in front of her. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that her soul was pulled out. This is... Mina looked down and found that her soul and a part below her waist were connected to her body, and when she looked down again, she found that there was an extra gun hole in the center of the ghost shield. No! The old wizard suddenly shouted, and then ran to Mina, and grabbed Mina's left hand with his bloody hands. Waves of golden light continued to flow into Mina's left hand, wrapping up her entire left hand and the ghost shield. Chapter 720 The Missing Dark Artifact. In the Battle of Hulu Valley, the two Lich Kings ended up with one being sealed and the other failing to take over another body and dying. However, the seal was not on the old wizard, but on Qin Hao's body. It turned out that at the last moment, the old wizard suddenly transferred the sealing magic circle on his body to Qin Hao's body, not only preventing the Lich King from taking over another body, but also successfully sealing the Lich King. Afterwards, according to the old wizard's preliminary estimate, it turned out that the success of the sealing magic circle was entirely due to the resentful spirit absorption effect of the wrathful spirit shield. As a legendary equipment that absorbs resentful spirits to enhance its own energy, the wrathful spirit shield itself has the effect of suppressing souls, otherwise it would not be able to take the resentful spirits for its own use. And it was this effect that severely suppressed the soul of the Lich King, not only slowing down its speed of taking over another body, allowing the old wizard to sometimes transfer the sealing magic circle, but also making the soul of the Lich King, which originally had little energy, even weaker. It was these two factors that prevented the Lich King from taking away Qin Hao's body. Instead, he was sealed in Qin Hao's left hand and became a part of Qin Hao's body. As for Dawn, it turned out that there could not be any mistakes in the process of taking over the body, otherwise the process would have to be repeated at best, or the soul would be swallowed up by the soul of the original body. The soul of the Lich King who occupied Dawn, in order to help the other Lich King escape the control of the old wizard, interrupted the originally smooth taking over and directly controlled Dawn's body. However, this method of not destroying Dawn's soul first and then controlling the body made him constantly consume energy to obtain the right to use Dawn's body. Afterwards, in a hurry, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly sprinkled a few handfuls of holy stone powder, which actually consumed most of the energy of his soul. In the end, he was counterattacked by Dawn's soul and became a part of its soul. Old man, you are too mean. This plan is full of loopholes. And you acted without our consent. This is not what a teacher should do. After the Lich King's problem was completely solved, the group immediately relaxed. People like Qin Hao, the old wizard, and He Feng, who were seriously injured, had already fallen to the ground. What do you mean by full of loopholes? This plan has 5% chance of 50%, 50%, on the battlefield, 50% can already trigger a war of the century? The old wizard yelled at his apprentice with a red face, he couldn't stand Qin Hao's care. 50%? When you told me, didn't you say 80%, why did you say it's 50% now? Gran, who was exploring the corpse of the Lich King, suddenly interrupted at this time. This is the new data I got, after all, I underestimated the Lich King before. When the old wizard said this, it was a little unnatural. Humph, you are clearly committing suicide. If it weren't for my wrathful shield that worked at the last moment, we would be finished. Qin Hao heard this and found that the old wizard actually used lies to trick Gran into being an accomplice, and he couldn't help but get angry. This is a war. Do you understand? Boy, war has always been like this. You can't be merciful to your enemies or yourself. Although the old wizard roared loudly, he was a little lacking in confidence, otherwise he wouldn't have roared so loudly. Qin Hao, who heard this, just sat quietly on the fountain of life and stopped talking. In this situation where basically everyone was injured, Qin Hao's fountain of life was the most marketable. Old man, don't deceive yourself. If you want to cry, just cry. Who will laugh at you? Gran didn't sympathize with the old wizard's feelings at all. For losing 2 disciples in a battle, everyone knew that this was not an easy thing. It's okay, I'm hundreds of years old, what haven't I seen? Although the old wizard said so, his tone was a little choked. However, at this moment, a slight ripple suddenly appeared in the space in front of them, and then a dark space crack suddenly appeared. After seeing the space ripples, Gran and He Feng stood up almost instantly, but they only stood up. Seeing their big reaction, Dao Yiyu Dao also stood up with some doubts and ran to them. Boy, let me tell you now, your master, that is, our master, as the king of thieves, has 2 sets of ultimate suits. Unfortunately, 2 traitors appeared in our sect and took away the core parts of these 2 suits. Gran stared at the growing space crack with his eyes, and his tone was murderous. However, fortunately, you have helped us get back the core of 1 set of suits, and the other set is behind this space crack. You must remember to get it back for us in the future. This is our final test for you. Ultimate suit? Though Dao Yiyu Dao was in high spirits, he had seen this space crack before and knew something about the owner. However, he didn't know that this person was his uncle. While Gran was talking to himself, the space crack that had expanded to the extreme suddenly spit out several people. Bishop Ivan, and Yan Xin, this is Elder Ron. Qin Hao called out immediately when he saw this. After that, this space crack spit out several people in succession, and then slowly disappeared. At the moment when this space crack disappeared, Qin Hao found Nabi's lonely back. Saving people is important. The old wizard suddenly shouted, and then ran over in a hurry, while Gran and He Feng looked at the place where the space crack disappeared and became dazed. Master, why are you still standing there? Dao Yudao turned around and woke up his two masters. The old wizard first checked Ivan's injuries. Although he sighed after seeing it, his expression was relaxed. Ivan is not in danger of life, but the magic power in his body. Ivan, whose source of magic power has been completely destroyed, can no longer use magic. From now on, he can only be an ordinary old man. At least he's still alive, isn't he? Gran suddenly came to the old wizard and said with some emotion. Among the people sent by the space crack, except for Ivan and Yangzhen who were barely alive, the rest were dead. Among them, Elder Ron had a piece of bone stuck in his chest. It was this bone spear that pierced his heart. After dealing with the wounded and the dead sent by MB, Dao Yudao immediately asked about MB. After Hefeng's explanation, it turned out that their master had accepted 7 apprentices in his life, and the original feelings of these 7 brothers were very deep. But later, because the woman that MB loved was killed, he was angry for a while and stole the secret treasure of the master, the space dagger, intending to take revenge, but failed in the end. However, not long after MB rebelled, the youngest apprentice suddenly fell into darkness, and assassinated his master together with the Lich King, and finally robbed another secret treasure, the magic shadow ring. The space dagger and the magic shadow ring are the 2 core components of his master's ultimate suit. No wonder you had that reaction when you saw the magic shadow ring. But why don't you do it yourself? I can't beat MB. Dao Yudao said with some dissatisfaction. Just now, Gran was waiting for in front of MB, he asked me to snatch his space dagger. Isn't this increasing my difficulty? Tisk, we are all old and can't afford to toss. Hefeng rarely joked. To be honest, when he saw that MB did not fall into darkness completely, he was really happy in his heart. After all, the feelings of so many years are not so easy to erase. You. Dao Yudao was choked by this sentence. On the other side. By the way, teacher, these 2 things on us are not dangerous. After seeing that everything was almost dealt with, Qin Hao, who had been thinking with Poxio for a long time, pointed to the black magic circle engraving on the back of his left hand with some doubts, and there was also an engraving on Poxio's chest, but it was a white skull. These are all things left after the Lich King failed to seize the body. His is not dangerous, but yours is hard to say. The old wizard first pointed to Poxio's skull engraving, and then stared at Qin Hao's magic circle for a few more times. Can you be more specific? Qin Hao's face looked a little ugly. If you want to be more specific, then you have to talk about the historical origin of this magic circle. This is a magic circle that is said to be able to seal the gods, but no one has succeeded. But it should be no problem to seal the Lich King. However, if it is sealed in my body, there is no problem at all. Because I have been cursed by the gods, this body of mine can imprison all the souls that enter this body until the souls in it and this body become nothingness together. And now, this magic circle is transferred to your body, theoretically it can support it for decades. Ah, decades. Qin Hao relaxed when he heard this. He is a player, even if the time in this world is accelerated 10 times, there are still several years, so he doesn't care, but when he thinks that he must part with these spiritual and sexual NPCs in the future, he feels a little touched. Well, a few decades, but you have gained a lot of benefits now. Although the soul of the Lich King is sealed, his power is still there, and you can now use his dark power. And you are the same, you now have the bone talent and can use some bone magic. You have picked up a treasure. The old wizard said with some envy. Really? Qin Hao and Poxio shouted immediately. At first, they were a little worried after seeing these 2 things that were obviously from the dark camp. And there was no other explanation for these 2 engravings except the names, which made them even more worried. Of course, but this still requires a few small rituals, otherwise there is no way to activate them, and you should know the preparations. The old wizard looked at Qin Hao and Poxio with some ill intentions, and his greedy eyes had narrowed. Ahem. Sorry to disturb your good time. I have a bad news to tell you, the 3 dark artifacts are missing. Gran said a little gloomily, destroying the atmosphere here in an instant. Chapter 721 Dark Seal. Are you sure? The old wizard looked around immediately after hearing Gran's words. Well, it's really gone. Whether it's the dark shield that should be placed outside, or the phantom and the book of the dead inside, they have all disappeared. But the things on the 2 Lich Kings are still there. Gran said while putting out the things he had just looted. Just now, did anyone see it? The old wizard asked the people around. But just now, it seemed that no one of them paid attention to this problem. Old man, doesn't this artifact automatically choose a master? Did it fly away by itself? Gran asked the old wizard. That's not the case. The meaning of choosing a master is that they will choose a strong person as their master. But if no one gives them strength, they are dead things and it is impossible for them to leave here. Then will the Lich King send this artifact away at the last minute? The Lich King should not be so cheap for us. Shui Na also put forward his own opinion, but even if he said so, he could not relieve the increasingly heavy atmosphere. That makes sense. The old wizard saw that the atmosphere was a bit problematic, so he took over the conversation. So what should we do with the body of the Lich King now? Just throw it here. Dao Yu Dao pointed to the body of the Lich King still lying inside. Leaving this thing here always makes people feel uneasy. Although there are daggers inserted into the joints of the corpse now, the pressure from the Lich King before was too great, and now they are afraid that the Lich King will suddenly resurrect. However, if Gran hadn't sealed the corpse with the special dagger at the last moment and weakened the energy of the Lich King's soul, otherwise the result of this battle would really have many variables. No, leave it to the people of the church to deal with. If we don't handle it well, it will pollute the environment. Gran replied, and then suddenly looked up at the sky. Hey, this is... When Dao Yu Dao also looked up, he found that in the distance of the sky, there was a figure heading towards as the dragon approached. It looked like a huge flying creature from its size. It's a dragon. You probably haven't seen one before, have you? Gran laughed. Tisk, I've seen it before. Dao Yu Dao recalled the introduction on the official website in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. As the green wind dragon came over at the speed of a storm, the entire Hulu Valley was almost covered by its figure. Foul, we're done here. If we had known, we would have gone after that guy. The dragon took a look at the situation in the valley and suddenly spoke. However, the sound wave that almost deafened people's ears frightened Shui Nai and Dao Yu Dao and other players. They had seen the dragon clan, but they had never experienced it in person. Just now, they were all shocked by the huge body. Who knew that his words would be a sound wave? Looking at the ground that was almost brushed by the strong wind, the fine sand and dust on it had been blown away by the sound wave. Hey, keep your voice down, don't make my ears deaf. The old wizard protested immediately. Let's talk about this later. The church people are coming. We have to go. Foul, who was still standing on the dragon's back, jumped down directly from the dragon's back of more than 10 meters, pulled the old wizard up and went up. It turned out that the appearance of the wind dragon made the surviving strong men on the other side interested in coming over to take a look. We want to go up too. Dao Yu Dao asked. He remembered that the official website introduced that the dragon clan was an extremely arrogant race. He didn't know if he would be slapped to death if he went up. Come up, anyway, I have to go back. The giant dragon seemed to be easy to talk to, and actually invited directly. Really? Then I won't be polite. Dao Yu Dao climbed up as soon as he heard that he could go up. Poxio, pull me. Shui Na saw Yu Ying Ching Chen also went up, so he pulled Poxio and flew up directly. As for Xiaoyu, she stayed with Gran and the others to make the handover with the Elf Empire. Be careful. Shui Nai just left the ground and warned Xiaoyu. You too. Old man, is this your apprentice? When the wind dragon saw the green airflow on Shui Nai, the huge head turned behind him and stared at the old wizard, but this time the voice was much lower. Yes, I have to have someone to inherit my mantle. The old wizard naturally knew that the wind dragon wanted to ask him about the dragon ball, but he didn't want to say more. Humph. Feng Yi hummed without comment, but it seemed that it didn't like the power of the dragon clan to fall into the bodies of other races. Hey, brother, now you are the same as us. Dao Yu Dao sat steadily on the dragon's back, looking at the dawn being pulled up by Shui Nai. With his current bone talent, if he was discovered by those crazy people in the Holy Light Church, haha, he would be directly blacklisted and hunted all over the world. Dao Yu Dao is now the most qualified to speak on some matters of the Holy Light Church. After all, he has been hunted down by people on the side of the human empire for a month or so, and he already knows everything he can know. It doesn't matter. My family is in the Elf Empire. I just don't know if this bone talent is useful. If it is useless, I will be disappointed. Don't be disappointed. Your bone talent is a good thing. At this time, the old mage suddenly walked to the side of these players. At this time, the wind dragon also began to take off. Shui Nai saw that the old mage was a little unstable, so he immediately grabbed him. He just lost an arm, so he was not used to this balance. Sit down, the wind dragon's flight is very stable, but it is a little shaky when taking off. The old mage sat down with the help of Shui Nai, and then looked at the injuries on Fowl's body. Okay, before I help you activate this imprint, I have to tell you a bad news, that is, the Lich King is not dead yet. The old mage looked at the three people who were already stunned. It turned out that when Far went to ask the Wind Dragon clan for help, he actually encountered a ghost dragon on the way. After tracking it, he found that there was actually another Lich King outside. After that, they chased and fled, and ended up delaying until now. What's going on? Aren't we? Dao Yiyu Dao asked immediately. In their plan, the number of Lich Kings seemed to be only these few. How come another Lich King popped up now? I have a copy of the Lich King's experimental data here. It is about the experiment of the Fountain of Darkness and the Dark Clone. The use of the Fountain of Darkness can accelerate the fusion speed of the Dark Clone. Elder King Gui was assimilated in this way. The old wizard said while taking out the space ring that Gran had just given him. In this space ring, there are all the things looted from the two Lich Kings just now. I'll give you this ring. I won't need it anyway, so you can use it to increase your own strength. The old wizard placed the ring in front of them, and then he dug out some dark materials from somewhere, mainly some unknown bones and some dark gems. Now, I will help you activate your own imprints, so that you can strengthen your strength. I put my hope on you young people. Old men like me can no longer participate in such things in the future. The old wizard, who had exhausted the last bit of magic power, was really no longer qualified to participate in such battles, otherwise he would only be a burden. Okay, we will always work hard. Although Dao Yiyu Dao did not receive the prompt of this task, he knew that this was because their level had not reached the minimum level of the task. That's good. The old wizard nodded with relief, and then began to activate them for the two of them. The old wizard's activation method was very primitive and violent, which was to directly inject the corresponding energy into the imprint, so that when the energy inside reached a certain level, it would become part of their energy system. Although this method made Shui Na and Po Xiao miserable, it was very effective without knowing the real method of use. After Shui Na absorbed the energy of nearly 10 dark gems in a row, his dark imprint was also initially activated. Special Mark, Dark Mark. Level, 1. Growth, 0100. Mark Description, this is a mark that seals the soul energy of the Lich King. After being integrated with the player Fanfiction, Magic Apprentice, it becomes its special mark. Mark Effect, gives the player Fanfiction, Magic Apprentice, the ability to learn dark magic, and increases the skill position by 3x mark level, for dark magic only, and gives the player Fanfiction, Magic Apprentice, Dark Constitution. Note, special marks have the ability to grow. The higher the level, the stronger the effect and the more functions. The introduction of this mark is very simple, but Mina feels that this ability can only be described as powerful. Adding 30 to the original skill position means that Mina may learn more magic. Although this dark magic does not include the magic of the undead, it cannot be underestimated. Especially those magics that increase negative states, this is a good helper. As for the dark constitution, this is even more useful. All the dark states acting on him will be weakened by this constitution, and some can be ignored directly. For example, the curse energy on the Wraith Shield can no longer affect Shui Na under the effect of this dark constitution. Moreover, this dark constitution also gives Shui Na the ability to enter and exit the dark camp freely. As long as his true camp is not exposed, he will not be affected even if he lives in the dark camp. The only drawback is that this will lead to the direct elimination of the Holy Light Church. But Shui Na has already fallen out with some people in the Holy Light Church, so Shui Na also ignored this problem. However, there is a question he has to ask clearly. Teacher, if I let this dark mark grow, will the Lich King inside? Don't worry, you can use his energy to do good things. Anyway, the stronger the energy of this mark, the longer the seal will last. So, hee. Chapter 722 Strong Bones Talent. After getting this affirmative answer, Shui Na can be said to be at ease. Dawn, what is the effect of yours? Is it useful? Mina asked in the team chat. Since Dawn's bone talent was left after the Lich King lost most of his energy, this bone talent seems not very strong. Although it is not as good as your dark mark, it can complement my profession and is very suitable. After Dawn finished speaking, he put the attributes of the bone talent in the team chat. Special mark, bone talent. Level, 1. Growth, 0100. Mark description, this is a special mark formed by the cooperation of the player Dawn with the energy left by the Lich King after the failure of the body possession. Mark effect, give the player Dawn the ability to learn a series of undead magic, undead summoning system or undead attack system or undead curse system. After selecting, passively obtain the magic of the corresponding system, and at the same time give the player Dawn the bone spirit physique. Note, special marks have the ability to grow. The higher the level, the stronger the effect and the more functions. Mina carefully looked at the attributes of the bone talent. Mina knew the 3 major undead magics very well, and also knew what Poxio meant by complementarity. If Poxio chose the undead summoning system, he would have the ability to summon the undead, which would make him an expert in outdoor survival. Choose the undead summoning system immediately, that's good. Mina immediately reminded Poxio. Although Poxio's bone talent was somewhat deficient and he could not learn magic on his own. However, the magic produced by this bone talent does not occupy a skill position, which is also a compensation. Okay, I'll choose now. In fact, Poxio naturally knew the benefits of the undead summoning system, but each of the 3 major systems had its own characteristics, and he wanted to see other people's reactions. Because only in this way can a group of reals team. However, he did not expect that for Shuinai and Dao Yiyu Dao, as long as their teammates could survive, they did not need any cooperation at all, because their own development was not suitable for the team route at all. Hey, after choosing, my spirit value increased by 300 points, and my body's defense ability also increased by 30%. Just when Po Xiao decided to choose the undead summoning system, this bone talent was truly integrated into Po Xiao's body, but it brought a lot of changes. I saw that Po Xiao's height suddenly jumped up by nearly 10 centimeters, and he increased a lot out of thin air. At the same time, his bones seemed to become thicker, and his muscles seemed to be suddenly inflated, and became a lot stronger. Looking at this Po Xiao, who was originally a pure boy, he turned into a muscular uncle in an instant, which made Yu Yingqing Chen stunned. No way! Dao Yiyu Dao on the side almost burst his eyes, and the envy in his eyes made Dao Yiyu Dao feel a little cold. Haha, didn't you get the mission of the ultimate suit? A suit, and 2 sets at that. Maybe those suits can be as good as a whole set of artifacts. Shuinai had to guide Dao Yiyu Dao in this way. After all, in this mission, he seemed to have no substantial benefits except for the 5-level upgrade. This 5-level upgrade was just the experience gained when killing and sealing the Lich King. However, since the sealing mission did not solve all the Lich Kings at the beginning, this mission was considered a failure. I just don't know if the system will give them some labor fees. However, they also think it is unlikely. Now it depends on whether the people on the side of the Elf Empire have any expression. By the way, this ring. Dao Yiyu Dao found that Shuinai was still holding the space ring of the Lich King, and immediately asked him to see what was inside. As soon as he saw this, he immediately gave the ring to Dao Yiyu Dao for inspection, while Po Xiao was checking the other effects of the white bone talent. Poxio picked up the bones left by the old wizard, and then he sang in a low voice, and a grey arrow of death energy shot at the bones, and quickly wrapped them up. After that, the death energy suddenly began to stretch wildly, and slowly turned into a human-shaped air mass. When all the death energy disappeared, a white skeleton soldier stood on the dragon's back. Roar! However, the wind dragon, who felt the evil death energy, suddenly turned back and roared, and the roaring air wave directly blew away the newly formed skeleton soldier. From his appearance, it seemed that this was just a warning. However, as an experiment, Poxio has already obtained relevant data. What's the matter? With such a big commotion, Mina and the others immediately asked. The first level bone talent comes with the magic of summoning skeleton soldiers, but this magic must have an available corpse before it can be used, otherwise it cannot be summoned. Poxio said with a headache. The magic given by this bone talent obviously has certain limitations. In the dark camp, all necromancers can summon undead out of thin air, but the existence time and strength of such undead are somewhat flawed. However, this is a very practical ability, but in the hands of this Dawn, it must have a skeletal corpse to summon. How many skeleton soldiers can be summoned? Dao Yiyu Dao asked immediately. The upper limit of the first level summoning space is 3, which means that 3 first level skeleton soldiers can be summoned. Dao Yiyu Dao took a look at the attributes of the bone talent that had completely changed its appearance and explained. 3. That's okay. What about the effect of the bone spirit physique? Shui Na asked about this ability immediately. The summoning magic level of the skeleton system increases by 10 levels, and all attributes of the summoned skeleton creatures increase by 50%, and there is a 10% chance that the summoned skeleton creatures will mutate. Damn, this is even more perverted than Lao Fan's dark physique. Dao Yiyu Dao still thinks that Dao Yiyu Dao's bone talent is much more useful. What is the enhanced effect of the 10th level skeleton soldiers? The summoning of skeleton soldiers is the magic of the undead system, and magic will be enhanced when it reaches level 10. The health value is enhanced, and the health value will be doubled, but the defensibility of this skeleton soldier is very poor, and the comprehensive defensibility against the fire system is directly negative 200%. It depends on what you use it for. Skeleton soldiers are not afraid of electricity. Sometimes, they are very useful. It's just too fragile, and the upgrade method of your special mark is not to accumulate experience by killing monsters. To be honest, if there are not enough resources, the effect of your 2 marks will be limited. Dao Yiyu Dao had to remind them. This, I have thought about it. At worst, I will go directly to the Undead Empire to see if I can collect some resources. Anyway, my current identity is very special. Shui Na had already thought of this. In terms of the growth value of his and Don's 2 marks, he must rely on absorbing dark gems, and the undead energy in some bones can only rise. However, in the Holy Light Camp, except for the dark gems, it is impossible to obtain these resources, but the bones with undead power are completely impossible. Because this kind of bones can only be produced by undead warlocks, even the bones that the old wizard took out just now were taken out of the Lich King's space ring. Then put this aside first, but, Don, you should practice this magic more diligently. If you can produce a few more mutated skeleton soldiers, it will be great. During this short air journey, although Shui Na and the others knew that the Lich King's matter was not over so soon, they all relaxed a little. In the evening of the game time, they landed outside the Wind City, and then Shui Na and several other players directly used the teleportation array to return to Silver Moon Village. Before leaving, the old wizard suddenly called Shui Na. I heard that the Earth chapter has been taken away. It seems that someone has obtained the qualification to inherit the Earth chapter. However, for safety reasons, I think you'd better take the Earth chapter back. I'm not familiar with the elves on the side of the Earth elves, so I won't go there. After you get the Wood chapter, go and take a look. Oh, by the way, if the Earth elves don't listen to advice, then there's no need to be polite. Just take action when it's time. Okay, I understand. So, Mina received the task of finding the Earth chapter. The 4 people who returned to Yunya's village immediately went to Xiaoyu and others to find out what happened next. After they left, Gran and others soon waited for people from the Elf Empire and the Holy Light Church. When they felt the arrangement in this valley, no one asked how the Lich King was killed. For Gran and Hefeng, the disciples of the Thief King, the older generation knew that these people were not easy to mess with. If they were angered, it would be more terrible than messing with an army. However, when they saw Yan Xian and Yvonne were still alive, except for Howard who looked a little bad, everyone else took out elixirs and treasures, intending to wake them up completely. When Gran saw that the body of the Lich King was completely purified, he left with Hefeng and threw all the remaining messes to others to deal with. In a small forest not far from the Hulu Valley, the bodies of more than a dozen players suddenly moved strangely, and then only one player suddenly cursed. Damn, don't let me see that dead old thief in the future, otherwise I... The newly resurrected Arrow God wanted to say this, but when he thought of Gran's unpredictable speed, he immediately withered. Let's go, who told us to be unlucky? Daoji Unwuking said very resignedly and single-mindedly. These people were originally planning to rob the artifact. Now they were killed. What else can they say? These people didn't even see the appearance of the thief, and they died all over the ground. If it weren't for the player system, they really didn't know how they died. Chapter 723 Lich King's Bone Dragon. When Shui Na and his group of 7 reunited in Silver Moon Village the next day, they went to attend Elder Ron's funeral with Elder Diana. Although the elves are noble and gorgeous in their behavior, their funerals are simple and a bit crude. Elder Ron is an old member of the Elven Empire Elder Council. Although his combat effectiveness is not conspicuous, his gentle character and long life make many young people willing to respect him as a teacher. Elder Ron's funeral was in the grove behind the village of Exoda. This grove was planted by him in the past 100 years. And being buried here was his wish before his death. As a person stationed in the Exoda mine for nearly 100 years, his greatest wish is to see his hometown no longer harmed by darkness. By the way, how did Ron die? Shuai asked the unscrupulous profiteer who was present at the time while walking. He also participated in the funeral of Elder Ron. The Lich King turned into Elder King Gui, and then. The unscrupulous profiteer's words were very concise, but they all understood the content. Well, let's go to see Elder Ron off. Shuai said, and took the lead to walk forward. Not many players can participate in this NPC funeral. In addition to Shuai and the others, there are only a few players who have friendship with Ron. However, outside, many players want to take the opportunity to come in and get some friendship points, but they are blocked by a group of guards. After passing a group of guards, Shuai and the others came to the place where Ron was going to be buried. Since Ron died under the dark magic, in order to prevent any blasphemy such as corpse transformation, his coffin was specially inlaid with holy stones. Moreover, the magic circles on the coffin can protect the coffin from external attacks and harm the body. All the people who participated in the funeral brought a flower, and these flowers will be and followed Ron to be buried below. This is the ritual of the elves, and only those with the best relationship are qualified to offer flowers. Although the funeral was simple, the atmosphere was very depressing, especially when listening to the eulogies. The crying of the elves who were familiar with Ron made people feel sad. However, fortunately, the funeral did not last too long. After Elder Ron was buried, except for a few disciples who were responsible for waiting for their teacher, the rest of the people left. It's not that they don't want to stay, but the Elf Empire, which has just been at war, has too many things to deal with. Come here, I want to know about Hulu Valley. Diana brought Shuai and others to one side of the woods, and the unscrupulous profiteer saw that there was nothing for him to do, so he took people to find the fragments of the resurrection stone. The battlefield that had experienced the baptism of the forbidden spell had become a scorched earth, and in the next few years, it might no longer be suitable for plant growth. The elemental influence of the forbidden spell is very far-reaching, and ordinary plants can basically not withstand the influence of this environment. So, the Lich King is not dead yet. The Lich King is still alive, but they learned about it later, so Xiaoyu couldn't tell it even if she knew it. Well, yes. But after reading that experimental data, the teacher came to a conclusion that this dark clone is not infinite. As long as the soul strength is below a certain level, this magic can no longer be used. Now he should be looking for a place to cultivate his soul. Shuai said while handing the Lich King's experimental data to Diana. This kind of thing is not needed by them, the players can only hand it in. Well, I understand. You have worked hard during this period. Diana said this after taking the information. After she said this, Shuai and the other 7 people immediately flashed with golden light. Haha, this is also a mission completed. Dao Yiyudao looked at the level that increased by 1 level with great surprise. Now he is already level 78, very close to level 80. And people like Breaking Dawn Taifeng, who are not high in level, have risen 2 levels in a row, and Shuai has also begun to catch up slowly from behind. To repay your kindness to the elves, you should accept these things. At the same time, I also hope that you can continue to work hard and completely eradicate the Lich King. Diana gave each of them a green fruit, but Shuai Poxio and the others knew that this was the fruit of immortality. Well, we will definitely avenge Elder Ron. Shuai and the others said in unison. That's good. Diana nodded, and then he looked at Shuai and said, you should also prepare more in the next 2 days. The matter of the wood chapter has been delayed for a long time. Understood, we know. Shuai responded and sent Elder Diana away. Let's go to Silver Moon Village first and divide the Lich King's things. At noon, we will enter the Exoda mine and participate in the encirclement and suppression operation. Shuai said as he walked towards the teleportation array. Due to the war, the opening of the dark mine area once a month has been postponed, and the current tentative time is today's noon. Okay, let's go divide the spoils first. Tai Feng said happily. For him, there is nothing more satisfying than dividing the spoils after defeating the boss. However, Dao Yiyudao, who had already seen the things in the space ring, curled his lips. There are not many things in the Lich King's space ring. The most valuable one is the pet space ring of the bone dragon. This bone dragon is the same as the violent evil poisonous spider in Shuai hand. They are all without intelligence, but this is a level 180 pet, and it is also a flying pet. This is an absolutely invincible pet at present. However, the equipment requirements of this ring, for now, only Shui Nai's left hand can be equipped, because only people in the dark camp can equip this ring. Bone Dragon. Tai Feng looked at the ring in Shui Nai's palm and drooled. Dragon pets are the most powerful pets in the minds of all players. Even a bone dragon without meat is much stronger than ordinary monsters, not to mention that the attack of this bone dragon is naturally poisonous and dark. However, since the battle yesterday, the combat power of this bone dragon has been weakened a lot. Not only has it lost its bloody dragon power, but its body is also covered with cracks. As for repairing this, CEE trademark OEAE, AE pound OEAE superscript 2 glida E pound AEOE and A degree, P. This thing is not easy to use. Once it is discovered by the dragons of the dragon clan, we will be in danger of death. Shui Nai interrupted Tai Feng's YY that was used to show off. Tai Feng could not see the situation in the pet space ring, so naturally he did not know the miserable situation of the bone dragon now. After that, they simply divided the things in the ring, and finally the ring was given to Po Xiao. If Po Xiao wants to pile up the skeleton soldier now, then he has to prepare a lot of bones by himself, and the space ring is just enough. The only thing that makes Shui Nai feel a little insufficient is that there are too few things in this space ring. People like Tai Feng and Qian Lixu basically did not get anything. Let's go to Miss First. Let's go to Master Talal. Your undead shadow has been dragging on for a long time. Tai Feng saw what Shui Nai was thinking. Then I'll go find some bones first. Poxio wanted to train the skeleton soldiers as soon as possible. Although the strength of the skeleton soldiers was a little weak, no matter how weak they were, as long as they were helpful, they had to be fought for. Okay, let's gather in front of the teleportation array later. Master Mist Errol, we are here to disturb you again. Shui Nai and the others said this as soon as they entered the house. Haha, you're just in time. I just have something for you to see. Mist Errol, who was wrapped in bandages, was a person with little combat power. Mist Errol did not die in the battlefield yesterday. This was because he was attacked before and was transferred away from the battlefield early. Is this a flying skateboard? Minna looked at what Mist Errol brought over and said with some doubt. Of course, this is the new generation of flying skateboards I designed. As long as there is magic power, it can be used, and the functions are much stronger than the previous generation, but the control is also much more complicated. Mist Errol gently stroked the flying skateboard in his hand a few times. The current flying skateboard is much more majestic than the previous wooden structure. The whole body is made of white cloud copper, which is not only strong but also light, and its lightning-like appearance is very cool. As long as the magic power allows, the maximum speed can theoretically reach 300 km per hour, and it can carry less than half a ton of things. It can also be used as a shield when necessary. But the faster the speed, the more difficult it is to control. Half a ton. Yes, I applied the technology of the floating city to it. This is specially made for you. Don't break it. Thank you. After that, Mina couldn't wait to test fly it. This flying skateboard is very wide, even if two people stand on it, there is no problem, and there is also room for turning. It seems that Mist Errol made it according to the specifications of two people. You must have something to do here. Tell me. After you are done, I can go to rest. Mist Errol reminded them immediately after seeing Mina can fully control the flying skateboard. Oh, yes, there is something. It's about this undead shadow ring. Last time you said that you can activate the undead breath in it. Now I have a lot of dark gems in my hand. Do you think these gems are enough? Enough. Mistaliel took a look at the dark gems that Mina poured out. Although the quality of these gems was not too high, the dark energy inside them could not be ignored. This was what Mina had accumulated during this period of time. Although he could now absorb dark energy to upgrade the dark seal, he did not have any dark magic, so he decided to strengthen the undead shadow first. In this way, the concentration of the dark gem energy will take a day to complete. Come back tomorrow to get it. Mist Errol took the undead phantom of Shui Nai, and then packed the dozens of dark gems on the ground into a sack. After leaving Mr. Errol's workshop, Shui Nai and the others began to prepare things for the dark mine at noon. Chapter 724 Dark Pet Turbulence, Part 1. In fact, Shui Nai and the others didn't have much to prepare. Things like potions, they had basically not used up before. Generally speaking, in high-level battles, drinking potions is actually a luxury. Especially for those warriors in armor, this is even more true. Therefore, whether a team can obtain in battle actually depends largely on the skill coordination of the healing profession. After replenishing some daily necessities such as endurance potions, Shui Nai and Xiao Yu went directly to the military merit exchange merchant. Although they gained a lot of military merit in this operation to seal the Lich King. But they did not intend to keep the military merit, so they all exchanged it for materials or other useful things. Let's go. After Mizuna saw that almost 80% of the space in her backpack had been occupied, she told Xiao Yu to leave. The merchant who exchanged military merits was also packing his bag and preparing to leave because most of his stock had been used up. What a weird guy, with so many military merits, he didn't even seek an official position. It was the merchant who was packing the military merits that was muttering to himself. Just now, he had advised Shui Nai and the others to keep these military merits to pave the way for future development, but Shui Nai, who was not interested in the Elf Empire, declined with good intentions. When Shui Nai's team of 7 came to the Exodar mine, a large number of players had already gathered here. Many players who came to participate in the fight against the Lich King heard the news of the opening of the Dark Mine, and no one would miss it. As a result, all the entrances to the Dark Mine were crowded. However, after a closer look, they found that the levels of the players here seemed to be generally low, and some even had a professional level that was not in line with their own level. It seems that on this battlefield, the survival ability of the general players needs to be improved. And there are really few high-level player teams like Shui Nai, where all members have passed level 75. In addition, there are 3 beautiful women in this team, so for a while, their team, which is not full, has become the most sought-after team among the general players. Brother, I am a Thunder Master, and my famous skill is Thunder Movement. I can deal tens of thousands of damage with one skill, and I also have many auxiliary skills of Thunder. Hey, brother, although I am not a Tauren, our lion people are famous for their hard shields. It must be right to choose me. Looking at the various players who are promoting themselves, Mina can only respond in silence. Those who have not formed a team yet are naturally those players who have little significance to the dark mining area. If these players are in other occasions, they may all be extremely powerful, but in the dark mining area, these, CEA with ring above plus or minus AEA superscript 1, E, AE, C per 1000 AE, P. In addition, a stable and fully functional team rarely accepts some strangers casually. Putting aside the credibility issue, the cooperation alone is very time-consuming to run in. Poxio, did your bone talent sense anything? Shui Nai, who was getting closer and closer to the Isoda mine, suddenly felt a little hot on his left hand. No. Poxio, who was quietly sensing, did not feel Shui Nai. Chairman Tai Feng, you are here, we have prepared a place for you. At this time, Tai Feng, who was walking in the front to open the way, suddenly heard such a sentence, and then led people directly to the side of the mine entrance, where several NPCs were making preparations. And the members of Tai Feng were there to maintain order. However, they occupied half of the entrance to the mine, and the rest of the players could only line up at the other half of the entrance. Shui Nai, come here. Tai Feng pulled Shui Nai and the others in, and then stared at the players behind who had some objections. His appearance of staring at people without saying anything, coupled with his physique that was more than half a body taller than that of ordinary players, showed the words murderous to the fullest. After he had stopped the people behind him, Tai Feng began to lay the foundation and build relationships with the members who stayed here. By the way, Shui Nai, you'd better rush in and see if you can take back the Blood Clan Fan Chen first, otherwise there will be problems when there are too many people. I know. Shui Nai nodded. After that, they discussed the next things. The opening of the dark mining area once a month will be from noon to sunset in the evening. However, such a short time is not enough for this incredibly large dark mining area. Let's go to a place we haven't played before this time. There should be more resources there. Shui Nai glanced at his map library, where there was a map, which was a sketch drawn by Shui Mai Fan Chen. And the place Shui Nai pointed to was a large cave basin, which seemed to be a burial place for slave miners. Shui Nai only scouted there once and left because of time issues. Well, let's do it this way. Dao Yiyudao naturally agreed. Among the 7 of them, except for Tai Feng's Thunder Eagle that could not bear his weight, Xiaoyu and Qun Lixu's Thunder Eagles could already slowly carry people to fly. And Dao Yiyudao and Yu Ying Qing Chen also have the ability to shuttle among the dark zombies. At that time, as long as Shui Na uses the flying skateboard called Storm Lightning Shuttle to take Taifeng away, and then let Poxio use the wooden flying skateboard himself, all the problems in action can be solved. The only troublesome thing now is Shui Na's dark pet, the vampire mortal. If he is discovered by other players or NPCs, it may cause a storm. With the arrival of noon, the large magic circles outside the entrances and exits of the dark mining area were activated almost at the same time. The magic circle that was activated once a month was no longer the backdoor type that Shui Na and his team had used before. Instead, it directly removed the dark guards at the entrance and exit of the dark mine area, which was equivalent to allowing players or NPCs to enter and exit the dark mine area freely. At the moment the dark mine area was opened, all the players saw the scattered dark zombies in the mine tunnel. And those dark zombies instinctively stepped back a few steps when they saw the sunlight, but when they smelled the delicious human flesh, they immediately rushed out. However, a figure rushed faster than them, and rushed towards them. "Hey, is this mage looking for death?" A mage player saw Shui Na didn't even take out his wand, and there was no defensive magic on his body, and he rushed into the mine tunnel like this, and couldn't help but laugh. "A rookie, right? I heard that these new players now have special people to train them. Basically, they can directly reach level 60 in less than half a month. If they have some money, they can rent some top quality equipment to advance. But it is really hard to say the combat effectiveness of such fast-growing players. Otherwise, such a joke would not have happened. People who have not tried this dark mining area basically have no idea of its horror. Solution. This dark mining area is not something that anyone can enter. If they are surrounded by zombies, even a level 100 NPC may not be able to protect themselves, not to mention a rookie mage player. However, on this day, Mina used her body to prove one thing, that is, she has the ability to force her way into this dark mining area. After easily passing the dark zombies in front, Mina ignored them and ran to a deeper place. To be honest, as long as a thief with good technical equipment comes, it is not a problem to enter easily, but the problem is that once surrounded by zombies, it will be a big problem. What's going on? This zombie is not chasing the mage. A fire mage who has already set up a posture and is ready to use this opportunity to attack the zombies was immediately stunned. The most powerful ability of the dark zombie is the unremitting pursuit. As long as there are living people passing by him, he will chase them and finally force them to death. Therefore, when they saw Shui Na rushing around to attract monsters so mindlessly, they quickly prepared to let Shui Na be bait, and then they would go and swallow these zombies. However, what made them lose their minds was that when Shui Na approached, the zombies only shook a few times and stretched out a few claws, and then they stopped attacking him, but continued to come to their side. Unknown to them, Shui Na's dark seal was exerting other hidden abilities. Under the effect of the dark constitution, although Shui Na was a living person, he was already inclined to the living person of the dark system, and this also became a target with little vitality in the perception of these dark zombies. For the dark zombies, it is better to attack those creatures that are more attractive to them than to attack a target that has little meaning. "Let's go, we should also break in," Taifeng said, and he was ready to take action. However, at this moment, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly stopped in a hurry, and then suddenly disappeared. In the dark mine, the stealth of thieves is useless, but Taifeng and the others know that Dao Yiyu Dao will not do such meaningless things. And in the next second, Dao Yiyu Dao's warning sounded in the team chat. "Lao Fan, a few thieves are coming over, and they are going for you, be careful. Taifeng, you stay here with Poxio-kun Ligxiu and the others. Let's go and take a look." Xiaoyu immediately knew that Dao Yiyu Dao was telling the truth after seeing the abnormal way the dark zombies in the mine were walking back. "Okay, you guys are careful." After Taifeng finished speaking, he saw Xiaoyu climb onto her huge thunder eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters, and then ran inside with Yuying Qingchen who disappeared. The players who saw this scene, except for some people who were stunned by Xiaoyu's beauty, the other part of them were talking about something in the team chat. Chapter 725 Dark Pet Turbulence, Part 2. I haven't been to the Exoda mine for a few days. There are only a dozen more zombies here. Compared with the hundreds of zombies before, it is not too scary. Shui Na, who took the lead, passed these scattered dark zombies and soon came to the hall. Then he shot 5 lighting fireballs in the hall and distributed them in the shape of a pentagram. This is the signal for him to meet with the vampire mortal. Only when he sees this signal can he come out. Otherwise, even if Shui Na really comes, he can't come out to meet. However, at this time, Dao Yiyu Dao's warning made him react in time. These thieves are very fast. They actually launched an attack the moment Shui Nai entered the stealth state. I saw that more than a dozen crossbow arrows almost blocked the space around Shui Nai in an instant. Seeing the crossbow arrows coming, Shui Nai, who had received the warning, reacted quickly. With a wave of his hand, the wrathful spirit shield came out. Pa, pa, pa. With a series of crisp sounds, 4 or 5 crossbow arrows shattered directly on the wraith shield, but the hollow arrows were filled with powder. Forbidden magic, silver powder. After looking at the powder on her, Shui Na knew the name of this thing without looking at the status bar. Shui Na was also very straightforward, running deeper into the mine with a silver light. However, the speed of these thieves was not slow. Seeing Shui Na running away, they immediately divided into 2 teams, one team guarding the mine tunnel, and the other team speeding up to catch up. Roar! At this moment, a dark figure that was faster than everyone else suddenly passed Shui Na and came to the side of the thieves. Don't! Shui Na shouted immediately when he saw this figure, but he was still a step slower. After a bloody storm, the thieves who came to chase had all turned into white light, and the vampire mortal officially appeared in front of other players. Is this, the dark boss? The thieves who were waiting in front to ambush Dao Yiyu Dao soon discovered the situation inside. However, when they saw the dark aura emanating from the vampire Fan Chen, they guessed that he was a dark-type creature. However, their almost universal reconnaissance skills could not detect the information of this monster. Shui Nai took a look at the transformed blood clan Fan Chen, whose appearance had completely turned into a dark creature. A jet black aura, completely bloody red eyes, slender and hard blood-sucking fangs, black and sharp nails, these are the characteristics of dark creatures. However, Shui Nai knew the information of blood clan Fan Chen more intuitively than those players outside. Now he is no longer an ordinary pet, but a white boss level pet, and there is also a title in front of his name, Blood Clan Baron Fan Chen. When these people saw Shui Nai standing with this blood clan, the thieves were immediately stunned, and then they looked at the pieces of flesh and blood on the ground, and they quickly remembered that they had forgotten to do something. They ran towards the exit of the mine at a faster speed than when they came. Seeing their actions, the vampire mortal immediately took action, but was pulled back by Shui Nai. Don't be impulsive. There are too many people outside. We can't beat them. To be honest, seeing that the identity of the vampire mortal has been exposed, he felt a little relieved. Although he may not be able to convince the NPCs outside, he can convince the vampire mortal in front of him, at least so that he will not become a real dark creature. Have you been discovered? Dao Yiyu Dao asked this question as soon as he appeared. Just now, he could feel that there were thieves running around, but he was concerned about the situation inside and did not pay attention to them. Well, we were discovered by a few thieves. It seems that the god of war is a thief who has been found by a few bandits. If the Bushido Guild, which is already at level 3, is directly identified as an enemy by the NPC forces of the Elf Empire, I believe they will have no choice but to be destroyed. After all, the foundation of their guild is in the territory of the Elf Empire. As long as the top leaders of the Elf Empire give an order, the guild will be disbanded. And some of the core members inside will be greatly restricted. Should we also solve the Diamond Family and the Dark Dragon Guild together? It's just a word anyway. Dao Yiyu Dao said somewhat instigatingly. It's better not to. The system knows about this kind of thing. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. Let Bushido try their reaction first. Soon, Xiaoyu and the others came in, and then several NPCs came. But these NPCs who heard the news immediately surrounded the Blood Clan Fanchen. Seeing this, Shui Na and the others immediately stood their ground and came to the middle of them. Brother Liu Yi. When Shui Nai saw this familiar face, she felt more relieved. Although there are many concerns about the appearance of dark creatures on the side of the Elf Empire at this time, not everyone will be paranoid that dark creatures are bad things. Is he your friend? Liu Yi soon discovered this problem. There are very strict entry and exit procedures for the dark mining area, and it is basically impossible for advanced dark creatures like the Blood Clan to suddenly appear here. As for those who came from the legendary Dark World channel, at least they have not heard of it for hundreds of years. And now, it can only mean that this Blood Clan was brought in by Shui Nai and others. As for the way to come in, Liu Yi quickly thought of the slave contract. Well, yes. Shui Nai nodded. Humph, you actually made friends with dark creatures. You really don't know how to live or die. Another NPC who was dressed more elegantly than Liu Yi immediately pointed at the vampire mortal and said. Although this vampire was very powerful now, he still didn't take it seriously. Such disgusting dark parasites should be completely eliminated. Wait, this is unreasonable. Seeing that the NPC actually took action directly, Shui Na immediately stopped him. You are betraying. Do you deserve the Leaf of Life badge on your chest? Shui Na underestimated the extreme emotions of these NPCs towards the dark camp this time, but he did not give in. Since we also have good and bad people on our side, why can't the dark forces do the same? If you are like the Lich King, who only kills the people of the hostile forces, then you and the Lich King are not the same. Isn't the behavior the same? In a hurry, Shui Na immediately said some dialogues he had seen on TV. This is different. Dark creatures are dark creatures, no matter how kind they are still dark creatures, this cannot be changed. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude. Being blocked by a person who is only at the level of a wizard, he, as a wizard, can't put down his face. Captain Radian, and you, don't be impulsive, let's talk about this matter again. Talk? What else to talk about? Elder Ron was killed by these? He is different. If he is allowed to grow up, he may become the second Lich King, and maybe he was sent by the Lich King. That, Captain Radian, I can prove that he has nothing to do with the Lich King. Shui Na suddenly said at this time. Proof? What can you prove? However, Shui Na took off his lurking mask and human skin mask before he finished speaking, and the vampire mortal reacted quickly and took off his lurking mask as well. You are brothers. Liu Yi said in surprise after seeing their faces that were more than 98% similar. Well, almost. This matter is hard to explain. Shui Na naturally would not tell the origin of the vampire mortal. Now you can see it, since I dare to kill and seal the Lich King, then he will naturally not be on the side of the Lich King. After Shui Na finished speaking, he took off the glove on his left hand, revealing the dark seal that also exuded a dark aura. Seal, did you kill the Lich King? Liu Yi was shocked this time. Not many people knew about Shui Nai's plan to seal the Lich King, because it was related to the old wizard, and those who knew the situation would not talk nonsense. The old wizard asked Gran and others to help. In addition to the hatred between them, there was another point, that is, they, the disciples of the King of Thieves, had once made this continent a mess, and no one dared to provoke them, so they naturally concealed the situation between themselves and Foul. You are the Dark Power. So you are also a member of the Dark Power. Radian's head was obviously made of stone from the toilet, hard and smelly, and he only looked at the surface. Radian, stop. Just when Radian was about to catch Liu Yi and ask for punishment, Diana came. Village chief, elders. We know. There were several other elders who came with Diana and the others, but they did not fight as soon as they met. Instead, they looked at the vampires. Have you signed a contract? Diana asked. Yes. For NPCs, the relationship between pets and players is a contractual relationship. Then I understand. Welcome to our elf empire, the kind-hearted vampires. Chapter 726 Tian Kang. Elder. Radian looked at Diana and the elders behind her in surprise. Don't worry, some people can be absolutely trusted, so we don't need to suspect them. Elder Diana said casually, but Shui Na and the others were moved. But I heard that there are also many people on the side of the undead empire who are against war. Not everyone likes to get the meaning of survival from war. As long as they are kind, then our elf empire must open the door of convenience for them. This is the ancestral precepts set by our ancestors. Yes, I understand. When Radian heard the elder bring up this ancestral precepts, he stopped talking. Come here, we need to talk. Diana called Shui Na aside, and the elders around began to disperse, and the players outside began to come in again. You go there and wait for me first, I will be there soon. Shui Na said, and handed the Storm Lightning shuttle to Po Xiao, asking him to take Tai Feng over. Then Vampire Fan Chen kept Shui Nai's words of admonition to him, saying less and moving less, although he kept a harmless look. Lead them the way. To be honest, Po Xiao's control ability was not very strong, and he was a little afraid that he would not be able to control the shuttle. Oh! When she came to Elder Diana, she immediately blamed Shui Nai. This was a kind of concern from an elder to a younger generation. Alas, are you really a master and apprentice? You didn't tell our people when something happened. Well, it's because I'm afraid of being misunderstood by your people. After all, the battle between holy light and darkness has been going on for thousands of years. Okay, I won't talk about this, but I hope you can ask your friends to help you. Diana also knew that if it was normal, once a dark creature appeared here, it would probably be killed directly. However, Shui Nai's identity is different now. Not only did he obtain the Leaf of Life badge, but he also successfully sealed the Lich King. His contribution to the Elf Empire is no less than that of an elder. Now he is more qualified than before when he speaks. It's the map. Shui Nai's reaction was not slow, and he had planned to let Blood Clan Fanfiction do this task early on. Smart. Diana took the map of the dark mining area from Shui Nai. No one knows how big the dark mining area is. All the people in the Elf Empire only know that the mine tunnels in this place are completely random. So, you have been doing it. Diana had to re-evaluate the disciple of this friend. There is no way. This place is too big. Without a map, you can't go far. Although the map drawn by Blood Clan Fanfiction is very simple, it is much deeper than the one drawn by the Elf Empire personnel, and the area is also much larger. Thank you. Diana put away the map. With these relatively accurate maps, she can organize an army to check the situation inside the dark mining area. To be honest, I did this just to give my friend a safe environment. Don't worry, I'll tell the elders, and your friend will be able to live here. Elder Diana naturally knew that the vampire mortal was different from other vampires, that is, he didn't need to suck blood to survive, so she would naturally agree to let him live in the Elf Empire. Afterwards, Shui Na told Elder Diana about the Bushido Guild and handed over the badge of the Bushido Guild. When he saw Diana's face that was almost boiling with anger, Shui Na suddenly felt a little regretful. Because Elder Ron had just been buried not long ago, and now he had provoked this matter again. However, now that it has been said, he can't help it, and can only pray for the poor kids of the God of War. Rushing all the way, Shui Na flew at full speed in this winding mine tunnel at almost the highest speed. Along the way, he saw several player teams heading towards the battlefield selected by their team. It seems that they are planning to follow us to pick up the bargain. However, this section of the road is not easy to walk. These zombies are not very good. They are very good at picking up the monsters. They are very good at picking up the zombies. Damn it, they must have found the monster spawning area, these hateful zombies. A captain looked at the faint green light left by Shui Na in the air and said viciously. Shui Na and his people rushed to a place as soon as they came in. If there was nothing attractive enough in front of them, who would believe it? And the Blood Clan that was copied just now made them believe that they got the help of the Blood Clan NPC and then got the information distribution map of the dark mining area. Retreat, let's retreat. The captain immediately gave the order. At first, he saw that Shui Nai's vanguard troops were not moving fast, so he planned to follow them. However, they had the ability to fly, and they didn't care about the lives of the people below, but just rushed forward blindly. Stingy? CE copyright, CE per thousand copyright AC 1/4 CEAEAC, OEU degree copyright AEA, E. E per thousand 1/2, AC degree AE plus or minus A degree copyright per thousand A, AA. Registered trademark C. EAEOE, E. EA, P. When Shui Nai arrived at the designated location, he immediately saw that there was already a war. Tai Feng and the others were working hard for the final preparations, committed to clearing out a safe rear area. I'm here too. Shui Nai roared, and rushed down, and directly used a flaming bomb to push a zombie that had escaped back a few steps. Moreover, this zombie had no chance to move forward, because Shui Nai had been pushing it back with more than a dozen flaming bombs in a row. Hey! Just as Shui Nai's flaming bombs were wreaking havoc, he suddenly found that although the flaming bombs he fired later were empty, they flew dozens of meters before exploding. There is a 3-meter deep pit below, don't fall in, otherwise even the gods can't save you. Tai Feng said, and with a strong blow, he also knocked down a zombie in his hand. Big pit. Shui Nai had only checked it according to the words of the vampire mortal last time, but because time was tight at that time, he just took a quick look and left. But now when Shui Nai fired a few lighting fireballs, he was shocked in an instant. Is this the burial place of the miners? Shuai took a look at the big pit below. Now it can no longer be described as a big pit, it is simply a sinkhole. And in this sinkhole, tens of thousands of dark zombies have filled this sinkhole with no visible edge. The dark zombies below have no space to turn around. Shocked. This is a bug terrain of the system. Dao Yudao looked at Shuai face and immediately knew that he had seen this situation for the first time. Bug terrain. Yes, it is the kind of terrain that obviously cannot have monsters, but countless monsters have accumulated. This is the bug terrain. Look at the terrain here, the pit is 3 meters high, and the monsters below can't hit the players at all, and we, hehe. Do you have the ability to eat the zombies here? Tai Feng asked worriedly after getting rid of all the zombies above. If it's the magic cannon, it will be done in a few shots. But we can't let go of the dark energy crystals and other things below, so this magic cannon can't be used. Yudao, give me Moying, Tai Feng, you control my violent evil poisonous spider, Yu Ying controls the violent evil poisonous snake. Now everyone summons useful pets, and this time we must eat them well. Shuai was a little worried that time might not be enough, so she stopped talking and started to summon the bone dragon directly. The rest of the people also started to summon their pets with all their strength. After the bone dragon fell into the Tiankang below with a bang, the violent evil venomous snake controlled by Yu Ying Qingchen and the violent evil venomous spider controlled by Tai Feng also followed. However, the place where the two of them appeared was not like the bone dragon, which landed directly in the pile of zombies, but above the Tiankang. Fortunately, this Tiankang was big enough, not much smaller than the hall. After that, everyone summoned their pets with growth potential. And those pets that were only used for transition or temporary use did not have this experience sharing treatment. Okay, let's go all out. Dao Yudao said, and then he took away the holy stone powder in his hand. And Poxio began to remove a piece of white bones from the ground and began to train his skeleton soldiers with all his strength. As Shuai split into three firestorms immediately cut the sinkhole below into 2 halves. One half was in front of them, and the other half was invisible. Now all of them, except for the bone dragon jumping around in the part that could not see the edge, the other people or pets were doing their best to deal with the zombies in front of them. This bone dragon is too fierce. Tai Feng didn't dare to let the violent evil poisonous spider go down now, otherwise it would be torn into pieces in an instant. These dark zombies below have accumulated a lot of dark energy because they have lived for too long, and their levels have directly exceeded level 70. Level 180, and it's still white boss level, and it has the word dragon in it, how can it not be strong? Dao Yudao said as he continued to shoot the magic crossbow in his hand. To be honest, now only Shuai is carrying this banner. Among all the people and pets, it seems that only he has a strong long-range attack ability. Like this complete version of the firestorm, coupled with its terrible magic damage, the dark zombies below, although high level, just can't hold on for a minute, and fell down in batches. As for the bone dragon in the distance, the zombies below don't even have the ability to break the defense, let alone hurt him. With 15,000 points of defense, even Shuai can only barely break the defense. As for the flame fantasy dragon lizard, it is completely paddling, and it is far behind the active black ring water snake. Chapter 727 Harvest, Part 1. Hey, brother, dare you move a few times. Shuai took the time to look at the flame illusion dragon lizard lying lazily by the pit. Its only way of attacking now was to hang its tail full of sharp and hard bone spurs on the pit and let the zombies rush up. This Zhong Taigong fishing attack method made Shuai and the others feel incredible. Shuai now wanted to kick it down. However, this was not something he could do. After hearing Shuai request, the flame illusion dragon lizard responded in a very humane way, and then shook its tail twice. Well, forget it, it's better to rely on myself than on you. When Shuai saw this reaction, he also knew that this was a dark zombie. As Shuai's powerful firestorm continued to burn, a batch of dark zombies in the firestorm were quickly cleared out, and these hundreds of dark zombies were all transformed into experience feedback. They had long lost their sense of experience in this kind of screen clearing, and the only thing that surprised them was that the flame phantom dragon lizard at the edge of the pit suddenly roared and then jumped into the Tiankang. This is... Shuai and the others who had been paying attention to the bottom had no idea why the flame phantom dragon lizard was suddenly so active. It was hit in the mouth by a dark archer, and it seemed to be bleeding. Yu Ying Qingchen, who was in charge of the safety of Dawn, explained it very simply. It turned out that just now, when the flame fantasy dragon lizard was yawning, a black energy arrow accidentally shot on its tongue, and it was immediately angry. Like all proud dragons, they can't stand stimulation and provocation. Once stimulated, they often become beastly. The flame fantasy dragon lizard that rushed in below was quickly welcomed by the dark zombies. However, the flame fantasy dragon lizard was not someone who was easily bullied. Before it came to the ground, the four legs of the flame fantasy dragon lizard were fierce. 4 balls of red flames appeared on the ground, and when these 4 balls of flames trampled on the dark zombies' heads below, 4 ripples of flames immediately enveloped the space of nearly 10 meters in radius. The dark zombies hit on the head by the flame-trampling shockwave all suffered tens of thousands of damage in an instant, which was much greater than Mina's explosive bomb. However, seeing the Severaltan body of the flame fantasy dragon lizard, this trampling was still the effect of its weak state. If it fully recovered, I don't know how much damage this head trampling attack could cause. It's really a nuisance. Ah Shwet, thank you for your help. Seeing that the flame fantasy dragon lizard actually rushed directly below, Tai Feng had to let Jian Lixue keep an eye on the flame fantasy dragon lizard. Okay. The flame fantasy dragon lizard suddenly shone with holy light, and its health value, which had dropped, began to rise. Damn, this flame fantasy dragon lizard is pretty scary when it goes crazy. Tai Feng looked at the dark zombies below that were almost wiped out by a quarter, and swallowed his saliva. These days, he has been thinking about its dragon blood. Dragon. Whatever has the word dragon in it. Dao Yudao took a look at the empty space below that had been basically cleared, and then replaced the crossbow and took out 2 long daggers. These 2 long daggers are almost as long as short swords, with blades of nearly 50 centimeters, flashing cold and flames respectively. This set of daggers called Ice and Fire Double Dragons is the task reward he received after completing Ron's substitute. This dark gold level small set can cause certain ice and fire damage to the target when attacking, with a 20% chance of triggering fire explosion and ice explosion, and a 10% chance of triggering ice dragon and fire dragon attacks with an attack range of 3 meters. This is a set of weapons that is very suitable for close combat. In addition, the thief's own attack speed is fast, and the probability of triggering within the single time is higher. After taking the potion that increases the attack speed, Dao Yudao rushed down against the sacred power that Jian Li Shui gave him. The sacred power can increase the resistance of the recipient to the dark system, which is best used when surrounded by dark creatures. After Dao Yudao came to the pit, he immediately chose a dark zombie that was not completely dead as a target. With the sound of puff, his fire dragon dagger suddenly flashed with golden light and pierced directly into the body of the dark zombie. It seems that the armor-penetrating effect of the dagger was activated. And the damage of this knife that entered the body should not be underestimated. A damage value of nearly 5,000 points came out directly from the top of the dark zombie's head. However, this is not enough. As a good start, this fire dragon dagger also triggered the effect of the fire dragon. Suddenly, a torrent of flames rushed out of the dagger, directly piercing through the dark zombie and hitting the other zombie behind it. The combined damage of nearly 5,000 points immediately stunned the surrounding players. This light blow actually caused nearly 10,000 points of damage, and the target was a high defense monster like the dark zombie. What did you add to this knife? When Shui Na saw this scene, he immediately thought that if he was in the same situation, he would probably die with such a knife. The dark zombie has no vital points, but the players have many vital points. If they exploded twice, Shui Na would be dead. It's just a few top-grade elemental gems, but it seems that the triggering probability and power of this elemental attack have increased. Haha, who can take my knife now? Dao Yudao saw the damage of this knife and immediately became complacent. Now he can completely understand all the players of all professions. Even the shields with thick blood will have to tuck their tails under this dagger that can break and penetrate armor. Unless they can fly like Shui Nai, there is absolutely no chance to escape his attack. Later, when Dao Yudao danced the 2 daggers into 2 balls of red and blue light and shadow, a series of fire dragons and ice dragons rushed out continuously, allowing the several dark zombies around to enjoy a meal of ice and fire. After the violent evil poisonous spider and violent evil poisonous snake also went down, their speed of spawning monsters immediately increased. Under Shui Nai's firestorm that can slightly imprison the enemy, only a small part of the dark zombies can break through the fire net. However, the dark zombies that rushed through can only turn into experience in the end. In this Tian Keng, there are also several corpse kings. Although these corpse kings almost killed Dao Yudao below when they appeared, they became a toy for them to play with under the invincible strength of the bone dragon. The dark zombies here were not even as tall as the bone dragons, and the captured corpse kings were smashed by the bone dragons. Every time the bone dragons slapped, the players on the edge of the pit could feel a tremor, and the corpse kings in their hands lost a large part of their health points, and they were resurrected before they could be revived. However, in order not to waste resources, Mina still used the corpse king's bones. The corpse king's bones all have absolutely powerful undead energy, which is the best nutrition for Dawn's bone talent. After absorbing 2 of these corpse kings, Dawn's bone talent growth value soared by 50 points, and during this period, he also summoned a skeleton boss. Although this skeleton boss died soon, it still made Dawn taste a little sweetness and worked harder to practice the skill of summoning skeletons. The level of the undead summoned by the undead summoning system is not only related to the skill level, but also to half of the level of the corpse used for resurrection. Under normal circumstances, if the target of the undead summoning system is a level 60 monster corpse that has not been refreshed, then a level 1 skeleton summon can form a level 31 skeleton. The level 11 skeleton summon is level 41, and the level 21 is level 51, and the upper limit of its level must be 10 levels lower than the summoner. And the skeletons summoned by Dawn using bone materials now only have the level of their skills, because these processed bones do not have levels. While Poxio was desperately practicing this skill, Shui Nai and the others outside were also desperately harvesting the experience of the dark zombies below. In this 1 hour, they have completely slaughtered nearly 40,000 dark zombies. The dark energy crystals and other ores that exploded on the ground almost covered the Tiankang near them with a thick layer. With the help of bosses such as the Bone Dragon, the Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard, and the violent series of poisonous spiders and snakes, plus the efforts of others, if they can't do this, then they can just go and cut their necks. However, in this 1 hour, the number of uses of the magic shadow ring in Shui Nai's hand has also been used up, and it can no longer maintain the defense line of 3 firestorms. Fortunately, half of the vast number of dark zombies in this Tiankang have disappeared. As long as they use this deep pit for defense, I believe there is still a chance to swallow these dark zombies. However, the biggest benefit is not Shui Nai and his team, but the one who gets the least experience. After absorbing the undead energy from nearly 10 corpse kings, his bone talent has been upgraded to more than level 2, and the summoning space has increased directly to 6. At the same time, he also taught himself a skill called Bone Hyperplasia, which is an auxiliary magic that can greatly increase the attack, defense, and life of the skeleton undead who receives the spell, and can also give it the ability to reflect melee damage such as bone spur armor. This skill is a very rare and powerful skill even among undead warlocks, but it was learned by Dawn so muddle-headedly. Seeing that Dawn's bone talent has such great growth potential, Mina had to focus on her dark seal. Chapter 728 Harvest, Part 2. After several hours of hard fighting, the noisy atmosphere in the dark mining area began to slowly cool down. The opening of the dark mining area is controlled by humans, but the closing is automatic, which cannot be controlled. If you don't escape when it is closed, you can only commit suicide to leave the dark mining area. In the mining area of the dark mining area, many players are complaining about why there are so few dark zombies here, which is completely different from the scale of hundreds of them in the past. However, there are gains and losses. It is precisely because there are not many dark zombies here that the players here can enter deeper areas. Some of them have seen boss-level existences such as the Zombie King. As for whether it is possible to successfully hunt them, it depends on the strength of the team. However, when some people are happy, others are worried. For example, the god of war of Bushido is very worried. At the beginning, he also planned to use some characteristics of this dark mining area to destroy the prestige of Mina and explode a few more equipment to play with. But he didn't expect Mina to have such a powerful dark pet that makes people powerless. This is something he has never heard of or happened before. Boss-level pets are already difficult to obtain. However, in the information obtained by the god of war, it seems that the war pets that Mina carries are all of this level. This makes him extremely unbalanced. You know, he is the president of a guild, and all the resources of a guild can be used by him, but he is not as strong as an idle player, which is unacceptable to him. What he can't accept even more is that the players of the Holy Light Camp can actually collect dark pets, but it happened right in front of him. Although he quickly used this dark pet as a means to attack Shui Nai, when these NPCs came, they didn't follow the script he had thought of, which made him happy for nothing. This process of turning from the pleasure of climax to the frustration of failure made it difficult for him to cheer up again. However, he really didn't expect that his repeated behavior had really angered Shui Nai. What he didn't expect was that the fate of his guild had been put on the agenda by the Elf Empire Elders Council. Let's go, there's not much time left, and we shouldn't go any deeper. The God of War glanced at the elite group members who were still alive, and said strongly. The line made people smile. In the battle just now, this group of elites suffered heavy casualties, and their levels dropped to a heartbreaking level. However, the things they obtained were meaningless. Such a perverted corpse king only produced one piece of dark equipment. Although the power was not weak, the effect of the curse really made it impossible for players from the Holy Light Camp to survive. When the God of War and his team came to the entrance of the mine with a small bag of dark energy crystals, they found that there were already many people there. Most of these people were using dark energy crystals to exchange for other things. The Shadow Mine is the same as the Dark Tree Demon Forest. You can use dark energy crystals to exchange things in the exchange area. Well, this place is much harder to fight than the Dark Tree Demon Forest. The God of War looked at the bag of dark energy crystals in his hand, which was less than 20 pieces, and said with some dissatisfaction. More than half of the hundreds of people came to fight in this dark mine, and they died in the battle, but they only got such a little thing. This is really a place that makes players speechless. You guys find a place to rest first, I'll go exchange these dark energy crystals. After the God of War said that, he left with a few trusted brothers. Tisk, this rubbish president only knows how to take good things for himself. A member of the elite group looked at his president who had already walked away with some disdain. Don't say that, anyway, he has given us everything he promised, and we just need to follow the rules. Another member emphasized follow the rules. But from what he said, it seems that he also doesn't like some of his president's practices. However, if you meet a president who only takes care of himself and his confidants, and doesn't care about his members, I'm afraid no one will be willing to work for him. Especially this kind of president who only asks his members to go forward and die, while he is the one who enjoys the final results later. This is basically a taboo among presidents. However, the Japanese president took this for granted, and did not realize that the elite group he called the strongest had actually been in a different situation. Now many members of the elite group hope that the guild will be disbanded sooner or later so that they can be free. In order to achieve this dream, some people have set their sights on Mina. And this is why he has always been attacked in this period of time. Hey! Finally exchanged for this cornerstone core. The God of War looked at the cornerstone core in his hand that could allow a level 3 guild to be promoted to a level 4 guild, and he was relieved. In order to exchange this thing, he had already arranged people in various places in this exchange area to exchange the dark energy crystals in the hands of the players with various things. At the same time, he sent a dozen confidants to the stalls with the exchange cores to intimidate and prevent others from coming. After paying tens of thousands of gold coins and tens of thousands of credit points, he finally collected 100 dark energy crystals. Although this cornerstone core is not enough to be promoted to a level 4 guild, the most difficult thing to get in this promotion task is this cornerstone core. As long as he is promoted to a level 4 guild, the God of War can apply to the Elf Empire for the lowest level fortress garrison mission. And now, it seems that no one can pass this garrison trial. But everyone knows that this fortress garrison mission is a very profitable mission. As the commander-in-chief of the fortress, he can legally transform the land in the fortress, including leasing the land to people from big companies in the real world for advertising. For a fortress that has tens of thousands of people coming every moment, the effect of this kind of advertising is definitely not much worse than the current channel advertising. However, just when the God of War was imagining this beautiful plot, he suddenly heard a sudden noise at the entrance of the mine. I saw a vampire with bat wings on its back flying out so openly. Mina's pet? This is too cool. The God of War looked at Mina flying behind, but didn't see the huge sack in Mina and the vampire Fanchon's hands. Voila! The two carefully put down the sacks in their hands, and Mina looked at the exchange area on the other side with some curiosity, but did not go over. Captain Radian, we are here to exchange dark energy crystals. Shui Na found the captain stationed here today. This captain is new. Since Elder Ron passed away, he has been in charge of the defense here. This is... After seeing the sack opened, the bag full of dark energy crystals, Radian was completely petrified. He didn't even react when the wand in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. It's all thanks to him. He is very familiar with the situation inside, so, hee. Shui Na pointed to the vampire mortal who was taller than himself. He had become the boss and his body was greatly strengthened. By the way, there are still a lot of people inside. We don't have enough manpower. Can you send a few stronger ones to help? Shui Na shook his hand in front of his eyes a few times, reminding him. There are still many. This time, Radian had some resistance, but his brain was still a little slow to react. Yes, this time, we have a great harvest. After saying this, Shui Na ignored them and turned back. Quick, go and help. Seeing Shui Na and the others go back, he immediately sent a few people to follow. Since the zombies in the Exoda mine were almost wiped out, their situation of not even bringing weapons was realized. When these people came out again, Captain Radian's face was already twitching, and Elder Diana, who was notified, had a dazed expression. What are you doing? At first, Diana thought that Shui Na and the others had a problem, so she came over in a hurry, but when she came over, she saw the 10 huge sacks on the open ground. And from one of the sacks that had been opened, all dark energy crystals were revealed. A great harvest! Haha, absolutely a great harvest! Tai Feng, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, said nervously. He was almost exhausted just now. However, if a player repeats the same action in a highly tense situation for nearly 4 hours, and looks at the screen that refreshes the massive experience for 4 hours in a row, I am afraid no one will not be stimulated. Now Tai Feng's level has reached 82, and the others are around this level. The lowest level Dawn is also 79, but his bone talent has reached level 3, and he has also learned a powerful undead magic summoned by the Skeleton Knight. The harvest is not much worse than that of Shui Na and others. As the main attacker, Shui Na has gained the highest experience under the influence of the Bone Dragon, the Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard and the Fire Storm. Now he is already level 85, which is nearly 10 levels higher. Radian, write it down. We'll settle your rewards later. Diana also knew why Radian called her over, because the exchange area here basically didn't have the ability to swallow these dark energy crystals. No need, Elder, just do a household registration for him. Shui Na didn't want to be too troublesome. There were nearly 10,000 dark energy crystals here. It would take several hours just to count them. Besides, he was laying the foundation for the vampires to live here, so he naturally wouldn't ask for any rewards. This is not good. Radian said with some embarrassment. At first, he wanted to attack the vampire, but now. Don't be polite, let's just settle it. Shui Na said generously. Chapter 729 Vampires in the Mortal World. Yudao, are you guys still not done yet? Shui Na asked Dao Yi Yudao and Yu Ying Qingchen who were still inside. Are they still picking up things inside? Now Shui Na's backpack is full of things, and Tai Feng's backpacks have reached the critical point. If it is any heavier, they can't run. Soon, we are running outside now. Shui Na and his friends have no idea how many dark zombies there are in the Tianqing. He only knows that there are materials and dark energy crystals everywhere. When he saw the materials in the Tianqing, Shui Na hated himself for using up the space in his backpack so much that he could not put much stuff in it. Some top quality materials are in groups, because they are top quality, it is difficult to see one at ordinary times, so naturally they will not appear in groups. However, in this dark mining area, there is a shortage of everything, except these dark zombies and ore materials, and the production here is high-level magic metals, such as cloud copper, liquid gold and mithril, which can basically be wholesaled directly. As the sun slowly descended, the dark guard magic circle at the entrance of the dark mining area began to vibrate slowly, and a layer of dark energy shield began to form faintly. However, at this moment, 2 cyan figures suddenly appeared from the depths of the Isoda mine, running towards the slowly closing magic shield. Hurry! Tai Feng couldn't help shouting. Shui Na and the others were also very nervous, but they could do nothing about this setting. When the people outside saw this, some were naturally happy and some were also nervous. When the magic shield outside the mine was about to close completely, Po Xiao and Yu Ying Qingchen's bodies suddenly twisted like air, and then they drilled through the small hole that was only the size of a football, and turned into a cyan gas mass that could no longer be transformed. Yeah, it's out. Seeing the 2 people drill out safely, Tai Feng immediately went over to hug them, but he rushed over directly, and now they were in the state of wind element. Damn, I almost couldn't run out. This thing is really damn heavy. At the last moment, they didn't have time to put the things into the space ring, so they could only stuff them directly into the backpack. It's good to be out. Have you got everything? Shui Na asked. Of course, no one cares who I am. Haha, I can earn at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins this time. Dao Yudao was shocked when he thought of these thousands of magic gold coins attributed to the ore. He was very excited. Hundreds of thousands, even if the gold coins are devalued now, there are nearly 100,000 in exchange. Magic metal is a very rare thing, at least all the mining areas are currently controlled by NPCs. If you want to make the equipment in your hand have magical effects, you must add these magic metals to forge together, and the amount does not need to be too much, just one piece can make a piece of equipment. Things like those made entirely of magic metals are not affordable for current players, they are all extremely high-level equipment. Haha, go find an unscrupulous profiteer. Shui Na was naturally very happy when he heard this, because there are still many dark gems in these materials, which is the source of his dark seal growth value. Moreover, he just met a corpse king of an elf wizard in that Tiankang, and exploded a magic skill book Dark Space for instant learning. This is a purely auxiliary magic that can fill a space with darkness, making the creatures of the Holy Light Camp lose their vision, while all dark creatures will not only not be affected, but will also get a little boost. As Mina's first dark magic, he really likes this kind of thing that can harm people. And after learning this magic, Mina found that his dark constitution can actually directly increase the level of dark magic, but the increase is not as professional as the bone spirit constitution of Dawn. Looking at this dark space that has already reached level 5, Mina can only say that if this magic is used on a large scale by people in the dark camp on the battlefield, it may directly reverse the situation. Dark space is a wizard level magic. Level 1 can cover a space with a diameter of 2 meters, and each level increases the diameter by 0.5 meters. However, with the addition of Dark Constitution, the effect of Mina's dark magic can be directly increased by 50%, which means that his current dark space can cover a diameter of 6 meters, and the effective height reaches 3 meters. Finally, when the dark mining area is completely closed, all players will find a place to go offline. Shui Na and his team were no exception, but they found that they seemed to be targeted. Damn, it's the bitch god of war again. Tai Feng didn't expect this. CC, A degree AE. Cent AEAC per thousand Ye, OCOEA. E, P. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Who told Shui Na and his team to speak so loudly just now? If someone heard the goods worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, who wouldn't be tempted? They all knew that magic metals were found in the dark mining area, but they couldn't compare with people like Shui Na and his team who didn't know whether they used cheating methods or other things to swipe monsters. A small team like Shui Na with only 7 people could not compare with the larger elite group in terms of combat effectiveness. Even if Shui Na, who was a bitch, swipe out 10 bags of dark energy crystals and hundreds of thousands of magic metals, they now believed that they were using the system bug to copy items like the old online games and swipe out a large amount of materials. If they can get the method to use this bug, then their guild will become stronger. However, the God of War knows that they will never tell this secret, but he can use other methods to get these things, such as killing and stealing. The God of War knows that the unscrupulous profiteer is the most popular game merchant now. The reason is that he can take out some things that even NPCs can hardly take out, which makes him a very successful game merchant. However, this person has no fighting power at all. As long as you find a way to let him bring all the materials and then kidnap him, then. However, now the God of War wants to take revenge on Shui Na and others first. After all, he has suffered a lot at the hands of these people. Especially Shui Na, the perverted mage, he, a Templar, died in his hands again and again. This hatred, he will never forget. Now, they want to attack Shui Na and others. Even if they can't get anything, they can at least let go of their resentment. Let's go offline in the open space in front, and then we'll see him. Shui Na could naturally find the group of people with bad intentions behind him, but he gave the opportunity to attack this time to the vampire mortal. Fan Chen, if they want to attack us, you don't have to be polite, just have fun. Shui Na whispered to the vampire mortal, and then they were kicked offline by the system, and the time of the vampire mortal also stopped here. When they went online at night, just as Shui Na and the others thought, the people of Bushido had already prepared. As soon as they went online, they rushed over directly, and the weapons in their hands were clearly pointing at them. And when they saw that Shui Na and the others had only one pet left here, and the others had not yet gone online, they were even happier, because this way they could fight an ambush. However, when the god of war saw the vampire mortal looking at him calmly, he suddenly felt a little ominous. Back. Before the word back was spoken, the archer's arrow had already hit the blood-colored shield that suddenly condensed from the vampire. It disappeared. The god of war saw that the vampire who was standing there had disappeared, and immediately looked up and looked around. Although he quickly found the black shadow from one side, the speed of the black shadow was amazingly fast. With a turn, he had come behind the archer who attacked him first, and then he pointed his fingers like a knife, without using any skills at all, and with a puff, he dug out the archer's heart. The leather armor on the elf archer was completely papier-mâché, and he basically had no ability to resist. However, the vampire didn't even have the interest to take a look, so he threw the heart away, came to a priest, and attacked again. How is this possible? It's just a pet. The god of war couldn't figure it out at all. This vampire pet actually had such high intelligence. It not only knew to bypass those melee fighters first, but also gave priority to attacking those long-range archers and mages. However, the attack power of this pet is too amazing. It can even wear armor with one grab. No player can withstand his grab. Since entering the dark mine, Vampire FANFIction has been absorbing dark energy. Although this has also caused his personality to be affected by the dark energy to some extent, it is not too big. At least he can control it himself. And the increase in his strength is even more obvious. Not only has he been promoted to a higher level, but his level has not fallen. Now he is already level 90, which is much higher than Mina and the others. This is the result of his absorption of a large amount of mutant energy crystals. The dark energy of this mutant energy crystal is much purer than the black air in the shadow mine. For dark creatures, this is the best nutrition. What is going on? The god of war looked at the battle not far away. This kind of battle was completely one-sided. Boss, the god of war and his team have fought many, but it seems that they have never fought a boss that is smarter than the players. It didn't take a short while for the god of war's men to die. A little further away, Shuai and the others were already online, watching their battle with laughter and chatter. To be honest, Shuai couldn't tell whether the current vampire mortal was a monster or an NPC. However, he hoped that he could become an NPC, a vampire NPC who could integrate into the Holy Light Camp. Chapter 730 The Breath of the Undead. After getting rid of the god of war and his gang without any suspense, Shuai and the others left. However, to be honest, the level of this god of war rose quite fast, and his equipment was also good. Unfortunately, none of them were Templars, so they could only benefit from the unscrupulous profiteers. After the transaction with the unscrupulous profiteers, they spent a night in the dark mine dungeon. With their current level of 80 per capita, they can already conquer this advanced dark mine dungeon. This dungeon was only successfully opened a few days ago. After seeing that someone else had taken the lead in this dungeon, Tai Feng was a little unconvinced, but the guild entrenched in the dark mine was also very powerful. They were able to put together such a strong team and solve the final level 80 violent boss. However, I heard that there was another layer in the innermost part of this dark mine. According to the general rules of this dark mine, the difficulty of this dungeon is at least around level 100. Level 100 is another turning point for players. This turning point is much stronger than level 60, but also much more difficult. Just from the distribution of professional levels in NPCs, we can know, take the mage profession for example. There are many elemental mages who can reach the level of wizards, but often only 4 or 5 out of 100 people can reach the level of wizards. Maybe it will be easier for players, after all, they can be resurrected infinitely, but this is only easier in terms of experience. If the strength is not up to standard, it is not up to standard, and there is naturally no way to pass it. Don, what level have you trained your skeleton soldiers to? Mina asked as he walked in the morning light. It's level 25, but the skeleton knight is only level 12. Don was undoubtedly lucky to be able to directly cross the 10-level chasm in the early stage of magic. Dark space like Mina's can basically not be trained now, which means he doesn't have too much effort to train it. Let's train the skeleton soldiers first. With the proliferation of bone shields, the strength of the skeleton soldiers is not weak, and they are better in number. A skeleton soldier only uses one position. With the current level 3 bone talent, 9 can be summoned, while a high-level soldier like the skeleton knight has to occupy 3 summoning spaces, and the cooling time is not short. To be honest, such a rare high-level soldier is sometimes not as useful as this cannon fodder level skeleton soldier. Yet, I think so too. Don knew that his energy was limited, and he would not have too high expectations for this bone talent. As for the Dawnbreaker magic archer profession, his growth potential is almost unlimited, but he needs to improve his self-protection. Let's go back to the city for supplies, and then we'll find another dungeon. Play around. Shui Nai glanced at the things in the backpack, and most of the medicines in it had been used up. If it was a normal dungeon, the consumption of medicines would not be so terrible, but Shui Nai and his friends were practicing skills while playing dungeons. This aimless burning of skills basically burned medicines and gold coins. However, they already had hundreds of thousands of gold coins, so they could afford it. According to the preliminary estimate of the unscrupulous profiteers, the value of this batch of things could reach at least 500,000 gold coins, which could be exchanged for credit points, and at least nearly 100,000 could be earned. If Shui Nai was willing to sell the dark gem to the people in the dark camp, it would probably be a little higher. Although dark gems are not too rare on the dark camp side, there is no market for them on the holy light camp side. Even if they are thrown on the ground, I am afraid that not many people will pick them up. After absorbing dozens of dark gems, Shui Nai's dark seal became motionless and could no longer absorb the dark energy of the dark gem. Seeing that the dark seal was either too full or the dark gems could not keep up with the development needs of Mayuna, he could only put the dark gems in the warehouse. However, after consuming dozens of dark gems, his dark seal has been upgraded to level 3, and the skill bar has increased to 9. At the same time, the only magic in it has also been upgraded by 1 level. It seems that the stronger his dark seal is, the magic in it can be upgraded accordingly. Okay, I'll go to Master Mist Errol first, you guys have to be careful. Mayuna, who has returned to Moonlight City, immediately stepped onto the teleportation array. Who dares to attack here? Tai Feng was not afraid at all, but rather eager to try. After being with Shui Nai and the others, he seemed to seldom compete with others. Even if there was, he would not be included, and it was often over before he ran over, which made him very uncomfortable. But who told him to be slow? A person came to Yunya village, and Shui Nai quickly took back the strengthened undead phantom. To be honest, this undead phantom was just inlaid with a dark gem. But this dark gem was much deeper and darker than the dark gem in his hand, as if it contained infinite energy. This is the dark gem that I concentrated, and the purity has reached 80%, which is much higher than those dark gems with impurities outside. Master Mist Errol also knew what Mina was thinking, so he kindly explained it. Concentration of materials is necessary for high-level equipment, because ordinary materials have too many impurities, and high-level equipment cannot tolerate these impurities. Then can you help me condense another one? I need it. Mina thought of the dark seal. Use your head, is this dark gem so easy to condense? Haven't you seen that my hair is all white? At this time, Mina took a serious look at Master Mist Errol and found that he seemed to be a little older. Does concentrating this thing have an impact on the body? Mina thought to herself. If it is concentrated holy stone, it's okay, at least I can get some benefits. This dark gem, if I hadn't promised you, I wouldn't do it. Master Mist Errol said with some displeasure. This, by the way, I found these in the dark mining area yesterday, see if they suit your taste. Shui Nai immediately took out a dozen magic ores, which were the best ones he selected from those magic ores. Put it down. Also, I have to tell you one thing, don't get too close to darkness. Your teacher didn't dare to be as bold as you back then, and actually used dark energy. Master Mist Errol had already ordered him to leave after saying this. However, Shui Nai found that his expression eased a little, and he also knew that his materials worked. I know. Shui Na smiled bitterly in his heart. The dark seal on his left hand will be with him for the rest of his life. But thinking back, he found that he seemed to have a great affinity with darkness, like the Skeleton King at the beginning, the Blood Clan mortal before, and the Bone Dragon and the Dark Seal now. It seemed that he was getting deeper and deeper into the energy of darkness. I don't know if this is a good thing. After exiting Mistalel's workshop, Shui Na had time to check the properties of the Undead Shadow. The Undead projection skill of the Undead Shadow has disappeared, replaced by a selection bar called Undead Breath. Click on this Undead Breath selection bar. There are 2 small skills in total, namely Undead Summoning and Undead Shackles. These 2 skills are actually derived from Undead Projection. You can only use one of these 2 small skills every day, and you cannot choose more than one. For example, the Undead Summoning can summon skeletons, zombies, ghosts, and vampires once a day. Moreover, These summoned undead are no longer the ordinary things that die when touched, but real undead with lethal power. When using this undead summoning, the user must first pay half of the life value as the life of the undead. HP, that is to say, the higher the HP, the stronger the summoned undead. Moreover, as long as the undead is not killed, it will not disappear, that is, there is no time limit. These undead also have great growth potential for defense, such as skeleton soldiers have 50% of the summoner's defense, zombies have 150%, ghosts have no defense, but have the ability to ignore physical attacks and most magic damage, and vampires have 100%. Moreover, these undead also have their own characteristics, and are completely creatures of the undead family. As for the undead shackles, this skill is even more perverted. Shackles, as the name suggests, are used to imprison something. And this undead shackle has no special features except the bone shackles, like the corpse poison shackles, it can imprison the enemy while poisoning it, ghost shackles can possess and control the enemy, and blood-sucking shackles, in addition to imprisonment, can also absorb the enemy's HP and return it to the user. After seeing this undead aura, Shuai felt that the magic metal he had given to Mist Errol during this period was worth it. Although the number of uses of this ring is somewhat limited, it is very insidious and powerful. Just when Shuai was about to announce the attributes of this thing in the team chat, he suddenly received Tai Feng's gathering information. Everyone, come to the teleportation array in Moonlight City quickly. I received a task. Haha, now there is finally a fight. What task are you so happy about? I declare in advance that if there is no difficult task, don't look for me. Now I am practicing skills. Deo Yudeo said lazily. Eliminate a group of hateful traitor organizations, are you interested? Traitor? It's the Bushido Guild. Deo Yudeo responded quickly. That's right, now the Elf Empire has declared war on Bushido, and all players can go to the designated place to accept this task. Haha, this time I must kill enough. Tai Feng is already rubbing his hands. Wait, I'll come over now. Deo Yudeo's voice disappeared, and it seemed that he was going to find Tai Feng. I'll go too. Could it be that Poxio was also enthusiastic? I won't go. Xiaoyu said lightly, and continued to practice skills. What about you, Shuai? Tai Feng asked. Behind you. Shuai returned to Moonlight City as soon as she heard about this task. Damn, so fast. Tai Feng was shocked when he saw Shuai behind him. Chapter 731 Empire Traitor. What's going on? Why was our guild deprived of its guild qualifications by the system? After the God of War teleported back to the guild base, he immediately shouted at the guild codders in the conference room. However, no one could answer his question, because they also hurried back after hearing the news. President, could it be related to Elder Ron? It seems that we have just accepted this mission which is more dangerous recently. A vice president in charge of the administration of the guild in Bushido only thought of this question now, but he did not dare to correct it too loudly, because the God of War took on this mission because of greed. This is impossible. It has been so long since this mission, and the system has not asked about it. What do you mean now? The God of War naturally did not want to take on this problem of the country's destruction, but he suddenly thought of Mina. TMD, if I know who is behind this little trick, I must kill his whole family. The ferocious face of the God of War in anger made the surrounding players feel a little chilled. They naturally know their president the most, and naturally know some of his temper. If he really knows the cause of this incident, I am afraid that there will be real problems. Then President, should we resist or surrender now? A vice president in charge of the safety of the guild base said with some headache. Now we are discussing the survival of the guild, not revenge after the discussion. Surrender? Whoever dares to surrender, I will kill him directly. Let all members come back, and anyone who dares to come in will be beaten severely. Also, install and activate the newly bought guild resurrection stone for me. Even if the guild is disbanded, I will let the outsiders see the strength of our Bushido. The God of War completely ignored the NPCs outside who persuaded him to surrender, and actually planned to fight to the death. This. I understand. So, all the members of the Bushido Guild immediately received such a guild message to fight to the death. However, when such an unrealistic message came out, the number of people in the Bushido Guild immediately disappeared by 10%. Damn it, this group of ungrateful wolves. The God of War saw that the combat members who responded to the defense did not even have 10%, and he couldn't help but hate it to vomit blood. As a level 3 guild, Bushido has a maximum number of 50,000 members. Excluding those life players with little combat power and a large number of blank players used to fill the number, it seems that there are only less than 10,000 people who can fight. If all these 10,000 people come back, the God of War will have enough confidence to fight a battle that will not lose his dignity, a battle that will make his name spread. Fighting among players in the Elf Empire. However, the players who have returned now are only those members who have signed an agreement with the guild. Remember all the players who have not returned. I will kill them every time I see them. I will not let these traitors live so freely. The God of War looked at the number of people on the guild panel that was dropping sharply, and almost bit his white teeth to pieces. Seeing these high-level people here, he immediately shook his head helplessly. For these grassroots members, neither they nor the players in the elite group took them seriously. People like them who did not contribute much to the guild naturally had no way to get anything from the guild. At most, they would hang the emblem and have more confidence to do things. But other guilds can also give them this kind of thing, so when this happens, no one will count them. Moreover, sometimes, they still expect these people to be more cautious. However, the current God of War can't see through this at all. Instead, he is like a little girl who has been abandoned. He throws all the responsibilities to others, but doesn't look for the reasons in himself. All personnel should immediately form teams in various areas as required, and defend according to the instructions of each team leader. After the God of War's order to fight to the death was executed, the entire guild immediately took action, and all the joints of the base were guarded. When the God of War just entered the meeting room, Shui and others had already arrived outside the guild base. As an ambitious president, the God of War's base is arranged in a very militarized manner, with arrow towers, bunkers and the like. Moreover, the base covers a large area of 0.1 square kilometers. Once it is filled with people, it is a behemoth that is difficult to capture. However, when the number of people on one side is nearly 10 times higher than that on the other side, there is basically no suspense in this kind of battle, it just depends on how to minimize casualties. However, this can also witness from the side how much Bushido is hated by players in normal times. Among the players who came to attack Bushido this time, half of them were under the banner of revenge, and it is said that many people are rushing over from other places, determined to beat this drowned dog. It seems that this God of War has done a lot of work, even these war tools are available. Mina looked at the towering arrow towers in the courtyard in the distance and became interested. Haha, to be honest, it is actually meaningless to do this kind of thing in the NPC main city. Only those who have been caught in something dare to start a guild war under the eyes of the NPC, and then be destroyed by the NPC guards who swarmed in. Under all NPC forces, weapons are banned. But the situation of dealing with national traitors like now is completely an exception. Shuinai and his group of 7 soon found the NPC responsible for encircling and suppressing the traitors, and this NPC was very good. Captain Radian, we meet again. Tai Feng greeted him casually. What are you doing? Captain Radian looked at the vampires who were undoubtedly human, frowned slightly, but did not express anything else. We are here to vent for Elder Roan. Tai Feng's tone was a little low, very different from the joking tone just now. I see. Can you be responsible for commanding the defense of the West? We are a little short of manpower. Radian had some intuitive understanding of their strength, which was also due to Shuinai's contribution yesterday, plus the Leaf of Life badges on their bodies, which had already proved their strength and character. Okay, leave it to us. Tai Feng didn't expect that he would receive such a big task, and he agreed to it immediately, fearing that Radian would go back on his word. The task of encircling and suppressing the traitors is very simple. As long as the foundation of the guild inside is broken, the hostile guild will immediately disappear. Then the president or vice president will be arrested, imprisoned, and tried for a few days, and then they will be exiled from the Elf Empire. For many players, this may not be considered a way to deal with traitors of the country, at least they did not delete their accounts directly, but for some conceited presidents, this is more serious than deleting their accounts. Because the embarrassment of being kicked out of the house is something that you will never forget for a lifetime. This is exactly why the God of War intends to fight to the death. Now the task of encircling and suppressing the traitors is the process of persuading them to surrender. For the Elf Empire, they do not like fighting, nor do they like casualties, so they often come out to persuade them to surrender before the war, hoping to solve this meaningless battle without bloodshed. However, they completely underestimated the determination of the God of War. This behavior of preferring to die in glory rather than live in disgrace was the most troublesome. Tai Feng, holding the command flag, quickly found the person in charge there. None of his group was willing to be the commander, but Tai Feng was very interested in this. The mission was more interesting, so he was directly left behind by Shui Nai and the others. Yudao, Yuying, let's go in directly. Anyway, as long as we destroy the foundation of the guild, we can disband the guild. In this way, there will be no fighting outside. Shui Nai has been thinking about the NPCs outside. The arrow tower here is not for decoration, and the NPCs have no resurrection ability. This is good, the difficulty is high enough. Dao Yudao nodded immediately. To be honest, in ordinary conventional battles, the role of thieves is minimal, and this kind of surprise attack is more suitable. Tai Feng, let's go in and see the situation first. You must defend it. Fan Chen, you also stay and protect your sister-in-law and Po Xiao. Okay, you go. If you meet the god of war, please greet him warmly for me. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he discussed the arrangement with the NPCs and players around him. Although some players here look down on Tai Feng, he has a command flag on him, so he can't ignore it. Let's go. Mina said, and the three disappeared. Actually, to be honest, the three of them should not be the first batch to go in, because there are basically no thieves outside. The 3-meter-high wall outside the Bushido Guild base may be able to block other professions, but it is completely useless for thieves with light body skills. The three people easily ran into the interior of the base, and then they gathered together and began to discuss the next step. Hey, does anyone know where their guild foundation is? Dao Yudao, who ran in, immediately found that he basically didn't know the layout inside. Damn, you ran in without knowing, just for fun, right? After seeing the three people go in so easily, Tai Feng also thought that they could do something big, but he found that they were actually hiding in a corner and cursing the coordinates, which made him have to curse. Don't vent, report the coordinates quickly. Dao Yudao knew that Tai Feng was jealous of their skills. Actions like flying over eaves and walls have always been the most envied thing for other professions. Keep going inside, and that's where you'll see the most experts. The god of war and the others are guarding there. Tai Feng's intelligence was very good. In this case, there was an undercover inside. Hehe, let's go then. Although Tai Feng didn't give the coordinates, it was almost the same. And according to his deeper meaning, that is, they must show the spirit of plucking feathers from passing geese and not let go of any valuable things inside. Chapter 732 Operation to Destroy the Association, Part 1. Shui Na and the others walked in this enemy base, but they didn't find many valuable things. At most, they found a few good herbs in the medicine garden of this base. However, what made them tragic was that none of the three of them had the level to collect these herbs, and the result of rashly collecting them was naturally a complete failure. Damn, all the houses are empty. Why is this guy playing with so many empty houses? After Dao Yudao opened another empty room, he couldn't bear it anymore. This is the house of the Elf Empire, but it has been sold to Bushido now. We can't tear it down. Shui Na reminded Dao Yudao, who was a little anxious. Alas, then we have nothing, right? Dao Yudao put the door lock back in a somewhat dejected manner. As a professional thief, unlocking and closing the door after leaving must be done well, only in this way can it be done without a trace. No, we can find the guild warehouse. It's just that we don't know which one is the real guild warehouse. Shui Na's goal is very clear, that is to empty this guild warehouse. Ah. Yes, now Bushido has turned against the Elf Empire, the guild has been discredited, and the protection system of the guild warehouse has naturally been lifted. Dao Yudao immediately thought of this. The guild warehouse of the guild is somewhat different from the player's warehouse. The player's warehouse is sacred and inviolable, and even NPCs have no right to confiscate its things. What about the guild warehouse? It is a building, a warehouse that can be large or small. However, this kind of warehouse is generally protected by the system, and only those who meet the relevant conditions can take out the things inside. Ordinary members will not know where this warehouse is. They will only use the guild panel to open the warehouse directly when they need it, and then use the corresponding things to obtain the items inside. However, if a guild launches a guild annihilation war against it in a guild war, then the warehouses of both parties will be unprotected. And all the resources of the annihilated party will be confiscated by the winner. However, in the game that has been going on for more than half a year, no guild really dares to launch such a guild annihilation war. Instead, they use pressure to slowly dry up the growth space of those hostile guilds until they give up on their own. What about now? Now Bushido is the first guild to be launched to destroy the guild, and it was done by the Elf Empire itself. This kind of former there is no one in the past, and no one knows if there will be one in the future. For the god of war, this is the most unacceptable thing, so he has to prove himself with his own strength and actions. Let's go, let's find the guild warehouse first, and then think of a solution. After saying this, Shui Nai ran straight to one side, and Dao Yiyu Dao and Yu Ying Qing Chen looked at each other and chose a direction. As Shui Nai went deeper and deeper, the sounds of fighting around him became more and more. However, he mostly took a look and left, not wanting to waste his energy on this. After quickly bypassing a low wall, Shui Nai saw the battle situation in the small courtyard again. This is a 5-man thief team fighting against a 40-man defense team. Although none of these thieves who dared to sneak into the space were weak, they had some problems in terms of number and environment. The thieves who were forced out of the shadows by the magic trap and surrounded by people were already fish in the net. This 40-man team, taking advantage of the terrain, had several priests and mages arranged in an absolutely safe place. The remaining combatants and thieves were distributed around. The warriors were responsible for attacking, the thieves were responsible for intercepting, and with the assistance of the mages and the treatment of the priests, under this tacit attack, the 5 thieves were soon beaten to red blood. When Mina had already gone behind the mages, the battle inside was over. The 5 thieves left the base gloriously after pulling down 3 warriors. However, Mina was ready to avenge them. Mina's first target was a priest whose name was a string of characters that he could not understand. He could recognize that it was the Japanese characters, but he did not know its meaning. However, he knew that this, CEAE superscript 2 ENE A degree copyright AEA, P. Mina quietly touched behind him, and then a flaming bomb swallowed him. Although the priest's magic defense is good, Shui Nai's attack power is not weak either. After a burst of flames, the priest immediately softened. Picking up the dark level priest robe on the ground, Shui Nai just took a look at the attributes and felt that his eyes lit up. He immediately planned to give it to Qun Lixu as a souvenir. The physical defense ability of this priest robe is very high, almost equal to the defense of leather armor of the same level. Moreover, this priest robe can also increase the effect of healing magic by 20% and increase the effect of defensive magic by 10%. This is a rare equipment, especially for the nurse role of the priest who is afraid of poor physical self-protection ability. Yudao, Yuying, specifically look for those players with Japanese names, they are almost fat to the point of dripping oil. Shui Nai disappeared immediately after picking up the priest robe. But the place where he just disappeared was already a mess. With more than a dozen promoted players focusing their fire, even Shui Nai did not dare to mess around. Really? Damn, I just let one go, I'm going to find him now. Dao Yudao said with some hatred, and then there was no sound. At this time, Yu Ying Qing Chen also began to look for some mage players with all her strength. Her Dawnbreaker was in great need of equipment, so it would be best to find a few more here to arm him to the teeth. After Shui Nai's stunning appearance, he immediately attracted enough attention, and everyone received the order of the god of war almost in an instant. If you find Fan Chen, kill him without mercy. After finding a few more targets and dealing with nearly a dozen members, Shui Nai soon found that the resistance in his area was increasing exponentially. It seemed that he seemed to have killed too much this time. As Shui Nai went deeper, he found that the thieves who sneaked in seemed to have the same idea as them, that is, to empty the guild warehouse. These, CEA AEA 1/2 AE 11A 1/4 NEC trademark AA superscript 2 cent E. AE degree A and trademark AE. AE degree OE, UE degree E yen pound, A superscript 1 copyright EAOE AEAOE, A superscript 2 EC, P. I found the guild warehouse. Yu Ying Qing Chen suddenly shouted in the team chat, and then Shui Nai and the others immediately rushed to her position. Where? Dao Yudao asked as soon as he came. But soon, he heard the sound of fighting in the distance. At a corner, nearly 20 thieves were fighting fiercely with 2 teams of more than 100 people in total, forming a defensive formation. However, these thieves alone could not do anything about this powerful round shield formation. In this team, the outermost ones are all armored soldiers holding giant shields. With strong defensive capabilities and uniform giant shields, their formation has few blind spots. This makes it impossible for the thieves' crossbows to attack them, and under the protection of the shields, the priests and mages inside can output and heal without any worries. Is the cave behind the warehouse? Shui Na asked. Yes, this is the most suitable place for the safety of the warehouse. Yu Yingqingchen looked at this small cave. Although the mountain is less than 10 meters, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is not as easy to be destroyed as ordinary buildings. Do you think the god of war will put the cornerstone in it? Dao Yudao saw this small cave. After they found the cave, they immediately thought of this place. The core building of the entire guild is the foundation of the guild, and the most valuable building is the guild warehouse. Under normal circumstances, they would naturally think that these things would be placed in ordinary buildings, but after seeing this cave, they felt that this was the safest place. It's possible, let's get through it first. Shui Nai also had this idea. This core and warehouse are the lifeblood of the guild, so naturally they won't let anyone know about it casually, and even if they know it, it may not be true. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 caves, not to mention smart humans. Everyone get out of the way. Just when the thieves outside were still trying to break through the round shield formation, Dao Yudao suddenly rushed to the front and shouted. And when someone saw Shui Nai in the distance carrying a magic cannon aimed at this place, everyone only thought of one thing in their hearts: the map cannon is coming. Run! The thieves knew that if they wanted to get the things inside, they had to rely on the power of the mortal world. Otherwise, even if the gate was breached, they would not be able to do anything about this turtle formation. Damn it! The players in the round shield formation immediately turned pale after seeing Shui Nai's actions, and some even ran out of the round shield formation directly. However, with these thieves surrounding them outside, it would be difficult to survive if they left the round shield formation. But now they are standing here, and they will definitely not survive. When the beam of light from the magic cannon plowed the open space in front of the cave, the round shield formation disappeared directly, and the thieves who disappeared one by one also chased the fleeing enemies in an instant and solved them in a few moves. The thieves who had the courage to come in were naturally not fools. Even if their skills were not good, a dozen thieves would attack together. Even if they were wearing plate armor and shield armor, they would have to bear hatred. Dao Yudao and Yu Yingqingchen came to the round shield formation and collected all the equipment they liked on the ground. As for the rest, they left it to the thieves behind. This can be regarded as some goodwill from Shui Nai and the others. After all, in this base, one more friend is always better than one more enemy. Just when Shui Nai was about to follow into the warehouse, Tai Feng suddenly stopped him. Shui Nai, you guys over there, go and destroy their guild resurrection stone. We are being suppressed very badly outside. Resurrection stone? There is such a thing. Shui Nai, a lone ranger, had no interest in the guild's information at all. He just knew that the guild had a warehouse. Well, I heard that it was just bought back. We must destroy this resurrection stone first, otherwise this battle will be difficult to fight. Okay, I'll go there now. Shui Nai naturally knew the benefits of having a resurrection stone of his own, so he said something to Dao Yudao and the others and left. Chapter 733, Operation to Destroy the Guild, Part 2. After the Elf Empire's attempt to persuade them to surrender failed, it was the players' favorite moment. Hundreds of attacks fell on the 4 iron gates of the base almost instantly, and some of the defense systems inside the base were also activated. For a moment, arrows and magic were thrown out from the towering arrow tower. The god of war arranged most of the archers and mage players who came back to garrison at the outermost edge of the base, intending to use absolute firepower to extinguish those players who wanted to attack. And this approach immediately dealt the greatest blow to the players outside. However, for some reason, most of the players did not attack the outer wall of the base too much, but instead focused on the 4 iron gates. This approach naturally benefited the Bushido players. Dawn, what's going on inside? After Dawn was arranged by Tai Feng as an aerial monitor, all the intelligence on Tai Feng's side was his responsibility. There are crossbow carts and city defense crossbows, facing the gate. Poxio naturally understood their arrangement, but if they didn't break through this gate as soon as possible, they would not be able to get the biggest mission reward. Now they are competing with the personnel on the other 3 sides for contribution. As long as they are a little faster than the other 3 sides in every step, then their contribution will naturally be the highest. Damn, these thieves are so stupid and so arrogant. The thieves were all very brave. Now among these 10 thieves, all of them are prefixed with Japanese ninja. It seems that these are the native subordinates of the god of war. At this time, the players who had directly resurrected from corpses also stood up one by one. Although they were still weak, as long as their numbers increased, they could still lead to a counterattack. After taking a look at this formation, Mina retreated decisively. However, just when the players stationed at the resurrection stone had just breathed a sigh of relief, a beam of light suddenly flashed from the other side. The people around the stone were piled up on the ground again. After repeating the situation just now, Shui Na immediately retreated again. After seeing Shui Na's fighting style, the Bushido players knew that they had no chance this time. When the magic cannon flashed for the 7th time, the resurrection stone was shattered all over the ground. And in the sky, the angry and cruel words of the god of war were also heard. Shui Na, remember this in the future. When the resurrection stone was shattered, the troops to which Tai Feng belonged immediately jumped to the first place, and its contribution value was directly ahead of the green troops by nearly double. Shui Na, go and kill this? See? Xiang Kong? Niu B? E? C A degree superscript 1 A degree C A degree AAE superscript 3 A copyright cent E degree registered trademark AE pound EOE cent AE A copyright, C copyright E superscript 2 A cent, AE, P. Okay, go now. Shui Na would naturally not be afraid of the god of war because of this. No, he would use his actions to tell him that things in the game should be solved in the game. Udao, how is the situation in the warehouse? Shui Na asked. Don't mention it. All the good stuff was taken away by them. I just killed a slow player and got some small things. The rest are not worth mentioning. The 3 of them are the best. The best are the best. The best are the best. The best are the best. Then let's go and take the things from the god of war. Shui Na saw Dao Yi Udao coming towards him on the map, and he knew what he was thinking. It's a pity that there is no priest, otherwise I have to see how many times he dies before he can reveal all the things on his body. No need, I think he should be kicked out of the house when he is detained. Otherwise, this punishment is too weak. No matter, let's send him back to life first. Dao Yi Udao immediately followed Shui Na to the other side as soon as he found Shui Na. President God of War, Fan Chen, and the other 2 are coming to our side. In the underground secret room where the foundation of the Bushido Guild is located, the God of War heard such a report from his subordinates. This time, Shui Na and the other 2 came in openly and headed straight to where the God of War was. Humph, are you challenging me? The God of War naturally couldn't let go of Shui Na's arrogant provocation. President, this won't work. This underground secret room is our last line of defense. What if? As the main person in charge of this operation, although he was only arranging it according to the requirements of the God of War, this is the last line of defense and the safest place for them. If the god of war was killed by Mina on the spot, then even if the guild had not disbanded, their morale would have been half gone. What if? No, the 4 gates have been breached, can they defend with just those crossbow carts and city defense crossbows? I just want to kill Mina first, and I'll talk about the future later. When Mina broke through the door of the warehouse, he held back. But when Mina destroyed the resurrection stone, he couldn't hold back anymore. The reason why he is in this day is entirely due to Mina, and now he has only infinite hatred for Mina. Chapter 734, Destroying the Guild, Part 2. Hatred is an emotion that can turn smart people into irrational people. When Mina and his team crossed the traps one by one, killed all the enemies they could see and arrived at the last place, the god of war was already waiting for him there. Mina. The god of war cursed secretly in his heart. He didn't expect that these 2 people could actually defeat his elite subordinates without any damage, and from the looks of them, it seems that they didn't consume much. This made him even more unconvinced. 2 idle players could challenge the elites of a guild, and they were so casual. This game requires teamwork, but Shui Na, the perverted mage, is like a cheater. Not only does he ignore the rules directly, but he also has the ability to make all players ashamed. Is the place where the guild's cornerstone is stored behind. Dao Yi Udao could only see the stairs leading to the underground from behind the crowd. It seems so. Shui Na naturally saw that the entrance to the underground staircase was not big, and at most it could only accommodate 3 people at the same time. If the god of war arranged a dozen players below, then this place would become a Jedi that was difficult to enter. Shui Na. The god of war pointed the long sword with holy light in his hand at him from a distance, as if he was going to challenge him alone. Damn, the Templar's magic defense set, he got this kind of thing. Dao Yi Udao took a closer look at the equipment on him and was still shocked. The magic defense set is a dungeon set that was recently discovered. It is level 80 and has a total of 8 pieces including weapons. The most powerful ability of this magic defense set is Magic Defense. The magic defense ability of nearly 5,000 in total can already force all mages to turn around and run. Moreover, some small features of this set can also be immune to most elemental special effects. Basically, when you reach level 80, all mages will be immune to this magic defense set. All must retreat. However, the God of War, who is only level 75 now, obviously used some special gems to forcefully wear this set of equipment. Shui Na frowned. He didn't know much about this magic defense suit. He just knew that it was a very popular suit recently. A set of gold suits can already be equivalent to a set of dark gold scattered equipment, not to mention that this is equipment with professional requirements. And the smaller the professional requirements, the stronger its attributes. 5,000 points of magic defense, plus the ability bonus of the Templar's own magic defense, and the magic immunity effect of the suit, are a very painful thing for all mage professions. However, such an extreme set of equipment has no other bonuses. At least in terms of physical defense and health, the current God of War has reached a new low. Are you confident? Dao Yudao asked. Facing this kind of enemy who uses equipment to restrain the opponent, it means that the opponent is very familiar with Shui Na's attributes. Yes, the God of War has someone who has specifically analyzed Shui Na's attributes and abilities, and the result is that Shui Na's most powerful fire magic explosion impact has a lethality of nearly 20,000 points. However, this question does not mean much to the God of War who has the advantage of agility. Moreover, his equipment has been inlaid with several top quality flame gems, and even Shui Na's explosion impact may have limited effect. Yes, but I'm just wondering whether to reveal some of my trump cards. Shui Na is now troubled by this problem. Damn. Dao Yudao knows some of Shui Na's abilities, so he didn't think of this aspect. All along, Shui Na didn't seem to reveal his details in front of outsiders, at most only the magic cannon and flying technique. However, just revealing these two abilities has made him a monster in the mouths of players. After seeing Shui Na accept his silent challenge, the God of War was naturally very happy. To be honest, he was afraid that Mina would not accept his silent challenge. After all, he had been defeated by her 3 or 5 times, but he had not hurt her at all. If he dared to challenge her openly, he would lose all his face. As for calling on his men behind him, he did not dare to think about it. If he dared to call on his men behind him to fight, the 2 people on the opposite side would dare to run away directly, and then fight a guerrilla war with them, just like fighting against the Resurrection Stone. Mina, I will show you my strength now. The God of War was very confident in his equipment, especially in the simulated battle, he had a winning rate of up to 78%. As long as you destroy her mobility when the battle starts, then I will have no problem. What the God of War feared most now was Mina's speed. But he had a crossbow with a slow poison in his hand. What do you think a wizard needs such high mobility for? The God of War thought angrily, while adjusting the position of the crossbow to the most eye-catching place. Seeing the God of War staring at his feet, Mina immediately knew what the God of War was thinking. However, when the two were only 20 meters apart, Mina had already raised her wand, indicating that the distance would end here. The meaning of a wizard's life is distance, and he would not be so stupid as to let a melee fighter get 20 meters closer to him. And the God of War could not shamelessly ask to get closer, otherwise it would not be a challenge, but a charity. When Mina's wand made a dong sound with the ground, the two sides immediately entered a combat state. At the beginning, the God of War directly gave himself a mobile blessing, which increased his mobile ability by 50%, and rushed towards Mina with the charge. Mobile blessing is a blessing skill of the Holy Light Warrior, which can increase the movement speed in a short period of time, but this time is very short. However, Mina's ice ring soon appeared under Mina's feet. As the ice ring expanded, a big mist appeared above the head of the God of War. The magic immunity of the magic defense set, which was only 20%, was actually triggered. Just when the God of War was about to rush to Shui Na, an ice blue icicle suddenly appeared in front of Shui Na and blocked the God of War. Damn, it's like this again. When charging, the most taboo is this kind of thing blocking the way. The God of War ran out from behind the icicle in a panic and immediately found that Shui Na had run away for more than 10 meters. However, just when he was about to chase her, he suddenly found that there were waves of cold and dark breath coming from behind him. Darkness. The God of War instinctively looked back and found that a terrifying and deformed skeleton had risen behind him at some point. However, This skeleton was not the kind of skeleton soldier that was easy to bully, because its appearance was obviously modified. Its spine was covered with nearly 10 pairs of ribs, and the spine was abnormally long, and its leg bones were not inserted into the underground, firmly inserted there. Just when the god of war was stunned and didn't react, the skeleton suddenly moved. Two strange bone hands nearly 1 meter long had grabbed the wrist of the god of war and pulled it in front of him. After that, the 10 pairs of ribs on its spine opened outwards, and under the pull of the bone hands, the god of war was received inside, and then with a few clicks, the 10 pairs of ribs closed and swallowed it firmly into the body. The god of war, who was directly imprisoned by the bone shackles, reacted. However, this bone shackle was obviously made for the body, but it was extremely hard. For a player like the god of war who was not a power player, it was not so easy to break free from this bondage. Moreover, the Mizuna outside would not leave him alone. The starting time of the undead shackles is 10 seconds, and then the existence time will increase or decrease according to the level difference between the two sides. In other words, if the level is 10 levels higher than Shui Nai, then the undead shackles are meaningless. However, Shui Nai is now 10 levels higher than him, which means that he can be imprisoned for a maximum of 20 seconds. To be honest, 20 seconds is still a bit too much for Shui Nai. Under the double attack of 2 explosive flames and a water dragon, the god of war died again. When the body of the god of war fell to the ground, Dao Yiyudao finally reacted. For the impact of the bone shackles, he instinctively put this magic on the deadly blacklist. This magic is the nemesis of thieves. Once locked, the thieves with not very good defense and blood volume will have no way out. After getting rid of the god of war, Shui Nai immediately replenished the magic in the elemental wand. However, because the water volume was not convenient to appear, he did not add the water dragon this time, so he had to directly store a frost nova. Why, this is obviously dark magic, but why can he use it, and why didn't the system punish him? Why? The soul of the god of war who came back to his senses outside the resurrection stone had already been in a mess. He thought that the strongest suit had such an ending in the end. And what puzzled him most was why he was destroyed by someone just for a dark task, but Mina, a player who had already been completely involved in the dark world, could be so free. He didn't accept it. So he submitted the video he just recorded to the system in his personal name to intervene in the investigation. However, when he left the game, the resistance of the Bushido Guild collapsed in an instant. Because in the eyes of all members, their president was not only killed, but also abandoned them and ran away in the end. The president was killed on the spot, which was very unpopular in itself, and now he ran away without saying a word, which made all the members even more disappointed. Even the old members who were willing to live and die with the guild were somewhat shaken. And those contracted players who had wanted the guild to disband had already been slacking off and tipping off. When Shui Na and Dao Yiyudao broke through the defense of the underground secret room, the Bushido Guild was officially disbanded. Now, except for the president, the god of war, who escaped, the other vice presidents and cadres were detained by the NPC forces, waiting for the judgment of the Elders' Council. This is the punishment for standing on the wrong team. Just when Shui Na and the others went to receive the reward on the spot, Tai Feng said this to the high-level officials who were unwilling to be taken away. Chapter 735, Picking Up Girls with NPCs. Let trademark S ignore the god of war trademark S. However, on the other hand, the combat power of the NPCs in Hansenburg chosen by Bushido is really not very good. Although this main city has the title of the main city, due to its poor geographical location, the surrounding monster area is at least level 80, and there is basically not much traffic at this stage. I now suspect that this god of war may be paving the way for the future main city. Tai Feng nodded seriously after walking around the Bushido base for a few rounds. This god of war has put a lot of effort into the layout of this base. Not only does it have a safe cave warehouse, but it also has a strict underground secret room. Main city? Dawn asked in some confusion. Well, in general games, in addition to fortresses, the higher level is the main city. The power and benefits of this main city are higher than those of fortresses of the same level. However, this main city is not easy to move. Tai Feng took a look at the large courtyard that now belongs to the 7 of them. As the biggest reward in the mission of the Elf Empire to destroy the Bushido Guild, this is a well-deserved grand prize. This piece of land alone is worth nearly 100,000 gold coins, and there is still a lot of room for appreciation, especially as the power and strength of the guild expand, the value here will be even higher. However, it is better to be prepared than not to be prepared, and judging from the god of war, he seems to want to gain control of the main city in an independent way. Dao Yiyudao also mentioned it. In the place where he just visited, he found a large siege equipment factory. Although current players cannot mass-produce such advanced siege equipment, the number accumulated over time is difficult to ignore. By the way, what do you plan to do with this place? Since Tai Feng proposed to take down this courtyard, he knew that he must have his own ideas. I want to rebuild a guild, a real guild. Tai Feng thought about it, and then said it seriously. Guild? Shui Na frowned, he really didn't like the guild. Yes, to be honest, this is actually my family's idea. They also want to develop the space of this game world. Really? But, this kind of thing doesn't seem to be easy. Although there are some big companies that make a profit from this game, there are more losses. After all, there must be a balance between entering and exiting. Dao Yiyudao has a deep understanding of the game, and he also knows that not everyone can make money in this game, especially those guilds that have invested heavily. Often, the game is closed before they get any profit. Well, but my family thinks it's worth a try, so they came to me. To be honest, if you join the guild, I believe it will be no problem to fight 1,000 with one. Tai Feng's target is Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao. If it's just a guest appearance, it's not a problem, but we can't stand the constraints. Dao Yiyudao saw that Shui Nai couldn't say it, so he made it clear. Of course. Tai Feng is very concerned about the affairs of this guild, but he also knows the personalities of Shui Nai and others. After that, Shui Nai didn't have much resistance to Tai Feng's plan to build a guild, but he was more worried that his own problems would affect Tai Feng. If he was alone in the game, he would have the final say on whether to leave or stay, but if it involved thousands of people in a guild, Shui Nai could only say that he was powerless. Single-player PK and guild wars are two completely different things. Whatever, to be honest, as long as you release your bone dragon, who dares to touch us? A bone dragon can definitely overturn all the hopes of any guild, Dao Yiyudao knew Shui Nai's thoughts very well, and he said this afterwards. Let's go, this time, are we going to the dungeon or doing something else? We also have to prepare for the Dark Tree Demon Forest tomorrow. Dao Yiyudao glanced at the people around him. I have asked Uncle Wu Yang to prepare some basic things. Now let's take a rest. I'm afraid we will have to spend the next few days in tension. Shui Na thought for a moment and brought up this topic. Shui Na and his friends already know the specific content of the Dark Tree Demon Forest mission, which is to collect 10,000 wood spirits. For this mission, Shui Na has discussed with Wu Yang, and even if this mission is completed quickly, it will probably take a week, and this is with the help of the Bone Dragon. It's just that this Bone Dragon is not easy to see people, especially the NPC of the Elf Empire. Although he doesn't have much expectation for pets, he also hopes to get the favor of the Dragon Clan or other powerful special species like other players. This is the most noble wish of a player. If he ruins the possibility of obtaining the Dragon Clan in the future because of this Bone Dragon problem, then he will not die unjustly. Hey, you inhumane people! You are so stupid! Dao Yiyudao would not sit here all day, and led Fanfiction directly to the deep mountains and old forests. When Shui Nai brought Xiaoyu to the teleportation array of the main city of Hansenburg the next day, Tai Feng, Qun Lixu, Poxio, and Yu Ying Qingchen also came. Now only Dao Yiyudao and Fanfiction are left. Since treating Fanfiction as an NPC, Shui Nai no longer plans to let him return to the pet space. Damn, this kid, should I take him to pick up girls? Tai Feng guessed with some disgust. The appearance of this Fanfiction is very similar to that of the player. As long as the power of the Swezu is not activated, basically no one will suspect that he is a Swezu. Especially when wearing a lurking mask, the player's ability is directly invalid. Oh. No, I forgot this. I'm so tired. 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 Deo Yu Deo glanced at the vampire mortal beside him and said happily in the team chat. Okay, two beautiful ladies, we have sent you back, and it's time for us to say goodbye. Deo Yu Deo saluted the two elf NPC girls, indicating that they were leaving. Hehe, thank you for saving me during this period, and we will go home. The two girls nodded, glanced at the vampire mortal who didn't say anything at all, and left reluctantly. Damn, there is an inside story, Udeo, my good brother, what happened to you yesterday? Humph, I don't have the kind of brothers who only have opposite sex. Deo Udeo said disdainfully in the team chat. Hehe, you can't blame me for this. Who told you not to have a girlfriend? Otherwise, I'll ask A Shui to introduce a few classmates to you. They are all nurse sisters. Hey! After hearing this, Qian Li Shui immediately twisted Tai Feng's ears. Hehe, help our brothers? Look how pitiful he is. Tai Feng said, winking at him. Humph. Okay, stop making trouble, let's go, the others are waiting over there. Shui Na left without caring about Tai Feng's soft and hard talk. The 8 people who came to the Dark Tree Demon Forest soon found the unscrupulous profiteer. With him were Lu Yi and Elder Diana. I have prepared everything you want. The unscrupulous profiteer handed Shui Na an ugly coat. On this coat, there were dozens of small bags of different sizes, all of which were used to store medicine bottles. Thank you. Shui Na took the coat that had no defense ability and attribute bonus at all. In order to stay longer in this Dark Tree Demon Forest, he specifically asked the unscrupulous profiteer to prepare this kind of thing. What are you being polite about? Just remember to bring everything out for me. The unscrupulous profiteer said with a chuckle. Okay, since we have the bone dragon anyway, it's easy. Shui Na had already seen that the only NPCs here were Lu Yi and Elder Diana, so she could summon the bone dragon with confidence. Chapter 736 Retreat. It has to be said that the learning ability of the players has become so strong that it is a very scary realm. Lu Yi and Diana just demonstrated the opening of the Dark Tree Demon Forest and the use of the Dark Teleportation Array inside. They have already fully mastered the content. Okay, it's getting late. I wish you can complete the task as soon as possible. Lu Yi took a curious look at the bone dragon and stepped back. Don't worry, we will definitely complete the task perfectly. Deo Yudeo slapped his chest loudly, and then took the bag of dark energy crystals, which were their important resources inside. Then, I'll trouble you with the supplies in the future. Shui Na said to the unscrupulous profiteer in a private chat. Okay, what about me? Let's go, bye. Shui Na and the others waved and stepped into the Dark Tree Demon Forest protected by the green energy shield. Although the Dark Tree Demon Forest is also full of dark energy, its outer energy shield is not a dark guard, but a shield supported by the energy of the Tree of Life. However, this shield also needs to be opened with dark energy crystals or mutant energy crystals. Regarding this great masterpiece of his teacher, Shui Na only felt that he was far behind him. And it was this masterpiece of his that the Lich King had no way to deal with here. Since the shield here is connected to the Tree of Life, if you want to destroy the shield here, you must first kill the Tree of Life inside. However, if this Tree of Life is so easy to kill, it would have died long ago, and it would not be able to stand on this land again. Okay, this time, I will not leave until I reach level 99 in seclusion. Dao Yudao looked at this huge, empty leveling field and suddenly shouted loudly. Alright, level 99, you think it's that Tian King? Shui Nai said with a smile, and then began to organize the things behind him. With the supplies in their 3 trucks, they can only last for 2 weeks at most, and if the drop rate here is too high I'm afraid I'll have to go out in a week. I saw Shui Nai pull open the canvas on the wooden cart pulled by the flame fantasy dragon lizard, and saw a whole cart of bone materials neatly stacked on the wooden cart. When the flame fantasy dragon lizard saw that what it was pulling was such a disgusting thing, it immediately shouted a few words of dissatisfaction. But when the bone dragon suddenly lowered its head to look at it, it didn't even dare to fart. When Shui Nai found that the flame fantasy dragon lizard was afraid of the bone dragon, he began to use the bone dragon to oppress the poor flame fantasy dragon lizard. Moreover, after knowing that Shui Nai was the owner of the bone dragon, the flame fantasy dragon lizard seemed to have a better temper. Let's go. After Shui Nai opened the canvas of the 3 wooden carts, he walked towards the depths. Among the 3 wooden carts, the most were the bone materials used by Dawn, which occupied 1.5 carts, and the rest were some supplies and pharmaceutical utensils. These 3 vehicles are enough for a pioneering group to use for a day. If people knew that only 7 players were using them, they would probably be shocked. As the skeleton soldiers of Dawn were sent out one by one, the area where Shui Nai and the others were immediately like a gunpowder barrel that was lit. Damn, what attracted so many monsters? Dao Yudao saw these dozens of monsters suddenly rushing out, and he immediately became a little nervous. It was his first time entering this forest. It's okay, they are just some small monsters. Shui Nai, who already knew the distribution of monsters outside the forest, naturally would not be moved by these small tree people. Be careful. Shui Nai said, and rushed out alone, and Dao Yudao followed him. They now have to block the side with the largest number, otherwise the people behind will be in trouble. Although Shui Nai and the others have disappeared in a dark green wave, the magic light effect they cast has never disappeared. Shui Nai's attack method was shameless. He held up the Wraith Shield and used ice magic to completely freeze the small tree people around him. Then he could strike the small tree people one by one without any damage. Dao Yudao had a harder time. He kept running around the small tree people. Although his attacks did not fall due to movement, he could not attack the same small tree people. This efficiency was much worse. However, no matter how poor his efficiency was, his attack power was extremely high. Often, as long as he turned around twice, a circle of small tree people would be dead around him. When Shui Nai and the other 2 took less than 10 minutes to deal with the small tree people that had accumulated to hundreds around them, Tai Feng and the others had already passed the most troublesome period. The experience of the small tree people is too low. Dao Yudao and I will go to deal with those big tree people. You guys hold on first. Shui Nai lost interest immediately after taking a look at the bodies of these small tree people. These little treemen won't drop anything. The only valuable thing is to collect some medicinal materials from them. Okay, go ahead. Tai Feng naturally knew that the creatures that could drop wood spirits were boss-level creatures, and these little treemen really didn't have enough experience, so he also wanted to find some higher-level monsters to fight. However, Tai Feng also knew that he was destined to be a tragic person in this dark tree demon forest, because he didn't have a magic weapon like Dao Yudao. Facing the plant-based boss with a huge life value, his attack power was a bit weak. After calculating the frequency of appearance of the little treemen around, Shui Nai and the others left with complete peace of mind. As long as there were not many little treemen like this, no matter how many came, they could eat them, but this bone dragon was a little difficult to use. After all, it must be controlled by someone to move, otherwise it would be just a mighty skeleton. The 2 people who flashed into the woods to find the big treemen, relying on their high attack, this combination of long distance and closeness, made the creatures in the woods jump. But it still took a lot of effort to get rid of those big tree people. I hate plant monsters. If it was the short dagger that Dao Yudao used to use, he would have stopped fighting long ago. It's okay, your ice and fire dragons are so powerful. The big tree man stabbed by Dao Yudao's fire dragon dagger directly lost 1% of his health, and it was just a matter of stabbing a few more times. Then try to be hit by it. Dao Yudao pointed to the scratches on his back. He was slapped and flew several meters away. I can't poison them, and I can't knock them out. These guys are the most hateful. Let's go. The harvest here is not bad. At least a piece of golden equipment. Although they no longer care about these equipment, for Wu Yushang, a big businessman with nearly unlimited demand, these things are valuable things. After each person grabbed a few pieces of equipment, they came to the temporary gathering point outside. There, people like Xiaoyu and Yuying Qingchen who know how to make medicine have been working hard to make potions from the things they just collected. Although the effect of this potion is somewhat behind the development, but they can only refine medicines of this level. Let's go to the next place. After seeing them sorting the things that exploded, Tai Feng reminded the few people who were resting. Only 6 wood spirits exploded in an hour, which is much weaker than your plan. Dao Yudao looked at the 6 wood spirits, which was a big difference. This place is just wrong. The deeper you go, the more bosses there are. It's just that the level of the bosses here is not very high, and the experience is not ideal. Thinking of the defense battle of the Tree of Life at that time, Shui Nai naturally set his target on those bosses. The last time the bosses attacked the Tree of Life, nearly 80% of them were plant-based. As long as they can find their refresh points and find a suitable place, it is not too difficult to deal with them. The difficulty now is that they are not familiar with the map here, and they don't know the distribution and situation of these monsters. As time passed, Shui Nai and his team went deeper and deeper. And just as Shui Nai thought, this place is simply the boss generation base. The number of bosses they encountered here is far more than what they can see outside. Several times, they also witnessed how some bosses were promoted. In the environment where the breath of life and the breath of darkness coexist here, the growth rate of plant monsters has already made people feel weird. Lao Fan, there is a longevity fruit in front, do you want one? The bored Dao Yudao has already entered the dangerous woods to find excitement. Location. Shui Nai will naturally not let go of such a thing. Although this longevity fruit can only be used 3 times by a player in his lifetime, and although they have already taken one, they really want to get all the longevity fruits in this dark tree demon forest. It's here, just send the bone dragon directly. Dao Yudao didn't want to waste energy in these places. Okay. Shui Nai had this idea. As the bone dragon went back and forth, Shui Nai had an extra longevity fruit in his hand that was so green that it made people happy. Poxio, take it. Shui Nai gave the immortal fruit to Po Xiao. He was the weakest among all the people, so he had to be taken care of first. Thank you. Po Xiao did not hesitate and swallowed the immortal fruit worth countless thousands of gold. Let's go, the next one. Dao Yudao said, and disappeared. Chapter 737 Awakening. When Shui Nai and the others disappeared for several days in a row, some people outside the forest could not wait any longer. You said they are not in the dark mining area. The god of war, who had changed his clothes and got a stealth mask, said with some hatred. In the past few days, he has been sending people to find the whereabouts of Shui Nai and the others, but to no avail. Well, all the entrances to the dark mining area have been investigated, and they have not been found. There is one more thing. The president of Shenlong has sent several messages to ask our people when to go there. Well, let's go now. The god of war took a look at the map of the Elf Empire. Although this country is not as vast as the human empire, it is not small. If a few players want to hide, even if all the players are involved, they may not be found. However, what really made the god of war not want to look for them was his fear. As his anger was slowly worn away, he found that even if he really faced Mina again, he probably didn't have much chance. Mina's strength has surpassed the level of ordinary players, and he vaguely found that Mina seemed to have found a path of his own. But now he found that he seemed to have never found a path of his own. Often just put the best equipment on himself, but whether these equipment are in line with his own attributes and skills, he rarely cares. It seems that it's time for me to retreat. After thinking it through, the god of war felt relieved, but in his calm heart, he was suppressing resentment. In the next few days, the god of war and his men went to the side of the human empire. Shenlong, taking the backbone of Bushido into the guild, aren't you afraid that this will cause problems? The former president of Sahaitang, Yahuang, said with some concern. The reason why he joined the Dark Dragon Guild was because he and Shenlong were friends in real life, and their interests were the same, so there was naturally no conflict. But the god of war was a Japanese. Let's not talk about the theory of those who are not of my race must have different hearts, just the fact that he was a wanted criminal of the Elf Empire was enough to cause trouble. Did I ever say I wanted to take him into the Dark Dragon Guild? Shenlong's smile was somewhat sinister. For a loser like him, all I want is the craftsman in his hands who can make siege equipment. As long as I can get those craftsmen, if he is of some use, then it's fine. If he wants to cause trouble, then don't blame me. It's good that you know it. By the way, has the application for garrisoning the fortress been approved? Don't mention it. The fortress on the Human Empire side is under tight control and is unwilling to let go. However, I heard that Howard's old rival Yvonne has lost his magic power. Now we have to see if he can help us. Then let's wait a little longer. Anyway, time is on our side. Now on the Human Empire side, except for the Holy Flame of Light who is the only one in the north, the other opponents are not too troublesome, but... Are you talking about Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao? Shenlong glanced at the map in his room. In the space that the Human Empire has explored, the Dark Dragon and the Holy Flame of Light have already divided 60% of the space. Yes, their strength is getting stronger and stronger, especially that mage. He will definitely return to the Human Empire in the future. At that time, whether it is war or peace, I think it is necessary to think of a countermeasure now. What do you think? It's impossible to beat him. With his current ability, basically none of us can fight him. When a person's strength in the game reaches a certain level, the number of people is completely meaningless. No matter how strong a person is, he is still trash in reality. Shenlong has investigated Shui Na's background. Although he has a grandfather who was a soldier and is considered a family member of a martyr, these problems that can be solved with money are naturally no longer a problem. This is not good. Yu Huang has self-esteem. He thinks that if he can't win in the game, he will attack the opponent in the real world. This is not glorious, and he doesn't like to bring out the grudges in the game. Yu Huang, this is your weakness. The current game is no longer an ordinary game, but a profit. Although we haven't taken over the fortress yet, have you calculated how much we can earn in a month now? But we pay more, and once a guild war is fought, the consumption will be even greater. So, the previous guild wars were often solved at a low cost, which is what you don't know. You mean? Yu Huang suddenly remembered that in the last game, some dazzling players suddenly became silent and there was no news anymore. Could it be that? Let's not talk about this. Anyway, you have to remember that profit comes first. As for Shui Na, after persisting in the Dark Tree Demon Forest for nearly a week, they only opened less than a quarter of the map of the forest. However, they have been fighting all the way. As long as they set foot in a new place, the battle will start in an instant. There are too many creatures in the Dark Tree Demon Forest, and there is the energy blessing of the divine objects such as the Tree of Life. Therefore, the growth rate of the creatures here is almost several times that of the outside. And this is exactly why this place is opened once a week. However, this time when it was opened, Shui Na and his team did not appear in front of the players. They were already very deep, and no player could find them at all. As for their transportation this week, it was completely responsible by the Bone Dragon. This week alone, he has provided nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment to the unscrupulous profiteers. Although these equipment are good and bad, they are all good goods. However, as the strength of the players increases, this kind of equipment that has become a transitional period has no much profit. In addition, with the magic metals from Shui Na, the reputation of the unscrupulous profiteers has become even greater. As for this batch of equipment, it is a little inconspicuous. However, no matter how inconspicuous, once these things are exchanged for credit points, they are real. Although these credit points are divided into 7 parts, there are not many things. But for players who are still in middle school, such as Po Xiao and Yu Ying Qing Chen, this is a very exciting way to make money. As for the money from the magic metals, Shui Na and the others let the unscrupulous profiteers sell them slowly, striving to maximize the benefits of these magic metals. Alas, the gold coins are not worth money now. Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at his account. Just now, the unscrupulous merchants deposited a small amount of money into it as a dividend for these equipment. As for the top quality items to be auctioned, they will have to wait a few more days. To be honest, these gold coins here should actually be accumulated, because as the scale and degree of guild wars in the later stages of the game increase, these battles that often cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins are the most valuable. During this period of time, Tai Feng has reviewed a lot of game history and has a relatively large understanding of this. However, there are some problems with this understanding, that is, the volatility of gold coins and credit points is too large. No one can say for sure that the gold coins in the later stage will definitely pay back, so now not many people dare to buy a large number of gold coins to hoard. In the current game, the big gold coin holders, in addition to the needs of the big guilds for development, are mostly the needs of wealthy players. Not everyone has such a good opportunity to explode good things, and not everyone can live up to the image in their minds. But everyone hopes that they can become stronger and more stylish. This also makes the top quality equipment in this game the pursuit of the rich. I prefer the real, big, and long-term things, which we can't control. Deo Yudeo naturally knows the changes in this game, but he prefers the things he can control, and he doesn't pay much attention to the benefits in this game. Okay, we've rested enough, let's go. As Shui Na stood up, everyone stood up. After nearly 1,000 battles of all sizes this week, although their equipment has not changed much, their overall strength has been greatly improved. This is not the kind of improvement in level and attributes, but the kind of improvement in technology and state of mind. Like Dawn, now as long as the monsters close to him can't kill him in one move, then he can suppress him with one arrow, and then it's his world. Dawn's magic arrows and the current summoning of skeleton soldiers have formed a very strict set of tactics. Although his strength is still the weakest among all, he is also the fastest growing one. Now he can launch attacks at any time, no longer like before, he can't attack when he runs. However, he, who could not possess defensive magic, was not even as good as Qunlixu. As long as Qunlixu's defensive magic was activated, her defensive ability would be close to that of Shui Nai, who did not use the Wrathful Shield. And this is exactly why the Holy Light Priest will become more and more powerful in the later stages. To be honest, a cautious priest is actually the most difficult to kill in the later stages. Others did not stand still, like Yu Yingqing Chen, who learned a lot from Dao Yudeo. However, after drinking the blood of the flame fantasy dragon lizard for several days in a row, Tai Feng seemed to be awakening. Chapter 738 finally awakened. Tai Feng's fire dragon bloodline awakened very suddenly, so suddenly that he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as soon as he stood up. The pain made Tai Feng unbearable and he knelt on the ground. Shui Nai, is this the reaction? Tai Feng, who was almost in pain, just asked in the team chat. It doesn't seem to hurt that much. The orcs themselves have a weakening effect on signals such as pain, but now he is sweating profusely in pain. I don't know, I just feel like there is a ball of fire in my stomach, and it hurts so much. Just as Tai Feng finished speaking, the ball of fire burned out. What does it feel like to have a ball of fire in the stomach? Now Tai Feng has experienced it. As more and more red flames came out of Tai Feng's body, his health value was actually constantly decreasing. Hurry, save him, the longer the pain lasts, the more benefits you will get. Seeing that everyone around was looking at Tai Feng, Shui Na immediately reminded the people around him. Among them, there are quite a few who have healing abilities. As they dispersed and surrounded Tai Feng in the center, Shui Na, Po Xiao and Xiao Yu began to assist Jian Lixu, who was a little flustered. After putting on the Ring of Life and the Blood Shadow Ring, Shui Na immediately began to cast a hydrotherapy spell. However, in Tai Feng's awakened state, the magic of the water system was severely weakened. Fortunately, the magic of the Holy Light system and the recovery magic on the Blood Shadow Ring did not become ineffective. Hold on, sit up and take medicine, our magic can't keep up. Shui Nai paid 500 points of magic power, and saw a flash of blood. Shui Nai's 3,000 points of life were output into Tai Feng's body, pulling his life to 50%. Tai Feng's awakening was very dangerous. In less than 10 seconds, 40% of his life had disappeared. However, this was only the early stage, and he had no idea how long it would take. Okay, I'll hold on to the end. Tai Feng seemed to have gotten used to the pain. He sat up directly on the stone behind him, and at the same time, he took the pills in his hand one by one according to the cooling time. In this way, he immediately relieved Qunlixu's pressure. Keep the strongest healing magic, don't use it until the last minute. The rest of you, go all out. Shui Nai is an experienced person, and immediately reminded the somewhat nervous Jian Lixu. As the healing arrows of Po Xiao and Xiao Yu passed one by one, the pain on Tai Feng's face seemed to ease. It was not known whether he had gotten used to it or the pain had weakened. But one thing they knew was that the speed of the decline in health points was accelerating. Use the Shadow Clone. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately asked Jian Lixu to use the Shadow Ring of Dao Yiyu Dao. Under Tai Feng's red flames, his equipment began to deform and fall off piece by piece, and only those equipment that did not have race requirements remained. Tai Feng also began to change. The horns that had become harder and harder with the increase in levels began to crack, and then a burst of blue flames came out of the cracked places. Under this flame, the cracks on the horns became more and more, and finally turned into ashes and disappeared. When the horns completely disappeared, a pair of almost invisible flesh horns appeared in the same position, but they were not curved horns. However, this change could no longer surprise them, because Tai Feng's body seemed to be inflated, and his originally strong muscles were now expanding again. Then, some tiny red shiny scales grew on the vital parts such as the chest and forehead. Dragon scales. It looks like it's going to work. When Dao Yudao saw the hard scales, he immediately thought of the pseudo-dragon armor on the flame illusion dragon lizard. When he looked back, he found that the flame illusion dragon lizard was looking at Tai Feng, who was struggling painfully in the flames, with sympathy and excitement. It seemed that it could understand Tai Feng's pain and wanted to see Tai Feng suffer more. Damn, Lao Fan's pets are all such freaks. Seeing the humane performance of the flame illusion dragon lizard, Dao Yudao naturally thought of this. His health limit is decreasing. At this moment, Yu Ying Qingchen, who had been paying attention to his attributes, immediately discovered this problem, and the level is also decreasing. Reborn. Dao Yudao heard this and immediately checked the team panel, but found that Tai Feng's level had dropped to level 50. Tai Feng, drink the life blessing potion, sister-in-law, give him a state with an upper limit. After Shui Nai finished speaking, she directly hit a fountain of life. Now the flames on Tai Feng's body are still burning. Although the fire weakened when the dragon scales appeared, the decrease in his health limit also increased the difficulty of rescue. However, as his level dropped a little bit, the flames on his body slowly extinguished, but Tai Feng was not happy at this time. Because he was reborn, his level was reset to 0. Is it okay? Shui Nai asked, and after seeing this change, the others were no longer as excited as before. No, my skills are still there, haha, great, the skills are still there. Just as Tai Feng was desperately checking his panel, he found that although there were some new changes in his skill panel, some skills did not disappear. Are you sure? Shui Na asked nervously. For them, if they don't have a level, they can practice again, but if the skills they have practiced for many months are gone, it would be the most heartbreaking. Well, the natal skills of the Minotaur clan are gone, replaced by the skills of the Dragon clan, but skills like the axe system are still there, haha, the advanced specialization is still there. Tai Feng was so happy that he almost jumped up. Attributes, send them over quickly, let us see what the troublesome dragon man will look like after awakening. Hiss. When Dao Yudao saw Tai Feng's current attributes as he wished, he felt that his world had changed again. Tai Feng, who was at level 0, had a HP of 1000 points after deducting the bonus of the longevity fruit and other things. Moreover, the defense ability has reached the level of a level 10 player, and with the effect of having the fire damage, the current level 0 Tai Feng can win even if he fights with a level 10 player. In other words, the current Tai Feng is 10 levels higher than the average player, and these are just basic attributes. The characteristics and skills of the dragon people have not been discovered yet. For those who already know all the skills of the dragon people, the reason why the dragon people are so powerful is that they have many passive skills, and they are all strengthening skills. Although this also leads to a single attack method, when the power is strong to a certain extent, it will be more effective to break the cleverness with force. Tai Feng, you are a great man now. Dao Yudao looked at Tai Feng's attribute panel and skills, and began to imagine his development path. Tai Feng took the dragon ring from Shui Nai and officially became the patriarch of the dragon people, but this patriarch is destined to be a bachelor patriarch for the time being. After resting for a while again, when Tai Feng started to learn some skills of the dragon people, they set off again. Tai Feng, this dragon transformation skill is so abnormal. Dao Yudao took a few glances at the skill Tai Feng had just learned. Dragon transformation is the most basic combat ability of the dragon people. After activating the dragon transformation, the various attributes of the body will increase significantly. It's a pity that you can't fly. Tai Feng said a little greedy. Damn, come on, if you still want to fly, practice to level 120. The dragon people have the ability to fly, but this ability can only be possessed by advanced dragons, and Tai Feng is now a high-level dragon person, because he has completely endured the awakening process, and the effect is naturally maximized. However, he is not at that level yet to learn this innate skill. Let's put it this way. Tai Feng is now a novice. Lao Fan, you should be on the same team with Taifeng, so that he can level up faster. Shui Nai naturally shook his head at Dao Yiyu Dao's arrangement, but he found Taifeng's crazy look a little funny. A level 0 player is in a forest where the highest level is 60. This is extremely dangerous. Often, as long as arranged, the monsters can easily kill Taifeng. Don't worry, you can level up soon. Shui Nai didn't care much. Anyway, there was nothing much here, just too many bosses. Any one of them could help him level up a few levels. In addition, he was now the patriarch of the dragon people, so he didn't need to worry about promotion. But the only trouble now is that I don't have any equipment. Taifeng had nothing on him except a few accessories. This can probably be solved outside. There should be no special equipment for the dragon people here. Eat yourself. Shui Nai had no other choice. Although the experience of this last blow was very high, Taifeng obviously couldn't afford it now. Alas, why did you awaken so suddenly? After Taifeng finished speaking, he reluctantly searched in the equipment in the car behind him, just to find a weapon to use. Use this. At least it's a weapon. Don, who was sitting behind the skeleton knight, pulled the weapon off his mount. Well, this is a weapon after all. Taifeng looked at the bone spear used by the skeleton knight. Bone spears are much more practical than ice spears, at least they are not disposable. Chapter 739 Dragon Bone. Taifeng. Shui Nai shouted, and then immediately withdrew and directly attracted the attention of another tree demon boss with a flaming bomb. After hearing this signal, Taifeng immediately threw out the 2 ice spears around him. The ice spear pierced the tree demon boss with a sharp whistle, and also took away its last life. The moment the ice spear solved this boss, the experience generated immediately allowed him to complete the experience accumulation of level 50, and a golden light emerged from Taifeng. Awoo! Taifeng, who had already reached level 50, immediately looked up to the sky and howled, but his howl attracted the resonance of some wolves in the woods. Damn, you're looking for death. If you provoke these black wolves, few of us will survive. Dao Yiyu Dao was relieved and laughed at Taifeng after hearing that there was no other movement in the woods. Wait for me, wait until I learn the secret dragon armor, and we will fight these black wolves together, haha. Taifeng said while taking out the stone tablet skill book from the dragon ring. Fighting the black wolf pack? Forget it, I don't want to deal with those monsters that are as fast as ghosts. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately gave up the idea after seeing the stone tablet skill book in Taifeng's hand. This is not a fun plan. Although the black wolf is not the highest level monster or boss here, it is the most difficult to deal with. Moreover, they are all the kind of monsters that live in groups. If you kill one, you will directly pull a nest to fight you to the death. Dao Yiyu Dao was afraid after fighting once. He was not afraid of provoking these black wolves, but the people behind him could not bear it. After all, even he himself could not keep up with the speed, not to mention mages like Qun Lixu and Poxio. The level of this dragon ring is obviously higher than the space confinement here, and it is also the only space ring that Shui Nai and others can open. But there is nothing in this space ring. At the beginning, Shui Nai did not expect that this dragon ring would have such great power in the hands of the real dragon people. Now he is still regretting not bringing some good things in? Taifeng, who was holding the skill slate, quickly learned the so-called secret dragon armor from the slate. Shui Nai and others already know the function of this skill. This is a defensive skill with strong growth potential. As long as this skill is activated, it can not only increase the defense ability by 10%, but also has the ability to absorb damage and convert it into health. As a race without professional levels, the dragon people have all their skills set to a learning limit according to their levels. However, this race without a professional level also has no exclusive equipment. Exclusive equipment can only be obtained through forging or giving, which undoubtedly suppresses the combat effectiveness of the dragon people to a certain extent. After activating the dragon transformation state and opening the secret dragon armor, Taifeng's strength immediately increased again. After that, he took the bone gun in his hand, activated the charge skill, and came to Shui Nai's side. He shot directly, and the huge force picked up a small monster blocking the road. At the same time, he shook his body and punched, knocking another small monster away. Alas, you are really violent. Shui Nai saw him pulling monsters, so he had to stop there and started to set fire with all his strength. Let's all join the team. Now it's impossible to upgrade, so let's go together. Taifeng looked at the results of the past 3 days. Although there are indeed many bosses here, they can no longer keep up with the needs of these experienced people. After Shui Nai pulled everyone in, they immediately launched the maximum attack speed. In the past few days, in order to take care of Tai Feng, the reborn player, they dared not slow down the sweep speed too much. Now that Tai Feng has the ability to save his life, they have begun to speed up the process. Preliminary estimates show that the medicine should still bite can be used for another week, but some consumables can't keep up. Shui Na looked at the bone material and arrows of dawn. Although these things can be obtained here, they just don't have the time to make them. Or, let's just call a few more players over, so that we don't have to fly the bone dragon around. Dao Yudao suggested. Forget it, this dark tree demon forest is the biggest secret of the Elf Empire. They can trust us, but what about others? This is not guaranteed. Let's use the bone dragon again. Anyway, its speed is not slow. Shui Na didn't trust the players. Tai Feng, clean up your dragon ring and prepare to load it outside. Shui Na kicked Tai Feng, who was still wrestling with the skeleton knight. Since he learned a few new skills, he has been looking for the skeleton knight of dawn to play. Okay, I finally have equipment. Tai Feng knew that this time, the goods brought by the unscrupulous profiteers included a set of equipment for him. Although they were all ordinary goods, they were still much better than those with nothing. Shui Nai, I think we should do this, let's split up. Dao Yudao glanced at their task panel. The task of collecting 10,000 wood spirits had only been completed 4,028 so far. That's fine, then tomorrow we will directly split into 3 groups, Dao Yudao and the Blood Clan Fan Chen in one team, I and the Bone Dragon in one team, and the rest of you in one team, that's no problem, right? Shui Nai actually wanted to split up the team a long time ago. This dark tree demon forest is too big, and the refresh speed inside is not slow. This kind of gathering mode is indeed a bit slow to keep up with the speed. Okay, that's fine. However, Yudao, you take my Thunder Eagle, it's smarter and will listen to your orders. Shui Nai, you take the Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard, anyway, it only listens to the Bone Dragon. In this way, we can also be more at ease. Okay, let's go find the unscrupulous uncle now. Shui Nai wanted to transport the goods under the cover of night. At night, although they were not too tired, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, in the dark, the ability of players was somewhat discounted. After completing the exchange of materials with the unscrupulous profiteer, Shui Nai and his team controlled the Bone Dragon to transport the heavy goods back while communicating with the unscrupulous profiteer about the recent game situation. For now, the outside world is still in a very peaceful environment, but there are more and more small frictions in some large guilds. This is all for the friction of various resource points, however, such small frictions have not affected the changes at a high level. Brother Qin, recently people from the Dark Dragon Guild came to me and said they wanted to get the batch of magic metals in my hands. I wonder if you have any opinions. The unscrupulous profiteer mentioned this at the end. Dark Dragon? Shui Nai turned around and asked a few people for their opinions. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we just need to collect the money. And, even if we give them the artifact, we have a way to kill him, so it doesn't matter. He had already left and went to find food alone. Dao Yudao had no opinion on this. For unscrupulous profiteers, he is a businessman. As long as the price is fair, he should do this business to the best of his ability. What about you? Shui Nai asked Tai Feng. If Tai Feng really wanted to set up a guild, this would be a very good material. Damn, there's not even a scratch on the horoscope? Moreover, my idea is to settle down on the side of the Elf Empire, and the people on their side will fight for the Human Empire. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Tai Feng's understanding of the 3 major empires now, he only thinks that he should be able to get along better in the Elf Empire. After all, here, they have some of the people of the Elders' Council, and the competition in the guild is not too fierce. Moreover, the most important thing is that if the war on the side of the Human Empire is tight, there is no reason for the Elf Empire not to help. Therefore, he is more willing to establish a new guild in this Elf Empire. That's it, Uncle Wu Yang, you take full responsibility. Okay, with your words, that's it, I will help you to make a lot of money from him. The unscrupulous profiteer laughed and cut off the call. After 3 days of acting alone in the Dark Tree Demon Forest, Shui Nai has already swept nearly 100 bosses and collected nearly 100 wood spirits. However, with Shui Nai's current level of 90, dealing with these bosses with an average level of between 60 and 70, not only does he not have much experience, but even the things that exploded have lost their color embellishment. If it weren't for collecting these wood spirits, they would probably have been bored here. They have been living here for nearly half a month, except for a few difficult bosses that appear from time to time for them to work hard, the rest is just numb fighting. Hey, Dragon Lizard, is there really anything here? The flame fantasy dragon lizard led Shui Nai and walked in a dense forest. The bone dragon was left outside due to its size. Hey. The flame magic dragon lizard nodded and swept its tail a few times like a puppy, but it scared the Mina behind it. This is not a puppy's tail, but a dragon tail that can easily smash rocks. This is when the flame magic dragon lizard was still the chameleon boss's old territory. As a boss with high intelligence, it can still remember the terrain here and some of its treasures. And now, it is taking Shui Nai to its old treasure. Although Shui Nai is not very interested in the things in the mouth of the flame fantasy dragon lizard, after all, he basically can't understand the beast language of the flame fantasy dragon lizard, and he doesn't agree with the taste of the flame fantasy dragon lizard. But in order to make his life less boring, he wants to relax a little. The current flame fantasy dragon lizard can ignore most of the monsters and bosses here. As long as there are no old monsters, the fire-type flame fantasy dragon lizard is very popular here. Just when Shui Nai followed the flame fantasy dragon lizard through the dense forest, he was stabbed by the sudden sunlight and his eyes closed immediately. But before he could adapt, he suddenly heard the low roar of the flame fantasy dragon lizard when it bared its teeth. Is there danger? Upon hearing this, Shui Nai instinctively cast an acceleration spell and a flame shield on the flame illusion dragon lizard in front of him. Although the flame illusion dragon lizard is a magic beast, it prefers to use its body to crush the enemy. Roar! Just after Shui Nai cast these two spells on the flame illusion dragon lizard, a childish but majestic roar suddenly came from the front. And waves of heat followed the roar. Fire-type magic beast. This was Shui Nai's reaction before his eyes returned to normal. Roar! The flame illusion dragon lizard was naturally unwilling to be outdone, and immediately roared back at the magic beast that invaded its original territory, and then rushed over at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Shui Nai, who had just recovered a little vision, saw a huge skeleton, a skeleton that made Shui Nai feel that his mouth was a little bit unable to close. Dragon Skeleton. Chapter 740 Dragon. The dragon skeleton here is even bigger than the wind dragon in the mysterious valley in Yunwu town. And it seems that it has not been dead for too long. At least, the scales on the ground are still very shiny. Shui Nai, who was shocked by the dragon bone, soon noticed the cave next to the bone dragon that was almost as high as it. The entrance of the cave exudes a faint red light and heat, and it is clear that there should be an environment full of fire elements inside. Combined with the fact that this flame fantasy dragon lizard and the new owner here, the fire-type magic beast, this is even more certain. Now, Shui Nai even speculates that the dragon bone here may also be the skeleton of a fire-type dragon. When thinking of the new owner here, Shui Nai turned around at this time, wanting to see what kind of magic beast dared to confront the flame fantasy dragon lizard, which is now level 90. However, this glance made Shui Nai startled again. Dragon! Is this a dragon? Shui Nai looked at the puppy-sized creature in front of the flame fantasy dragon lizard. It was said to be a dragon because Shui Nai saw something similar to dragon scales, but what was uncertain was that this dragon seemed to be too small and could not fly. Could it be a ground dragon? Shui Nai thought while using the reconnaissance technique to check, but the reconnaissance technique failed 3 times. The reason for the failure was that the reconnaissance technique was not high enough and could not be detected. No way, a mythical creature. Shui Nai had only heard of this situation from individual players. The player's universal reconnaissance technique was useless in front of a mythical creature. What were the mythical creatures? Shui Nai had not studied it, but he knew that his mage killer attribute was in this category, and god-level creatures like high-level dragons and phoenixes could also be considered mythical creatures. This can't be a real dragon. Shui Nai looked at the little dragon that was as red as a gem, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. The flame illusion dragon lizard opposite the little dragon also didn't know what to do, because it didn't dare to actually attack the little guy, and just kept rushing forward to try to intimidate the little guy. But it was not afraid, instead the young roar became louder and louder, it seemed that it was angry. However, it didn't dare to attack this guy who was nearly 100 times larger than it, after all, they were not of the same order of magnitude. The most important thing was that it seemed to be able to feel the familiar breath of this big guy. If it hadn't appeared with such a ferocious face, it wouldn't mind getting close to it. But for the flame illusion dragon lizard, this is its home. As a dragon with dragon blood, it can't let others sleep soundly under its bed. Stop, don't be impulsive. Shuai walked to the middle of them and signaled the flame illusion dragon lizard not to mess around. Hey, little guy, come here, do you want to eat a piece? Shuai said, and took out a piece of pickled meat from the big backpack behind him, which was the food of the flame illusion dragon lizard. For this little guy, Shuai planned to use food to build a good relationship with him. Roar! The flame dragon lizard roared in dissatisfaction. Although it didn't like this stale meat, it knew that it was its own. Shuai ignored it. This guy was not interested in this food. It was very picky. If it wasn't for its food source here, it would have starved to death. Seeing this little guy who was suspected to be a dragon, he was not afraid of strangers at all. He ran in front of him clumsily and lowered his head to take a few bites of the pickled meat. Shuai suddenly felt ashamed. Because he suddenly thought that his behavior was a bit like those weird uncles who were called goldfish guys in the past. But for players, a mythical creature that might be a dragon, even if it was for killing and setting fire, it was not too much. And after this guy took the first bite of the pickled meat in Shuai hand, Shuai found some words on the top of the little guy's head. Damn, it's really a dragon, but this level is a little low. Shuai looked at this level 1 red dragon creature, and excitement and confusion directly impacted his consciousness. Now Shuai can confirm that this red dragon is the high-level dragon in the legend. Like the wind dragon he had seen before, although he knew it had a name, it could be detected by reconnaissance, and its prefix was just wind dragon. And what about this dragon now? Although it has no name, it may not have been named, but its prefix is red flame red dragon. The difference in superiority is clear at a glance. Just as Mina immediately went online to check the information of this dragon, he suddenly felt a tingling pain in his left hand. This tingling immediately brought Mina back to reality. It is worthy of being a mythical creature. It can even bite through level 60 equipment. Mina looked at her gloves that had more than a dozen small holes bitten out, and said with some surprise. This dragon is worthy of being praised as the strongest race coexisting with gods. This little guy can actually bite Mina's health points by dozens of points. It turned out that after the little guy finished the pickled meat, he felt that it was not enough, so he called a few times, but Shuai was already distracted, so he bit him directly. This red dragon seemed to have just been born and had never left here. It had no idea about Shuai, a human, but considering that he had given it good things, its ignorant brain instinctively thought that he was a good person, so it wanted to get another piece. Do you want more? Shuai saw it licking its gloves, so he took out another piece. However, this time, he planned to seduce the red dragon in another way. I saw that Shuai's gloves suddenly ignited a red flame, and the pickled meat was slowly heated and softened in the flame, and the fragrance in it became stronger and stronger. Wait a little longer, it will be ready soon. Shuai said while sitting next to the red dragon. When the red flame dragon saw Shuai sitting down, it also sat down beside him, with its head resting on Shuai's thigh, staring at the increasingly fragrant pickled meat in Shuai's hand. However, Shuai knew from its intimate behavior that his behavior was half successful, so he performed even harder. For it, this was a delicacy it had never tasted before. The flame fantasy dragon lizard had an instinctive aversion to pickled meat. Seeing that the little guy was so looking forward to it, it was a little confused and didn't want to watch it anymore, so it slowly walked into the Redot cave. Shuai ignored this attitude of a full man not knowing the hunger of a hungry man. He knew that the red flame dragon had obviously been hungry for a while. And he also knew that there were basically no other creatures in this forest for it to hunt. But to be honest, for this little dragon that no one had taken care of, whether it would hunt seemed to be a question. After eating 3 pieces of pickled meat in a row, the red flame dragon was finally full. As soon as it finished eating, it didn't have any sense of defense and curled up and fell asleep. Seeing this cute little guy, Shuai naturally picked it up. To be honest, even if an army drew its swords and knives and shouted to kill it, he would not let it go. Dragon! Haha, a high-level dragon. Shuai thought about how great it would be if he could turn this dragon into his pet. Shuai held the red dragon and came to the majestic and huge dragon bone. Even if the dragons died and only bones were left, they still had shocking abilities, especially this kind of dragon that was obviously a higher level. However, Shuai was not worshipping it now. He was searching for scales on the ground. For the dragons, especially the high-level dragons, everything in their bodies is a treasure. However, Shui Nai did not dare to damage the dragon bones. He just picked up a few pieces of good quality dragon scales and left. To be honest, he was almost certain that the dragon bone was the relative of the little dragon, because the color of their dragon scales was the same. If he destroyed the dragon bone and lost the trust of the little dragon, he would have to hit his head against the wall and die. A living high-level dragon was much more valuable than a dead bone. It has a lot more meaning. Shui Nai will not do such a thing of killing the chicken to get the eggs. However, he did not see the dragon crystal that he wanted most. Now Shui Nai is somewhat suspicious whether his flame fantasy dragon lizard swallowed the dragon crystal. If he said that the flame fantasy dragon lizard had nothing to do with the big red dragon outside, he would never believe it. The cave seemed to go straight into the ground. He held the little dragon and walked for nearly a minute before reaching the bottom. On the way, Shui Nai only felt that the temperature here was rising in a straight line, and what shocked Shui Nai the most was that the bottom was actually grown with gems and crystals. Damn, am I going to get rich? Shui Nai looked at the full of gems here and felt excited. The gems here are not ordinary things. Although the grades are good and bad, they are high in level and high in attributes, suitable for high-level players. Shui Nai pulled off a gem and took a look, and found that the name of this gem actually had a prefix of dragon blood. Tisk tisk, this dragon blood fire stone is a good thing. Shui Nai looked at the gem in his hand that not only increased fire damage but also had specific skills. He felt that the magic metals he had before were a little insignificant. However, when Shui Nai took a general look at the gems in this cave, he found that not all of the gems here were stained with dragon blood. Only a small part of them might be stained with the dragon blood of the higher dragons. Coupled with the environment here, this kind of dragon blood gem was formed. When he found the flame fantasy dragon lizard, Shui Nai suddenly felt a very strong fluctuation. He raised his head and found that a round and crystal red bead was embedded on the mountain wall not far above the head of the flame fantasy dragon lizard. Damn! Dragon Ball! Shui Nai said panting when he saw this. Chapter 741 The Arrival of Xinhen. I don't know if it was stimulated by the fire element or other reasons, the dragon ball here is always emitting bursts of red light, which is full of heat. Under the red light, the flame fantasy dragon lizard was enjoying the red light very comfortably, just like basking in the sun. But Shui Na knew that it was absorbing the dragon energy released by the dragon ball. Shui Na put the baby dragon next to the flame fantasy dragon lizard, and then carefully looked at the cave. Hey, this is... Shui Na suddenly found a small hole on one side of the cave. The hole was not very big, at most only the size of the baby dragon, and it looked like it had just been dug out. When she thought of the little dragon, Shui Na reached in directly. Sure enough, this is where the little dragon was born. Shui Na looked at the red eggshells in her palm. The eggshell was extremely hard and emitted a faint red light, but it immediately lost its light after leaving the hot ground. But when Shui Na put it back on the ground, it became red again. Damn, this seems to be a good thing too. Shui Na collected all the eggshells below without saying a word. After waking up the flame illusion dragon lizard who didn't want to get up, Shui Na pointed at the dragon ball not far above its head. You got this in, didn't you? The flame illusion dragon lizard understood Shui Nai's words, shook his head, and lay down again. Get up, did you eat the dragon crystal of the dragon outside? This was the only possibility Shui Nai could think of. Now Shui Nai began to slowly imagine what had happened here. The dragon ball is an energy material that can only be formed by the Dragon King level. And the skeleton of the dragon outside obviously can't dig out its own dragon crystal and embed it in this cave. Then there is only one explanation, that is, the environment here is used as a nursery by the red dragon outside. Shui Nai has already checked that the growth cycle of the dragon race is not fixed, especially in the initial incubation period. The longer the incubation time is, the greater its future growth potential will be. Of course, the incubation time is also related to the environment. The flame illusion dragon lizard nodded painfully this time. It seems that it has also suffered the pain of being washed and haired. Now Shui Nai could guess that this little red dragon was not an ordinary high-level dragon, otherwise it would not be transferred here, and it would not be used with rare things like dragon balls to strengthen its innate qualifications. What Shui Nai cared about most was the dragon skeleton outside, because it was obviously seriously injured and died, and several bones were broken. It seems that the dragon race does not have a plot of seizing the throne. Shui Nai suddenly thought of a very popular plot, but this is a plot that can only appear in humans or other elves. Races like dragons that are independent of each other basically do not have such a monarch system. No matter, just take it away. Shuai quickly gave up on this issue, and then he concentrated on pulling down the gems here. Due to the limited space behind him, he was only interested in the dragon blood fire stone, and the rest could only be planned later. Woke up the flame fantasy dragon lizard, took down the dragon ball there, and finally Shuai woke up the little guy. We are leaving, are you willing to follow us? Shuai whispered to the little dragon. Woo woo. The little red dragon kept looking at the pickled meat that was deliberately exposed in Shuai's backpack, and let Shuai pick it up and leave the cave. For it, there are no friends or relatives here, nor the basics for its survival, so when it heard Shuai was going to take it away, it had no objection. The most important thing is that it was not wary of Shuai. Shuai was also a little surprised that it was so easy to trap a dragon. But he knew that his bone dragon really couldn't be used indiscriminately this time. Shuai, who had already transferred the bone dragon away, could only rely on his own 11th route to go back. So far, Shuai, who has no way to keep it as a pet, dare not take it to a dangerous place. If it is accidentally injured by a monster, it will be heartbreaking. Moreover, there are several ladies on the side of Taifeng. I believe they will also take good care of this cute dragon baby. Yudao, go back, there are good things to show you. Shuai shouted in the team chat. What is that? Dao Yudao responded immediately. It was rare that he was resting now. As they went deeper and deeper, people like Shuai and Dao Yudao who were alone immediately felt the pressure. Just whet your appetite first. Anyway, you will definitely snatch it away when you see it. Shuai knew a little about Dao Yudao's pet, but for him, a thief who was used to being alone, pets were not the way he wanted to go. But this red flame dragon was not the same. It was a mythical dragon. And it was a high-level dragon. If anyone didn't want it, he would not be a good player. Damn, what is that? Dao Yudao knew that Shuai would not be aimless, and knew that if it was not something extremely rare, he would not show it off to him. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to know what could make him so excited that he even whetted people's appetite in the team chat. Shuai, you didn't pick up a woman and bring it back. Taifeng thought with some evil taste. Go to hell. Shuai and Dao Yudao said this at the same time. One was cursing for his evil taste, and the other was cursing for his careless friendship. Hey, what on earth is it? At this time, even Taifeng wanted to ask a question. Wait until I come back, it may take me half an hour to go back. Shuai calculated the route. Shuai and Yanhu on Long Lizard, who could not use the bone dragon, the air bus, could only cross these woods. However, the good thing is that the forward paths of their three teams are the same, so they don't have to run too far. Okay, we'll wait for you. Taifeng said bitterly. He knew that if Shuai wanted to keep him in suspense, she would keep him in suspense until the end. After Shuai set the shortest route, she put the little red dragon into the backpack behind her. Then she let the flame magic dragon lizard lead the way and followed behind. However, just as Shuai was about to act, he suddenly felt the backpack behind him fall, as if something suddenly pressed down. Ah! At this moment, Shuai suddenly heard a cry, and then there was a sound of a human body falling to the ground behind him. Who? Shuai immediately rushed forward a few meters vigilantly, and then turned around, and the magic wand was already flashing with lightning. Are you? Xin Hen. Shuai looked at the girl who had disappeared for a long time in front of him. If it weren't for the reconnaissance technique clearly showing her name, he wouldn't dare to imagine meeting her here. Is she trapped here? Shuai raised her head and looked, but there was a blue sky above his head and an open space around him, so there was basically no place for her to hide. You are a magic apprentice? Why am I here? Xin Hen rubbed her buttocks that were almost broken into 8 pieces, but when she found that this was not a place she knew, it was a bit weird. Get up first. Shuai reached out to pull her, but was bounced off by a layer of colorful shield. Shuai remembered that the last time she came into contact with this Xin Hen, he seemed to be able to touch her, but now he couldn't. Did you save me last time? He already knew from the record system that someone saved him before he fainted last time, and now this person should be him. Yes, but why are you here? You seem to have fallen from the sky. Shuai pointed to the sky. No, I fell from your back. Xin Hen's face was very red, but he said it very confidently. My back? No way. Shui Na said in a strange way, but he finally thought of the fact that Xin Hen seemed to log off from behind him. Could it be? Well, after I log off forcibly, will you carry me on your back? If so, then my offline coordinates will be on you. No way, what? I don't know about this setting. Shui Na has never heard anyone talk about this problem. I have tried this setting before. Xin Hen's voice became even lower. Just pretend I didn't ask. Shui Na suddenly thought of her illness. If it was a game cabin with treatment equipment, as long as the user's life fluctuations were abnormal, it would be cut off and exited immediately. Come with me, this is the Dark Tree Demon Forest. If you are not careful, you may die. Shui Na didn't know much about Xin Hen, and only knew that she was a weak and sickly little girl. For this kind of genetic disease that cannot be cured by high technology, Shui Na can only sympathize in her heart, but she can't say it out loud, because it is actually very hurtful to people's self-esteem. Not everyone likes to be given alms, and not everyone is willing to be treated as a pitiful person. Yet, Xin Hen responded and came to Shui Na. It seems that she has no scruples or fears about Shui Na. Can I call you Shui Na? The name of magic apprentice is weird. You know me. This time, Shui Na was a little surprised. Sister Xiaoyu told me. Her words immediately calmed Shui Na down. For people in their circle, if they said they didn't know each other, there would be something wrong. Does Xiaoyu's family know about us? Shui Na didn't have the courage to ask Xiaoyu about this. Yes, but I don't have any opinion. Anyway, Sister Xiaoyu didn't mention it. To be honest, if it weren't for Sister Xiaoyu, I would have died long ago. Just when Shui Na's forehead was full of question marks, Xin Hen said directly, my blood type is very rare, and Sister Xiaoyu's blood type just matches it. To be honest, this time, if it weren't for Sister Xiaoyu, I'm afraid I would have died on the operating table. It turned out that Xin Hen's blood type was the rare Bombay type. At present, only Xiaoyu's blood type could match it. Moreover, whether in terms of quality or other aspects, Xiaoyu's blood is much more suitable than others. After all, for an aristocratic lady like Xin Hen, Xiaoyu is worthy of her status and is absolutely healthy. Chapter 742 Camp. When Shui Na brought Xin Hen to Taifeng's temporary station, he immediately saw that the two idiots were petrified as he thought. Damn, it's really a woman. Dao Yiyu Dao poked Taifeng with his hand, but he forgot that he was holding the ice dragon dagger. Brother, you have the guts to hide a woman here. Taifeng was afraid of chaos in the world and shouted. He knew Xin Hen, but he really wanted to see Shui Na's embarrassed look. However, Shui Na didn't say much, and directly sent 2 thunderbolt ice to them, and then it was quiet. They are good people, but they have some problems with their mouths, don't mind. Shui Na said, and then walked in front of them and used the freezing technique to deal with them again. Boy, have the guts to fight, we haven't used knives for a long time. Dao Yiyu Dao said a little unhappy, especially because he was embarrassed in front of this strange girl. Next time. Shui Na left the 2 of them and came to Xiaoyu and the others. When he turned around, there was a sudden crisp sound behind him, and all the ice on the 2 people shattered. This little bit of ice was basically not a problem for the 2. Damn, this kid is so cruel, he took away hundreds of blood in a flash. Taifeng said in a low voice. It's what he deserves. Fire is afraid of ice. Remember to run away when you see ice magic and me in the future. Dao Yiyu Dao raised the ice dragon dagger and looked at his butt. Get out. Alas, don't you dare to lose face once. Shui Na said with a headache. Get out. This time, the 2 shouted at the same time. Taifeng and the others chose a lakeside as a resting place this time, which was naturally chosen by Qun Li Shui and the others. The area of this lake is very large, but the surface of the lake is not that kind of azure blue, but purple-black. At a glance, you can tell that it has been polluted by darkness. However, fortunately, the lake water has no peculiar smell, and no monsters have appeared for the time being. Hey, there won't be any monsters here. Shui Na glanced at the traces of battle that had not disappeared not far away. Yes, but there are not many, and they can be solved in 2 strokes. Taifeng said uninterested, by the way, the thing you asked us to see, it can't be this Xin Hen girl. Do you know her? Dao Yu Dao didn't know this xin hen. Let's talk about this later, answer me first. Let's go over first. Shui Nai ignored him, just looked back at the covered backpack. You, be kind, and you will be struck by lightning if you keep people on edge. Do you want to be struck by lightning? Shui Nai raised her magic wand. You are cruel. After that, Shui Nai briefly introduced the situation of xin hen. No, there is such a setting. After hearing this, Tai Feng immediately became interested and planned to find Qian Lixu to try it. When she came to Qian Lixu and the others, Mina smelled the fragrance of food. After that, he felt something unusual in his backpack. Greedy little guy. Shui Nai muttered in a low voice. In order to make this boring life more interesting, Qian Lixu and the others specially asked for some ingredients from unscrupulous profiteers, and had a picnic here if they had time. Tai Feng and the other three were not very happy about this time-wasting behavior, but they had to bow their heads because of their high spirits. As for Poxio, he enjoyed this interest very much and was busy running around. Hey, Shui Nai, there's something moving behind you. Tai Feng, who was walking behind him, took advantage of his height and saw that his backpack seemed to have something coming out, and pushed open the canvas on it. Ah, this is... When the little red dragon appeared, Tai Feng was immediately startled. Because Tai Feng wanted to lift the canvas at that time, because his head was almost in it, but the little red dragon suddenly stretched out its little head, and the hard little dragon horn on the top of its head scratched his face. It's out, get ready to eat. Shui Nai didn't want to be with Tai Feng who was yelling behind him, so she just carried him out. When the little red dragon appeared, all the ladies felt their eyes light up, and they actually threw down the food and ran over. What is this? The reconnaissance technique won't react. Qian Lixu saw that it was a little shy, so she didn't come over, but just looked at it carefully from a distance. Dragon. When the little red dragon saw so many people, it immediately got back into Shui Nai's arms, but its small dragon eyes looked at them timidly with some curiosity. Dragon. Dao Yu Dao came over and touched the head of the little red guy with his hand, and said in disbelief, it's a ground dragon. Ah. Dao Yu Dao, who was bitten by the little dragon, immediately saw that his health value was missing dozens of points. Broken defense. Dao Yu Dao couldn't believe it. It's a mythical creature, and the dragon's teeth and claws have the effect of restraining leather and cloth armor. Even armor may not be able to defend against it. What a good thing. Dao Yu Dao immediately wanted to pick it up, completely ignoring that his action just now had angered it. Ouch. A flame only the size of a finger sprayed directly on Dao Yu Dao's hand. Hot, hot. Dao Yu Dao looked at the red flame in his hand and felt that the temperature was several times stronger than Shui Nai's fireball. Stupid, are dragons so easy to mess with? Shui Na said as he handed the little red dragon to Xiao Yu and pointed to the food there, feed it with food, it will be easy to get started. Damn, you just used the pickled meat in this backpack to catch a dragon. Tai Feng said as he flipped through Shui Na's backpack, but only found the pickled meat that had been bitten. No? I'm hungry. Who wouldn't want something to eat? It's unjust. Dao Yu Dao looked at the still burning flames and felt like shouting to the sky. Dragon fire is not so easy to extinguish. Shui Nai looked at the little red dragon that was quickly conquered. Shui Nai was relieved. It seemed that this little dragon really had no defense. The only problem now was that he couldn't make a contract with the red dragon, so he couldn't make it his pet. Therefore, he wanted to see if other people had the luck and ability to do so. To be honest, he found it difficult to choose between this red dragon and the bone dragon in Shui Nai's hand. Only he could control the bone dragon, but not the little red dragon. Do you have any confidence in conquering it? Shui Nai and Tai Feng lowered their heads to discuss. Don't you want it? Po Xiao couldn't understand Shui Nai's idea for a while. Now that we have a bone dragon, we can't just leave it there. Shui Nai was still quite worried about this, and most importantly, he didn't want this red dragon very much. After all, it was dug out by him, and he couldn't bear to let it become his tool. I don't want it, this guy already doesn't like me, I don't want to be bitten again. Dao Yu Dao said very clearly. I'd better forget it, I have dark power in me, and it seems that except for dark dragons, the rest don't like this kind of power. You guys, that's great, dragons. Or advanced dragons. Don't be happy too early, your enemies are them, do you understand? Dao Yu Dao pointed at the four girls who were having fun, he didn't dare to compete with them. Damn, you thought of it a long time ago. Tai Feng got their unanimous nods. You still have a chance. After all, you are half of the same race. The only problem is that it seems to be more troublesome to confirm the relationship between mythical pets. This is not written on the official website. It seems that we have to figure it out in the game world ourselves. Can't we just use the pet space to subdue it? It's that simple. It's a real dragon. 1 in 10,000 players is already very good. Speed is self-evident. Let's build a relationship with it first. If the relationship is good, other problems will not arise easily. Shui Na looked at the girls who were already full of maternal instincts, and felt a little sad for Tai Feng. His opponent is not simple. Fight, dragon. Even if someone twists off your ears, you have to grab it. After saying that, Tai Feng stood up and prepared to go over. On the other side of the campfire, a small half of the food in the pot had already fallen into the belly of the little red dragon, and now it was being held by Xin Hen. Qun Li Shui and Xiao Yu knew Xin Hen, and they were very familiar with him, so Xin Hen quickly integrated into their group. For such a cute and simple little dragon baby, their immunity was completely eliminated, leaving only love and liking, and they kept holding it. And the little dragon baby also enjoyed this kind of care, at least it felt very comfortable. The only thing that made them feel uncomfortable was that there was only one baby dragon, but there were 4 people who wanted to take care of it, so they took turns to take care of it spontaneously. Therefore, when they saw Tai Feng coming, their tempers were very consistent. Alas, it's not easy to be a man. Dao Yudao nodded and laughed after seeing Tai Feng coming over with a piece of barbecue. Yet, not even as good as a pet. Tai Feng looked at the carnivorous pets under their command, basically feasting by the campfire, while the men were watching outside the campfire. By the way, where is Blood Clan Fanfiction? Shui Nai realized that he was not here at this time. We just found a cave, and it seems that there is a dark spring inside. He went in to explore, but there is no problem. Dao Yudao absolutely believed in Blood Clan Fanfiction's strength, so he had no worries about this topic at all. Speaking of caves, I just found this place. What a good thing. Shui Nai said as he took out dragon scales, dragon blood fire stones and dragon balls from the depths of his backpack and spread them on the ground. Damn, damn, damn. Tai Feng looked at the dragon scales and threw himself on them. Dao Yudao and Po Xiao picked up a dragon blood fire stone, and their eyes lit up. The skills of gems must be embedded in the corresponding equipment to take effect, and they just happened to have the corresponding equipment to embed. On the contrary, Shui Nai, these dragon blood fire stones did not have much effect, and he didn't lack this little effect. However, at this moment, a wave suddenly appeared on the lake surface that was originally as calm as a mirror, and it came towards them. Chapter 743 Black Water Python. When Shui Nai and the others discovered this change, a huge black water snake had already emerged. Damn, it's a big snake. Tai Feng instinctively felt terrified when he saw the giant python that could almost swallow him in one bite. Shui Na knew that he had been bitten by a snake before. Retreat. Shui Na looked at the location of his camp, which was a little close to the lake. Shui Na, what's its attribute? Tai Feng couldn't see the information of this snake. Black water python, good at using poison and water magic. Shui Na had already known its approximate attributes from the reconnaissance technique and the blue water waves flashing on its body. Warcraft, dual element. Tai Feng retreated immediately. Tai Feng's current race is very afraid of water and ice, and its level is low. Once it is hit by its attack, it may be goodbye. Learn it to shore. Shui Na was very careful with this golden boss and didn't dare to be careless. This is a level 90 boss, and its level and rank are so high that they have never seen it here before. Just when Shui Nai and the others started to retreat, the black water python rushed up and attacked first. The black water python, which is about 30 meters long, looks bulky, but is extremely agile, and its speed makes some mages feel powerless. Yudao, let's go. Shui Nai said, and then he opened fire. At the beginning, he had to keep a favorable distance, so he was not in a hurry to attack. But now the black water python has obviously been angered by them, although they don't know what went wrong. As soon as Shui Nai got started, he threw a frost nova directly. And Dao Yudao, with the ice crystal armor and acceleration spell, wind coat that Shui Nai had just given him, quickly rushed in front of him and started directly. Under the effect of the frost nova, the reaction of the black water python immediately slowed down, but the power brought by its huge body was not small, and the ice on its body was shattered in an instant. During this period, only less than 3,000 health points were lost. However, Shui Nai's goal had been achieved, and Dao Yiyu Dao climbed up as he wished. He waved his hands, and the ice and fire dragons with red and ice blue colors enveloped his body. More than 100 points of damage continued to emerge, and bursts of explosive flames and frost appeared from time to time. It seemed that the effects of the fire explosion and ice explosion were triggered. Damn it, dagger, can't you be longer? The snake-scale defense of the black water python completely restrained the attack of the dagger, and Dao Yiyu Dao was very powerless. Try hard, it only has 900,000 blood. Tai Feng, who couldn't help, could only be a cheerleader. Damn, 900,000, you thought it was 9,000. With their current attack level, it might take half an hour. Be careful. Shui Nai reminded, and then Dao Yiyu Dao's figure drilled into the shadow of the black water python and dodged its overwhelming blow. The power of this black water python is very strong. Just a slight wave of its tail can scrape away a layer of soil on the ground. What worries Shui Nai the most is that this black water python is still the kind of thing with poison all over its body. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had just rushed up, has already turned black all over. The poison cannot be cured, you come back first. Qun Li Shui cast a poison removal spell, but after the holy light flashed, the poison on Dao Yiyu Dao was not removed. I'll go up and take it. Shui Nai said, and then flew directly into the sky and began to attract its attack with all his strength. However, just when Shui Nai just flew into the air, the black water python's tail suddenly slapped, and the black water in the lake turned into two huge water walls and rose up. But that's not all. After the water wall rose, the black water python's body was shining with blue light, and thousands of black water arrows were generated from the two water walls and shot at Shui Nai in the air and the people on the ground. Damn it, be careful! Dao Yiyu Dao said, and disappeared in the shadows. And the people behind him immediately dodged and defended. Can this boss be stronger? Tai Feng, who activated the dragon transformation and the secret dragon armor, bravely stood in front of Qun Lixu and the others. However, if Qun Lixu hadn't been constantly casting healing magic from behind, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand these dozens of water arrows. The attack power of this black water python was basically beyond his ability to resist, as Tai Feng's level was too low. Are you okay? Tai Feng asked the people behind him. Although they were protected by several blood pets, their situation was not very good. Now they all knew why Shui Nai asked them to leave the lake area, but their speed was too slow. Shui Nai, lead them to another place. Tai Feng only took a glance and found that the pets and players who had been acting as meat shields were all poisoned. Among them, the flame fantasy dragon lizard was the worst, and almost half of its health was knocked down by the water arrow. However, Tai Feng and it were not poisoned, or the poison was cured very quickly. Just as Shui Nai and the Thunder Eagle in the sky began to pull the black water python with all their strength, the rest of the people also began to complete the preparations and arrangements before the battle. Xin Hen, you stay with the little dragon baby, and the flame giant lizard, you come to protect them. Xiao Bai, you stay too, and the rest of the people, find a place immediately and prepare to kill it. As Qian Lixu used a large-scale healing magic, the surrounding players and pets quickly returned to normal levels. The poison attack of the water arrow was not too strong, but the power of the water arrow was amazingly strong. Help to hold it, I'll use the magician potion. Shui Nai glanced at the black water python that had left the lake area, and took out a bottle of blue-purple potion from his belt. This was the promotion potion that he had been reluctant to use, and it was only effective for 10 minutes. However, Shui Nai, who was almost reaching the level of a magician, had never found a chance to use it, and now was the time to try it. As Shui Nai flew backwards, 4 arrows suddenly flew out from the woods on one side, one of which was a thunder arrow flashing with lightning, one was a flaming arrow, and the remaining 2 were just ordinary crossbow arrows. At the moment when the thunder arrow burst out, Dao Yiyu Dao's clone had already arrived beside the black water python, and the dagger pierced through the thick scales almost in an instant, harvesting thousands of health points, and retreated decisively. Don used his explosive arrows and icicle arrows alternately, and the explosive arrows always hit his head, while the icicle arrows aimed at his abdomen. At the same time, he also commanded a skeleton knight to protect himself. Among all the attacks, Don's attack was the strongest, so he was also the most dangerous. When he saw the mouth of the black water python open, Dawn immediately knew the danger and ordered the skeleton knight to retreat. After that, a dark green water arrow the size of an arm was shot at the original position of Dawn. "Be careful of the poison arrow, it will splash." Poxio looked at the rapidly withering grass and trees on the ground and immediately reminded them in the team chat. Just now, his skeleton knight was hit by the splashing venom, and it actually directly corroded thousands of health points. You know, the skeleton knight in Poxio's hand is a mutated level 50 elite skeleton knight, and the undead system itself has a strong ability to resist poison. However, thousands of health points are still missing. The reputation of this golden boss is indeed not to be underestimated. However, just when Poxio just reminded, a ice blue magic circle. A huge ice ball slowly formed in the magic circle, and right below the ice ball was the huge black water python. The black water python, which had already sensed the danger, did not stand there stupidly. Having lived here for many years, the black water python chose to avoid the sharp edge very vigilantly. However, Shui Nai was not fighting alone. As the thunder arrow of the dawn appeared again, the black water python was immediately fixed, and Dao Yiyu Dao also took the opportunity to harvest more than 1,000 points of life value, and the ice dragon dagger also prolonged its reaction time. When the ice blast successfully hit its back, more than 10,000 injuries came out immediately, and at the same time, the huge and solid ice block also covered it in an instant. Output with all your strength. After Shui Nai completed the sneak attack, he immediately flew out of the woods and began to hit the snake head outside the ice block with all his strength. This was left by Shui Nai on purpose. For the skills of ranged players like Poxio and Xiaoyu, such a huge snake head is unlikely to be inaccurate. Seeing that the battle situation was reversed at this moment, Tai Feng couldn't help itching to rush to the tail of the black water python and began to attack the exposed part with the most effort. Dragon lizard, it's good to set a fire. Without the supervision of the bone dragon, the flame fantasy dragon lizard quickly returned to its original appearance. But after Shui Nai's shouting this time, the flame fantasy dragon lizard opened its ferocious mouth very shamelessly, and a red fireball was constantly condensing. This fireball took the flame fantasy dragon lizard nearly 10 seconds, but Shui Nai could feel that this magic that he had never seen before was almost at the same level as the ice blast just now. Explosive flame dragon bomb. Except for this skill, Shui Nai had seen all other skills. As soon as the huge explosive flame dragon bomb came out, it directly hit the head of the black water python. The black water python, which had been suppressed by firepower, wanted to cast magic to counterattack, but was interrupted before completing the magic. For players, the magic of Warcraft is not terrible, but they have no way to interrupt it. However, the black water python, which cannot move or even shake its head, has become a wooden stake and cannot even cast magic. Having lost its magic and being imprisoned, the black water python quickly entered a violent state. In the violent state, coupled with the huge ice block being unattended, the black water python quickly broke through the imprisonment. However, Mina, who had already used the cooling release, froze the black water python again shortly after it went berserk. Chapter 744 Black Water Mysterious Snake. For players like Mina, the most important thing to fight bosses is to find the weaknesses of these bosses. Aquatic monster bosses like the black water python are most afraid of the three elements of fire, ice, and thunder. As for melee combat, it is poisonous and is the nemesis of melee combat. After being hit several times by Mina's ice blast, coupled with the explosive dragon bomb of the flame illusion dragon lizard, the black water python was soon knocked down. The power of the explosive dragon bomb of the flame illusion dragon lizard is amazing, and the power bonus is even stronger when it is against the attributes of the opposite. Moreover, the effect of the explosive dragon bomb focuses on continuous burning. Once it is touched by the flame, even if the black water python does not burn for 30 seconds, it cannot be extinguished. For the abnormal skills of the explosive dragon lizard, Tai Feng and Dao Yiyu Dao, two guys who usually like to laugh at the flame illusion dragon lizard, only felt a chill in their backs. 30 seconds, thousands of blood points are lost every second, even if the health value is high, it is unbearable. The black water python died in the woods. This was Shui Nai's plan. In the woods, the black water python's mobility would be limited, and the freezing effect of the ice blast would be higher. After all, if the surrounding trees were also frozen, the ice crystal prison would naturally be much more stable. It's safe. Everyone come to help and collect materials. Shuai called everyone over immediately after confirming that the black water python had died. The black water python was too big. It was impossible for them to collect all its materials before the corpse was refreshed. However, this could not be let go. As much as they could get was as much as they could get. Except for Xin Hen, who did not participate in this bloody action, the rest of the people also threw themselves into it. In the continuous ding-ding puff symphony afterwards, the black water python's body began to decompose into materials. Although the failure rate was extremely high in this way of rushing, it could improve the collection technique to a certain extent. Therefore, they did not slow down to collect, but maintained the maximum speed at full speed. To be honest, the material level of this black water python is not low. Collecting one more will cost money. If you take your time, you may not have collected a few by then and they will disappear. In addition, these materials are toxic, which is why the failure rate of the collection technique comes from this. When the corpse of the black water python was refreshed, Shuai all the boys who had given their all were exhausted and fell to the ground. "Come here, I'll turn on the heating." After Mina said that, the red light of his magic wand flashed, and a warm breeze suddenly blew in a circle with a diameter of 5 meters with his magic wand as the center. Under this warm feeling, everyone felt that the energy around them began to recover slowly, and even the recovery of endurance began to accelerate. Mina's heating technique is a real composite magic, composed of fire and wind systems. It mainly increases the recovery speed of magic power, but it also helps the energy system of other professions. This kind of composite magic often has effects that other systems do not have, and it can also derive many functions, but this also means that this kind of magic is not easy to obtain. At present, the strongest composite magic is the meteorite of the earth and fire systems, but the learning conditions of this magic are very harsh, and you need to be proficient in the earth and fire systems to learn it. Even Mina's heating technique requires proficiency in the fire and wind systems. Are you still not used to it? Xiaoyu walked to Xinhen at this time, and seeing that her face was not very good, she knew that she was not used to the scene just now. "I feel a little sick." "Nothing." Xinhen lowered her head, but at this moment, she found that the dragon baby in her arms was gone. Looking up, she immediately found the little guy with a red body like jade, and it was now staggering towards Shuai and Taifeng. The two people who were handling these materials did not notice its coming at all, until Taifeng suddenly felt something patting him at his feet. He still thought that Dao Yudao was playing with him. Dao Yudao, who put on the shadow killer again, likes to suddenly come out of the shadow to scare people. "Be careful, the dragon baby is at your feet." Dao Yudao suddenly reminded at this time, because he suddenly thought of some of his own pranks. When Taifeng heard this, he immediately stopped his slightly raised foot. Looking down, the little red dragon was kissing and rubbing his feet. "This is..." Shuai glanced at Taifeng, "Dragon transformation." "Haha, this little guy thinks you are also a dragon, and treats you as a relative. You are lucky." Shuai knew that the dragon race seemed to dislike dragon people and aliens like him who used dragon souls, but the red dragon below had never been taught these things by a dragon, so it would naturally get close to or alienate others according to its own wishes. And now it is feeling the familiar smell on Taifeng, and naturally it will treat him as a fellow tribesman, or even a relative. "Shuai, I love you," Taifeng said in a very cheesy way in the team chat, but his hands and feet were not slow, and he quickly picked up the little red dragon. "I'll leave this to you." Taifeng took a look at this place and prepared to leave. "Oh, by the way, this is for you, just hunted, and only your pet can use it." Shuai looked at the blood bottle in his hand, but he knew that it was not filled with potion. "This is not a beast soul bottle. If you don't use it up quickly, it will go bad." Looking at the red blood bottle in his hand, it contains the beast soul of the black water python, a beast soul carried by blood. For this ability of the orcs, players of other races cannot use it, but pets can be an exception. However, once a pet uses this beast soul, there is no way to perform rituals such as awakening and advancement. If a top quality pet gets a garbage beast soul, it is equivalent to losing the ability to awaken. However, Shuai has no doubts about the ability of this black water python. He summoned the black ring water snake. Its performance in the battle just now was remarkable. If it were not for its low level, its lethality would not be so weak. And now, the blood soul of this black water python should also be very suitable as its reward. When the blood soul was swallowed by the black ring water snake, its body was soon covered by a layer of blood light. After that, under this blood light, the black ring water snake, which was already as thick as an arm, actually shrank. Tai Feng, what will the beast soul absorb to reset the level? Shui Nai looked at the black ring water snake that had completely returned to level 0 in the pet panel and asked with some surprise. The beast soul of the pet absorbs different players. If it is completely absorbed, it means that the beast soul and its soul can be perfectly integrated, so it will definitely be reborn. If it is not completely integrated, it is just like the players, there are two souls in the body, but in this way, the beast soul is not used much. In fact, this is a good thing, which shows that the soul of the black water python and the black ring water snake is highly compatible, which is much stronger than the awakening advancement. Maybe it will become a boss pet. So, you are also completely integrated. Shui Nai thought of this. The soul of the player is invincible, so the player can also have the ability to revive infinitely. Of course, if the soul is expelled or possessed, then even if the soul is invincible, it is meaningless. Yes, I also learned from recent research that the dragon race is completely integrated, otherwise it won't be that powerful. Forget about it. Feelings are more important. We'll talk later. Shui Na looked at Tai Feng, who had already run into the woods. He didn't know how he got to know the little red dragon. The current black-ringed water snake, oh, no, its name and attributes have been shrouded in a mist of light. Even Shui Na couldn't see the content, but Shui Na knew that under this blood light, the black-ringed water snake was transforming. But to what extent it will transform, we have to wait until it completes the transformation to know. The blood light flickered for nearly 5 minutes before it slowly disappeared. When Shui Na, who rushed over, saw that there was only an egg the size of a hand left on the ground, he was stunned, and even Tai Feng in the woods was stunned for a moment. It turned into an egg. Tai Feng immediately recalled the information he had read, but he couldn't find any relevant content. Is it still yours? It's mine. Where is its location in the pet space? Damn, what's going on? Got it turned back to an egg? Hey, wait, this isn't an eggshell, this is an ice shell. It has frozen itself inside. When Shui Nai picked it up, she realized that the eggshell was terribly cold. In the sleeping state, is its attribute panel open? Tai Feng asked. No, it's still covered by the light fog, but the name has changed. It's called Black Water Mystic Snake. That's a good name. By the way, what's the name of this little dragon? I can't find anything. It's just born, so it doesn't have a name. Give it one later. Shui Nai picked up the Black Water Mystic Snake, and then he took Dao Yiyu Dao's Ice Dragon Dagger and placed it next to it. That works too. Dao Yiyu Dao asked in confusion. Before, I found the cave where the little dragon was, and I found that the environment there was a paradise for the fire element, so I'm going to see if I can learn a little bit now. But you don't even know its attributes, is it okay to try like this? Ahaha, you reminded me that its attributes must have water and ice attributes. I will go get the water scroll now. After saying this, Shui Nai took out the water scroll and valuables from the secret compartment of the wooden cart. Oh, I wonder if it has the attribute of poison. If so, then this black water snake is abnormal. It doesn't trademark T-matter. Try the wind chapter. Anyway, part of the poison attribute belongs to the wind system. Shui Nai said as he placed the ice egg on top of the water scroll, and then placed the ice dragon dagger and the wind chapter remnant next to each other. Oh, that trademark's all right. Dao Yiyu Dao was stunned. This guy was too imaginative. Chapter 745 Insight. Ethan, we trademark LL leave first. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he took Qun Lixu and his team away, and Dao Yiyu Dao had already disappeared in the shadow of the woods and continued his previous adventure. Now, in this temporary camp by the lake, apart from Xuina and Xinhen, there was only a lot of items left to be transported out. You move all these things by yourself. Xinhen looked at the packed items and said with some doubt. Even if Xuina was strong, it would be impossible to pull out this cart of things. Of course it's impossible. Wait, I'll call for help first. Xuina saw that Tai Feng and the others had gone far away, so he didn't hide anymore. As soon as Xuina finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the woods not far away, and a huge bone dragon flew off the ground and came towards Xuina. Bone dragon. When Xinhen saw the huge and ferocious bone dragon, she couldn't help but step back half a step, but when she saw Shui Nai standing there motionless, she suddenly thought of the Bao magician in their team, who seemed to be able to use undead magic. Since the magician can summon skeleton soldiers, this bone dragon should also be theirs. Go up, I'll take you out of the forest, and then I'll ask someone to escort you back to the main city. Shui Nai said, while controlling the bone dragon to hold the wooden cart tightly. Well, thank you. Zinhen said with a smile, and then pulled Shui Nai's hand up. To be honest, she hasn't seen the animals raised in her guild for a long time. Hold on tight. The bone dragon vibrated its wings with grey membranes and flew into the sky. Tai Feng and his group, who had already walked far away, were pulled into a wooden cart by two skeleton knights and went deeper. Along the way, almost everyone was circling around Tai Feng's head. Because on his head, the little red dragon named Shuo was lying on his head, rubbing Tai Feng's dragon horns that had grown out very intimately. It seems that it really regards you as a relative. Qin Lixu gently poked its smooth and warm body with her fingers, causing the little dragon to twist from time to time. So cute. It's a pity, I don't know how to make it a pet. I can't just let it ride me like this. Tai Feng is also very depressed now. In theory, pets are the easiest to deceive in their infancy and the easiest to make them recognize their masters, but this Shuo is different. No matter how hard Tai Feng tried, there was no way to make it separate from his pet space. The crystal stone is connected. Don't rush it. You haven't reached level 100 yet. This creature is a mythical creature. It's impossible for you to destroy the balance so early. In addition, the official website of the game also said that the dragon is the strongest pet, so there must be a way. That's right, I'm too impatient. Anyway, this game is still long. Let me hug you. Qin Lixu saw the little dragon looking at her and immediately stretched out her hands. There is a situation. There is a refresh point ahead. It seems that there is a fruit of life. Do we want to go there? As soon as Yuying Qingchen, who was responsible for exploring the way, replied, they immediately took action. We will go there now, Axu, it will be handed over to you. Tai Feng said, patted the little dragon's head, and ran over. The thunder eagle in the sky circled a few times, flew to a low altitude, and began to defend. After meeting with the unscrupulous profiteer, Shui Na quickly exchanged things. How long do you have to stay in there? It's been half a month. Players outside have already started to open up the 100 LEVEL map. 100 LEVEL map, so fast. Shui Na didn't know about this. During this period, they just kept collecting wood spirits. Of course not ordinary players, I mean those elite players with guilds. This is still the reason why our magic metal was released. Now their equipment has been strengthened to the maximum, and they can resist and fight, so they naturally have to open up the wasteland. How many wood spirits do you still need? Otherwise, I can help you see if I can buy a batch tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day when the Dark Tree Demon is opened. No need, there are many more secrets here than the maps outside. I'll show you this picture, but don't make it public. Shui Na sent the picture of Shuo playing with a group of girls to the unscrupulous profiteer. What kind of creature is this, is it a pet? Although the unscrupulous profiteer already had some ideas, he didn't want to think too much and asked directly. Dragon, a high-level dragon clan, found here. Hehe, do you still want us to leave now? I want to go in too. Damn, how can you be so lucky? Forget about you. You will die if you are wiped. We don't have so many resurrection spells for you. However, help me check the information about the Dragon Clan. Don't use the ones on the official website. Go to the NPC library to check. Whether Tai Feng can become a Dragon Knight depends on you. Can't you tame it directly? The unscrupulous profiteer pointed at his wrist. No response, otherwise I wouldn't be able to send out the information. The level of the reconnaissance skill is not enough. The unscrupulous profiteer can be regarded as having seen a lot, and he immediately thought of this. Well, the level problem, I can only change the skills, otherwise I can't see it. Then this is for you. I was planning to practice the reconnaissance skill in a few days and then learn it. Now I give it to you. The unscrupulous profiteer looked at his advanced reconnaissance technique, which was only 5% away from being mastered, and shook his head and gave a skill book to Shui Na. Insight? Is there such a skill? Shui Na said with some doubt, because he remembered that the advanced reconnaissance technique was capped. Yes, isn't that nonsense? However, this was found by our guild during a land reclamation, and few people know about it yet. I took it back and planned to use it for treasure appraisal. For items like Dragon Ball, Ordinary reconnaissance techniques can't even open a property panel, let alone other more advanced things. Thank you. Shui Nai's advanced reconnaissance technique had already been mastered, and she learned it directly. We are leaving, Miss Xin Hen. The unscrupulous profiteer looked at the door that was about to close and reminded him. After that, Xin Hen said goodbye to Shui Nai and followed the unscrupulous profiteer out. Oh, by the way, people outside already know that you are here, so be careful when you open it tomorrow. The unscrupulous profiteer suddenly turned around and reminded. Are they causing trouble for you? Yes, but I don't know who they are, but they are coming for you anyway. Shui Nai glanced at the guards around the unscrupulous profiteer, all of whom were NPC guards. For players, the unscrupulous profiteer was a little untrustworthy. After watching the unscrupulous profiteer leave with Xin Hen, Shui Nai turned back. However, just as Shui Nai disappeared into the magic shield of the dark tree demon forest, a figure suddenly rushed over and carefully checked the magic circle on the ground. To his disappointment, he didn't know how to control the magic circle at all, so he could only take a few photos and turn around and leave. There are many dark energy crystals needed to open the dark tree demon forest, and the consumption is also very large. Every time it is opened, the dark energy crystal will be directly shattered. This is exactly why Diana asked them to collect a large number of dark energy crystals, but Diana didn't expect that Shui Nai and the others actually lived in the dark tree demon forest, and lived there for half a month. This made her and the elders who knew the inside story feel deeply relieved. How difficult is the dark tree demon forest? None of these elders don't know. To survive it may not be too difficult, but the difficulty lies in collecting enough wood spirits and surviving. On the way back, Shui Nai was bored, so he activated the insight technique and checked the situation of the bone dragon below. As soon as he learned the insight technique, his scouting technique was immediately replaced, and this insight technique itself did not have the proficiency required for upgrading, which means that it could not be upgraded. The information fed back by the insight technique was very detailed, much more than the advanced scouting technique. What surprised Shui Nai the most was that in addition to having all the functions of the scouting technique, this insight technique also had the effect of insight into weaknesses and overall analysis. Like the bone dragon under Shui Nai's feet, it is a power-type creature, but it is afraid of fire, ice, and thunder magic, and also afraid of sacred magic. Shui Nai and others can know these weaknesses through experience. But they don't know that the bone dragon has essential weaknesses. For example, the spine of the bone dragon is clearly shown as a weakness in the insight spell, and the skull and the place where Gran was injured before are all clearly visible in the insight spell. This is the effect of the insight spell to see the weakness, and the effect of its overall analysis is to analyze the target more objectively. For example, its analysis of the black claws of the bone dragon is that it is poisonous and extremely sharp. For example, the length of the bone dragon's tail, its feedback is that it can attack targets 5 meters away. And the comprehensive result is that this is a purely physical melee creature with amazing combat power. For the result of this insight spell, Mina naturally knows the authenticity of the content in it. God skill. Mina took a screenshot of the result of the insight spell analysis and sent it to the unscrupulous profiteer. This skill is in the hands of the player. It is simply an extremely sharp weapon. Damn, so perverted, can analyze this kind of thing. Seeing this, the unscrupulous profiteer immediately felt that his previous move was too wise. If this skill fell into his hands, it would be a waste. With it, it's safer here. Shui Na sent a message. Although it is not too difficult for some experienced players to find out the weaknesses of monsters, some common ones can be known almost at a glance. However, as the players go deeper, these experiences may gradually become disconnected, and the last wrong judgment will lead to a group annihilation. After placing the bone dragon in a forest, Shui Na quickly saw the dragon ball and the red fire. However, what Shui Na found incredible was that the insight technique could see that the dragon ball was the energy crystallization of the Dragon King, but there was no other evaluation. As for the red fire, it gave its attributes very pertinently. However, what made Tai Feng and the others feel a little strange was that this level 1 little red dragon actually had a big attribute of unable to fight in infancy written on the attribute panel. Chapter 746 Toxin Fusion. Tai Feng and his friends' new camp was a tree monster refresh point that had been slaughtered. There used to be a longevity fruit here, but now it was picked by Tai Feng and his friends. Once the longevity fruit is picked, its roots will wither immediately. As for the information about this longevity fruit, Shui Na and his friends only know that it is the result of some root mutations of the tree of life. And now this precious longevity fruit has been thrown on a wooden cart, and few people will pay attention to it. What kind of attribute panel is this? It has no effect at all. Tai Feng looked at the attribute panel in the team chat and was a little confused. It seems that the dragons have no combat power in their infancy. Shui Na looked at this panel with only 4 basic attributes, and as for the attack power and defense power, he didn't know how to explain it. However, its basic attributes are also a little higher, and each item is over 20. Po Xiao said with some surprise. At the beginning, the upper limit of the 4 circumferences of the player is 10 points. And the upper limit of the reborn dragon race like Tai Feng is estimated to be 20 points, because when Tai Feng became a dragon race, the 4 basic attributes were directly increased by 10 points. As for this advanced dragon race, it may reach 25 points. Although these attributes don't mean much, the dragon race's defense ability is well known, plus the attack power, dragon magic and flying ability, all these things added together can establish the status of the dragon race. It's high, but I don't know how much its attribute growth value is, and when will this infancy period pass? Well, the lifespan of the dragon race is very long, Tai Feng, just wait. Dao Yudao, who was outside, stepped on Tai Feng's heart several times rudely and poured a basin of cold water on him. You can envy, be jealous and hate. Tai Feng cursed, but Dao Yudao laughed in return. What are you looking at, little guy? Qin Lixu pointed at the little red flame dragon who was surrounded by people but looked around. Ah! Shuo pointed at his stomach, obviously hungry. You are a foodie, you are really greedy. Qin Lixu and the other girls said with a smile, but Tai Feng immediately took out some fresh food. A full-time, 24-year-old father. Xiaoyu also joked for the first time. Don't worry, your Mizunao is definitely a 24-year-old husband, believe me. Seeing this, Tai Feng would not let Xiaoyu go, and immediately turned the tables. You. Xiaoyu took a peek at Mizunao's reaction, and her face flushed. Thank you. Mizunao nodded seriously, and then buried her head in the work in her hands. Now Mizunao is making a wood carving by hand, but Mizunao, who does not have this life skill, is destined to have no attributes. However, he did not intend to give his wood carving any attributes. After stuffing the dragon ball into the wood, Mizunao immediately found a small rope to string it up, and it was considered a success. This is a very simple necklace, and the only effect is to keep the dragon ball from leaving Shuo's body. Do you like it? Mizunao put the dragon ball wood carving on Shuo's neck, and then adjusted the length of the rope. Woo. Shuo was very interested in this thing, especially since he knew that the bead inside was the one that awakened him, so he naturally liked this necklace. For now, Shuo has the deepest feelings for Tai Feng, followed by Xuina, and then Qin Lixu. As for the others, he just treats them as friends. Okay, I'm leaving. We have to work harder to complete the task as soon as possible and turn this dark tree demon forest upside down. After Xuina brushed off the sawdust on his body, he stood up and put the black water snake that had broken out of the shell on the wooden cart into a pocket of his coat. Upside down, I like this word. Tai Feng also picked up Shuo who was still playing with the necklace and prepared to set off. Now they have collected 7,253 wood spirits, but as they go deeper, wood bosses are becoming less and less common, but they did not look back because of this. After leaving Shuo's sight, a huge skull immediately stood up in the woods behind Shui Nai, and the bone dragon came to Shui Nai's back. Shui Nai, who was walking and checking the pet space, directly asked the flame fantasy dragon lizard to rush to the front line, and let it be responsible for vigilance and leading the charge. The attributes of the black water snake that broke out of the shell have been revealed. As Shui Nai and others expected, it is a magic beast with 3 attributes of ice, water, and poison, and its level has been directly promoted to the level of the golden boss because of the golden boss black water python. The newly reborn black water snake already has 2 skills. For this kind of qualification, Shui Nai and others can only say that it is too powerful. These 2 skills are Ice Armor and Toxin Fusion, one is a passive defense skill, and the other is an auxiliary attack magic. Shui Nai and others have already known about this Toxin Fusion, because Poxio has learned this magic. When solving the Black Water Python, it contributed 2 skill books, namely Toxin Fusion and Giant Python Power. The Python Power can passively increase the player's strength by 100 points and physical attack power by 500 points. The learning requirement is a level 90 warrior player. This skill is in Tai Feng's pocket. And poison fusion is a magic that can give some specific magics poison damage. And this magic can make some of the wind, water, and wood magics of Dawn toxic, but the consumption is doubled. However, when Dawn learned this magic, he found that this magic could actually be fused with undead magic to produce poisonous undead. For this, everyone was naturally very happy. As for Shui Nai himself, although he was also interested in this poison fusion, he placed his hopes on dark fusion. Dark fusion, like poison fusion, is an auxiliary attack magic. Dark fusion can make most of the magic used have the lethality of dark attributes, and at the same time it can also amplify the lethality of magic. This magic may not be as powerful and effective as poison fusion, but if it is to face the creatures of the Holy Light system in the future, this magic will be very powerful, but Shui Nai doesn't want this to happen. As the flame fantasy dragon lizard in front of him eliminated all the monsters he saw along the way, the golden light on the black water snake in Shui Nai's pocket flickered from time to time. What made Shui Nai feel a little sad was that the black water snake, which had already been promoted, had also increased its demand for experience at the same time, and the increase had exceeded 3 times. This means that it is difficult to increase the level of this black water snake, which also makes this black water snake unable to keep up with Shui Nai's pace. However, it must be said that the black water snake, which has completely integrated the black water python beast soul, has improved its qualifications a lot. When it just reached level 10, it has learned 2 more magics, namely water arrows and venom. Although these 2 are only very low-level skills, this skill is used by the black water snake of the golden boss level, which is a bit extraordinary. Come out, it's time for you to take action. Shui Nai took out the black water snake, and his pocket was a bit narrow now. After placing the black water snake on her shoulders, Mina looked down at the map. Now they have explored nearly half of the dark tree demon forest. Although this exploration is only superficial and not in depth, even so, they have gained a lot. There are many bosses here, and the things that these bosses exploded alone are enough to give the unscrupulous profiteers a headache, because his warehouse is limited. The things he made are somewhat unsaleable, not to mention that Shui Nai and others have to deliver goods every now and then, which adds more pressure. Of course, if the unscrupulous profiteers directly sell at a low price, it would be easy to solve the problem, but if the unscrupulous profiteers do this, they are not unscrupulous profiteers. Shui Nai, the tree of life is glowing again. Just when Shui Nai lowered his head, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly mentioned it in the team chat. When Shui Nai stood on the treetop, he saw the light on the tree of life slowly disappearing. The tree of life will glow, they have long known, but they don't know why the light emitted by the tree of life will be stronger day by day. For this problem, Shui Nai has an explanation, that is, the energy of the seal ring began to weaken and could no longer hide the powerful vitality of the tree of life. This explanation is based on his understanding of the tree of life and the dark forest, and it is also the most likely explanation they think. Maybe the battle to defend the tree of life is about to begin again. We have to work harder and complete this task as soon as possible. Shui Nai said while starting the bone dragon. The bone dragon was like a dragon-shaped tank, directly crushing the low-level tree demons into sawdust. In the other 2 places, the speed of attack also began to increase, and the wood bosses were knocked down and turned into wood spirits. On the 2nd day, when the dark tree demon forest opened, Diamond King and Arrow God led their elite guilds to stand at the entrance. Old Wang, are you sure they are in there? Arrow God asked after taking a look at the dark tree demon forest. This dark tree demon forest is not the world of archers and warriors. The Arrow God, who chose the jungle archer, also instinctively resisted. Well, my men have seen that Mizuna in there. Is there any fake one? But, do you really plan to live in there? This seems very risky. Without supplies for a week, he dared not imagine whether the player could survive until then. I have checked. The unscrupulous profiteer will personally bring people here almost every few days. I heard that he can get nearly 100,000 in profit every time he comes. Do you want it? Diamond King certainly didn't know the sales situation of the unscrupulous profiteer, but in order to attract more allies, he had to exaggerate. 100,000 gold coins. When the Arrow God heard this, his interest came up again. Yes, but it depends on our ability. Diamond King knew this Arrow God quite well and knew that he was a loser. Chapter 747 Leaving. The Arrow God's guild is not small, but because the Arrow God is not very good at management, it is now somewhat weak. Therefore, when he heard Diamond King say that Shui Nai and the others found an equipment warehouse, he was quickly moved. If a guild cannot be managed, then it can only continue to pour gold coins into it to maintain it. To be honest, he is not very interested in Xiaoyu now. After all, he likes Xiaoyu's purity and coldness at the beginning, and now she has a man, he really doesn't want to wear her old shoes. Although Xiaoyu is now very much liked by the old man of the Cheng family, she may not have a share in the inheritance of property in the future. Therefore, whether it is psychologically or materially, his interest in Xiaoyu is getting lower and lower. The only thing he feels unhappy about is that Shui Nai, such a person, actually stepped on him, which made him feel very unhappy. The same is unhappy with Diamond King, he has a deep love for Xiaoyu and has never been willing to give up. However, no matter how he expressed his feelings, he got a result. However, he likes to put the responsibility on others, so he directly transferred his dissatisfaction and unhappiness to Mina. Moreover, his male chauvinism has been encouraging him to snatch Xiaoyu from Mina in a manly way, but he has never succeeded. However, just as they began to go deep into the dark tree demon forest, they found that they seemed to think too simply. Although they have made sufficient preparations, the consumption in the dark tree demon forest is too great. And they don't trademark T have the kind of players who can turn the situation around, so they can only use a very traditional way to break through and besiege those big tree people who will let their younger brothers go. This kind of playstyle that requires the whole body to move when you move is very difficult in terms of coordination. Facing these tree people who will let their younger brothers go, Mina and his friends never dare to underestimate them, and at this level, they still hope to avoid them. First, the tree people at this level have no oil and water, and second, their human sea tactics are disgusting and consume a lot of energy. Now, even if they face a group of 80 however, the biggest failure of Diamond King and his team was that none of the priests could revive their pets. All the pets turned into starlight and disappeared after they died in battle. But Shui Na and his team were different. For this problem, they had already prepared the expensive pet revival skill for Qian Lixu early in the morning, so as not to weaken their combat effectiveness. This rare skill directly used up nearly 10,000 gold coins in their hands, but this skill is also good, especially in this situation without support and supplies, the value of this skill came out. Lao Wang, we have to retreat, otherwise our people may not be able to go back. After seeing that all the cannon fodder level pets were consumed by these little tree people, the arrow god wanted to retreat. To be honest, many of their pets are actually just ordinary goods. There are some like Warcraft level, but not many, and many of them are some early Warcraft, with too weak growth potential. For people in their team, a small mistake can often have serious consequences. Damn it! Diamond King took a look at the battlefield and knew that, as the god of arrow said, they had to retreat. Let's send a few thieves to see how they survived, and then we'll make a plan. To be honest, the god of arrow didn't want to lose this piece of resources. Diamond King could only nod his head, after all, he didn't want to die here and lose his level and equipment. However, what made him feel blocked in his heart was that he didn't understand why people like Shui Nai could live here happily, while they could only retreat, which made him feel very dissatisfied and difficult to accept. However, if he knew that Shui Nai had those boss-level pets and their attributes, then he would know the gap between them. Shui Nai and his people all took the self-protection route, and all of them had the strength and skills to protect themselves. But their strength and skills can just make up for each other's shortcomings, thus forming a very stable and tacit team. Not to mention, there are two players like Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao who can't be judged by common sense. As for the pets they had, in fact, just one bone dragon could clear the dark tree demon forest. Time passed day by day, and Shui Nai and his team had been in the dark tree demon forest for nearly a month. As for the thieves sent over, they had never encountered them once. After all, the area of the dark tree demon forest was not small. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for the thieves with less than 10 people to find them. Shui Nai and his team, who had already completed the task of collecting wood spirits, decided to explore the last part of the forest before leaving. Lao Fan, this task is completed, what are you going to do? Dao Yiyudao, who was exploring the way ahead, asked a little bored. As for those low-level monsters, they didn't want to provoke them, as it was too time-consuming and resource-consuming. If they could dodge, they would dodge. If they couldn't dodge, they would have to let Dao Yiyudao and Yu Yingqing Chen use speed and technology to get rid of them. Go back and advance, what about you? Dao Yiyudao, who possessed the ice and fire dragons, had an attack capability that was no less than that of Shui Nai, the perverted mage, and his level naturally rose very quickly. Same, I'm afraid that this mission will give me too much experience, and it would be a bit of a loss if I rush to level 100. You are still 4 levels away, it's impossible to advance so much. Xuanai looked at his level of 97 and was a little worried. Now most of them have passed level 90, only Tai Feng is still hovering around level 60. Most of the elite players outside are already between level 80 and 90, and some are facing the pressure of advancement like Xuanai and others. No one knows the requirements of the advancement task after level 100, and some of the advancement tasks are still related to their own specialized mentors or masters, just like Dao Yiyu Dao and Po Xiao. These two special professional players can only find their own masters. Players like Xuanai who don't have any specializations have to go back to the Magic Guild to report. However, Xuanai is now very doubtful. Should he consult the old wizard first before his promotion? However, another problem arises. He doesn't know where the old wizard has gone. Last time, the old wizard followed Feng Long back to the Wind City. Later, it was heard that Yan Xin and Elder Yvonne were also transferred there, but then they seemed to disappear. As for the reason, it was not something they could find out. The exploration of the last part of the Dark Tree Demon Forest did not give Xuanai and his friends any unexpected surprises. At most, they gained a few more pretty good equipment. Alas, it's a pity that we didn't find the second dragon clan. It's a pity. Dao Yiyu Dao, who is most interested in drilling caves, drilled almost every cave he saw, but apart from alarming a few top bosses, he didn't gain anything. Dreamer, you have to see the reality clearly. Tai Feng directly argued and kissed Chi Feng proudly. The little face was on fire. Damn! Let's go, I'll call the unscrupulous profiteer over now. Xuanai ignored them and directly called the unscrupulous profiteer. Now Xuanai had 3 trucks of things to transport back. Without using the bone dragon, she still had to rely on the unscrupulous profiteer's people. By the way, how do you deal with your bone dragon? Tai Feng asked at this time. Nonsense, of course you go first, I can only leave last. Xuanai rolled his eyes at Tai Feng and said unhappily. As Xuanai and the others prepared to leave the Dark Tree Demon Forest, they also began to walk towards the small entrance and exit. Their exploration of the Dark Tree Demon Forest was carried out in a ring belt, so when they were about to leave, they could just use this entrance and exit to leave directly. Now, except for the forbidden area around the Tree of Life, they have walked through the rest of the places. After waiting for a while at the entrance and exit, Xuanai received the message from the unscrupulous profiteer. Outside the unscrupulous profiteer, he brought a total of 10 players. When Mizuna decided to leave the Dark Tree Demon Forest, he knew that the resource development of this Dark Tree Demon Forest had come to an end, so they did not plan to hide it anymore. For a long time, the source of the resources of the unscrupulous profiteer was basically unknown to those who participated, even the partners. Only such confidentiality work can maximize the gains of the unscrupulous profiteer. The unscrupulous profiteer can naturally trust the 10 players he brought, and his subordinates are still the core combat power of his guild. When Tai Feng and his men pulled out the 3 carts of things, the unscrupulous profiteer looked proudly at the stunned expressions of his subordinates. No way, boss, this is the source of the loan. It was hard for the 10-man team to believe that these things were made by these players. Of course, the things are all here. The unscrupulous profiteer asked Tai Feng. All of them are here. If it weren't for the inconvenience of transportation inside, we wouldn't have accumulated so many things. The bone dragon can only carry 1 wooden cart at a time. If it carries 2, there might be problems. To be honest, Tai Feng and his team don't care about these things. It's just that in the current environment, the second-tier players with the largest number of people are a group of consumers with a terrible appetite, so they are naturally not afraid of not having a market. Okay, everyone come in. After seeing that Tai Feng and his team had taken away some important things, the unscrupulous profiteer called out the players behind him and put the things directly into his backpack. However, at this time, some of the spies arranged by the unscrupulous profiteer outside suddenly reported that there were suddenly players approaching outside. Chapter 748 Business Conflict. To be honest, the unscrupulous profiteer was not surprised by the arrival of these people. The Dark Tree Demon Forest is located in a remote area. There are no resources or villages here except the Dark Tree Demon Forest. Therefore, once someone comes here, it will be very conspicuous. As for game merchants like Wu Yang, since their business is so big, they naturally have no shortage of enemies or people who want to share the profits. However, All his actions are very experienced, and he never lets others know too much. What's the origin? Wu Yang asked in private chat while signaling everyone to be alert. I don't know, there is no guild background. It seems that some thieves have passed by. You should be careful. Tai Feng, put away Shiwo and don't let others see it. Wu Yang reminded directly in Tai Feng's private chat. No way, this is not easy to do. Tai Feng looked at his backpack in embarrassment. When Shiwo, the dragon baby, is awake, he is very active, especially when he sees those novel things. It's even more so. You can't let Dao Yudao knock it out. Or, how about this, you go with Shui Nai, and we will divert their attention first. Wu Yang thought of this quickly. No, the bone dragon must come out before the pet space ring can be taken back. Tai Feng thought for a while, forget it, let's go, I don't believe they dare to rob it. For Tai Feng, Shui Nai's bone dragon is a big trouble, he can't let him cause trouble. Boss, there are people from the Assassin's League among them. At this time, a spy obviously saw an acquaintance. Then let's go. Be careful. The unscrupulous profiteer looked at the changes around him vigilantly, but he only felt that he was afraid of the grass and trees. For the high-level dragon baby in Tai Feng's hand, he felt a lot of pressure, because this is the only dragon in the player's hand, and it is still high-level. How attractive is the first dragon knight? The unscrupulous profiteer didn't know, but he knew that almost all players were interested in taking a dragon as a pet. First, for many players, it is fatally attractive. Especially those rich noble players who like to show off in the game, they will fight for it. Now Tai Feng and his the biggest hope is that Shiwo can sleep peacefully until they return to the main city. As for the problems after that, he thinks he should not think too much about it. However, just when Wu Yanzhou and his gang were about to leave, a group of people suddenly came out from not far away. Wu Yang boss, long time no see. The level of the leader of the people was about the same as Wu Yanzhou, only less than level 10, but the players of level 80 and 90 behind him all followed him. It turned out to be Boss Li. What wind blew you here? Wu Yanzhou didn't have a good impression of this local snake. Boss Li in Wu Yanzhou's mouth was the largest game merchant in the Elf Empire. Although his business was not as big as his on the side of the Human Empire, they were now in the Elf Empire. At the beginning, when Wu Yanzhou planned to do business here, he received a lot of pressure and friction from this local snake. Therefore, his business here has not been good. If Shui Nai and his friends had not suddenly brought out a large number of items during this period, which made his reputation soar and directly suppressed the business of this local snake, otherwise his business path would have to be opened up at a high price. However, now Boss Li seems to be unable to help himself. It's like this. Several of our guilds plan to cooperate with you to develop the Dark Tree Demon Forest. I wonder if you have this intention. Develop the Dark Tree Demon Forest. The unscrupulous profiteer was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect them to make such a suggestion. Well, we have planned to give up here. To be honest, the situation here is not as good as you think. For the Dark Tree Demon Forest, the unscrupulous profiteer has made enough money. Anyway, there are many new maps outside, so there is no need to waste Shui Nai and his friends' precious time. Oh, it seems that you have made enough money, Boss Wu Yang. Then, I wonder if you can provide a way to enter the Dark Tree Demon Forest? After all, such a large forest, we haven't eaten a bite yet. After hearing this, Boss Li naturally didn't believe it. As long as they have a way to enter the Dark Tree Demon Forest, they can come and go freely. He doesn't believe that the unscrupulous profiteer will give up the wealth he has obtained. However, if he can get a way to enter the forest, he naturally doesn't have to worry about the tricks of the unscrupulous profiteer. I wonder if Boss Li has obtained the permission of the top leaders of the Elf Empire. Without permission, it is impossible to enter. The unscrupulous profiteer naturally doesn't believe in joint development for this potential enemy. In fact, do you need to alarm those high-level officials for such a small matter? It won't be that the unscrupulous boss wants to eat alone, which is not good. After all, this is also the land of our elves. Haha, without the permission of the top leaders of the Elf Empire, do you think you can enter? I don't need to say this. How can the unscrupulous profiteer take this kind of verbal intimidation seriously? Then your people can still enter, right? This should not be difficult. Sorry, they are not my employees, we are just partners, so you shouldn't come to me. The unscrupulous profiteer glanced at Tai Feng and the others. Sorry, we have to hand in the task. To be honest, it's not as simple as you think. I advise you to go somewhere else. Tai Feng's family has some contacts with Boss Li, so he can't be too decisive. This, I'm afraid you have to try it to know. Boss Li didn't seem to understand the meaning of Tai Feng's words at all. Then you can try it slowly, we won't bother you. Seeing that this guy didn't listen to others, Tai Feng didn't intend to pay attention to him. He hated the kind of guy who knew it was impossible but pretended to be ignorant. Then hand over the method of entering first, otherwise. Boss Li was determined to get the things in the Dark Tree Demon Forest, especially after he learned from the Diamond King that he could earn 100,000 gold coins in this forest at a time. He couldn't give up. What else? I want to see it too. At this time, Dao Yiyudao suddenly appeared behind Boss Li with his back to him. Seeing Dao Yiyudao's ghostly appearance, the subordinates of Boss Li who were facing him were a little overwhelmed. Unscrupulous profiteer, we are a few guilds proposing cooperation to you. If you want to eat alone, don't blame us for being ruthless. Boss Li tore off his face and planned to use several friendly guilds to jointly pressure and intimidate. Boss Li, I have said that only they can enter here. They are all planning to leave. Why are you still entangled? This is not what a businessman would do. The unscrupulous profiteer was very puzzled by Boss Li's behavior. A businessman who wants to make money should not kill the chicken to get the eggs and drain the pond to catch fish. However, what he didn't know was that as long as the benefits are enough, a businessman can become a desperate criminal. Then leave one person for us, is there any problem? Did your brain get stuck in the door? Dao Yiyudao heard this and kicked the guy down with one foot. You! Don't move, I don't want to kill this idiot yet. Will dirty hands. Dao Yiyudao glanced at the guys behind him. Boss Li, right? I doubt your IQ now. Or do you think all players are like you, idiots and brainless, who have to listen to you like dogs as long as they have money? Dao Yiyudao said coldly, resisting the urge to step on him to death. Players have human rights in the game. People like him who use players as tools for trading are the most rejected and hated by players. Let's go, don't talk to this idiot. If you dare to touch our people, I can guarantee that you will have no chance to survive in the future. We will guard the door of your caravan every day until your caravan guild is finished. After Dao Yiyudao said this, he raised his head and walked out. To be honest, Dao Yiyudao's threats and intimidation were actually much greater than those of Boss Li. First, the unscrupulous merchants had their roots on the side of the human empire. Second, Dao Yiyudao had amazing fighting power and was most suitable for this kind of guerrilla warfare. Third, he had the Leaf of Life, an item that could allow him to enter the main city even if he killed someone. Therefore, his words put a lot of pressure on Boss Li. Glancing at Boss Li's uncertain face, Dao Yiyudao knew that he might have listened to it, but he was probably thinking about revenge. Most players play games to get revenge, and this is not immune to a game businessman. A big-name player like Boss Li would not let go of such a person who gave him face. However, Dao Yiyudao had no way to deal with this. Anyway, he had done what he could, and it would depend on the situation. When Tai Feng and his team carefully bypassed these people and left, they were relieved. After all, Shuo had not been exposed yet. If they were exposed later, they would be safer and less threatened. Yuying, I'll leave it to you from now on. Dao Yiyudao glanced at the map and said in the team chat. Is Yuying Qingchen still monitoring the entrance now? Okay, but their thieves seem to have disappeared. You should be careful. It's just a shrimp, but Tai Feng's current state has attracted other people's attention. It may be a bit troublesome. You'd better put Shuo aside first and make plans after the situation calms down. Dao Yiyudao saw the reactions of those people to Tai Feng's appearance just now. Anyone with good eyes and brains would naturally think that this is the legendary dragon tribe. I don't need to worry about this. Shui Nai, don't mind being a nanny for a while. Tai Feng naturally knew that his current identity was very special. As the first dragon man and the chief of the tribe, his story had spread. This was a kind of plagiarism on his part, in order to let more people know him and pave the way for the guild. Chapter 749 I'm back. When Shui Nai came out under the instruction of Yuying Qingchen, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, he still cast a few water mist spells at the entrance. After putting the bone dragon away in the mist, Shui Nai came out and ran towards Tai Feng and his team with Yuying Qingchen. After distributing the things with Wu Yang Shan Shang, Shui Nai and his team also parted ways with them at the next fork in the road. Now Shuinai and his team had to go to Yunya village to find Elder Diana to report the mission, while Wu Yang Shanshang had to put the things back in the warehouse. Shuinai, Chi Huo is awake. Just as Shuinai and his team were about to leave, Tai Feng suddenly shouted nervously. Then I'll take you there first. After Shuinai finished speaking, he immediately cast several water mist spells and took out the exclusive space bracelet for the Storm Lightning Shuttle. When Shuinai and Tai Feng broke through the mist, they had already flown to a height of 100 meters in an instant. Even if someone wanted to see what was going on, it was impossible. Tai Feng, who was in the air, quickly carried Chi Huo out so that it could see the greatness of the sky and the magnificence of the earth. After flying to a height of several hundred meters, Shuinai did not accelerate anymore, but instead controlled the Storm Lightning Shuttle to fly slowly to satisfy Chi Huo's curiosity. Chi Huo, who was in Tai Feng's arms, stared at the dragon eyes with interest, constantly looking at this and that, with an excited look. For the sky, the dragon clan is a natural king. They know that the sky belongs to them since they were born. Tai Feng, I think it would be safer for Chi Huo to let the top leaders of the Elf Empire, or at least let Diana know. Well, I'm afraid they will take Shiwo. Tai Feng thought for a moment and said uncertainly. The dragons and the elves have been friends for generations. I think it would be better if they knew. And in the end, if we want to take it as a pet, I'm afraid we have to get the consent of the dragons. For the investigation of this dragon pet, it might be a bit troublesome with the ability of unscrupulous profiteers. After all, some high-level libraries must be linked to the level. Well, okay. Tai Feng thought about it and knew that Shuinai was thinking about him. Well, catch it, Dao Yiyu Dao and them, they have already used the scroll to return to the city, so we have to hurry too. When Shuinai saw that they had disappeared from the map, she knew that they had returned to the city. Dare you be slower? When Shuinai brought Tai Feng back to Yunya village, they were immediately greeted by Dao Yiyu Dao's roar. He and the vampire Fan Chen had been waiting here for nearly 10 minutes. It's too heavy, I can't bear it. Shuinai pointed at Tai Feng's body and said weakly. This flight in the air just now almost consumed Shuinai's nearly 40,000 magic power, which is nearly twice as much as usual. He drank several sets of magic potions. Where are the others? Tai Feng asked without paying attention to Dao Yiyu Dao's dissatisfaction. I went to practice my skills, but I heard that Elder Diana went to Moonlight City for an important meeting, so we have to wait. You don't go to practice your skills? Shuinai asked with some doubt. It's not fun to hit the wooden stakes, why don't you play with me? Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at Shuinai. No, I'd rather hit the wooden stakes. Shuinai refused clearly. If you fight him, you must not use the flying technique, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Then go find Master Mist Errol and see if the first batch of flying skateboards are out. Shuinai remembered that the unscrupulous profiteer had said before that the first batch of flying skateboards had entered the mass production stage. Okay, I'll go right away. To be honest, Dao Yiyu Dao really wanted to get this flying skateboard. I won't go. Tai Feng thought about it and didn't follow him. Instead, he found a place to accompany the Shiwo that couldn't run around, and the vampire Fanchen also accompanied him. Under the leadership of Shuina, Dao Yiyu Dao easily entered the workshop, but he didn't find Master Mist Allier. However, he saw the life players of the unscrupulous profiteers working hard. For Shuina, the major shareholder, these unscrupulous profiteers' subordinates would naturally know him, so they didn't receive any rejection this time. And Dao Yiyu Dao was also very happy to use his relationship to get a newly completed flying skateboard. Although the wooden flying skateboards made by players are still a bit rough, the materials they use are much more advanced. The exoskeleton is polished from hard and light ironwood, and it is added with a flight system built by Master Mist Allier himself, as well as some other accessories. This thing is too simple. Dao Yiyu Dao didn't understand why the unscrupulous profiteers were so slow. This thing is not simple at all. Just dealing with the ironwood has already cost them a lot of energy. Shuinai pointed to the levels of these life players. Without levels, there are no stronger attributes, so naturally they can only use the simplest and most laborious way. Oh, that's right. Dao Yiyu Dao patted his head and said he understood. Why don't we find a time to take him for a while? Anyway, our time is not too tight. To be honest, he was still a little uncomfortable with taking things from his own people. I will discuss this plan with the unscrupulous profiteers at that time. It is necessary to carry out this plan. Shui Nai looked at the life players who were only level 50 at most and said with some sighs. Although for the players above the first line, the level is not as important as the equipment, but for these players below the second line, the level is more important than anything else. Without the level, there are many things that cannot be done. After gaining something, Shui Nai and the others left. After that, Shui Nai found a place and practiced the skills for a few hours, while Dao Yiyu Dao practiced the operation of the flying skateboard. They returned to the meeting hall of Yunya village until Tai Feng, who stayed behind, called everyone back. Well done, your progress really surprised me. Diana said excitedly after seeing Shui Nai and all the others come back. For people of the older generation like her greatest hope is to see her younger generations thrive and finally inherit their aspirations. It's all thanks to the help of the elders that we can get to this point. Shui Nai said modestly. Haha, let's put this aside for now. Let's talk about this chapter of wood first. Diana nodded. Our elders' council has passed the motion and plans to deliver the wood chapter to you in half a month. I was originally going to ask someone to help you, but it seems that your abilities are far beyond our expectations. Seeing Diana's gratified expression, Shui Nai and the others couldn't help but feel warm in their hearts. In this half month, I hope you can break through the current realm as soon as possible, so that we can relax. Diana said with a smile. And Shui Nai also knew that this was because a large number of injured NPC personnel in the Elf Empire had not recovered from the Lich King's raid, not to mention the replacement of those who died in the battle. We will work hard. Shui Nai didn't dare to say it too hard. After all, among them, only he and Dao Yiyu Dao had the opportunity to break through. Okay, just work hard, and don't force yourself too much. I want to say goodbye to you. Diana said, and then she glanced at the vampire. After the training in the Dark Tree Demon Forest, his aura became stronger. After all, his level had been raised by several levels. I hope you can help us draw a map of the dark mining area. After dealing with the wood chapter, we will take some actions in the dark mining area, so we really need your ability now. Okay. The vampire would naturally not refuse. That's good, that's good. Just as Diana finished this sentence, the 7 people including Shui Nai immediately flashed with golden light. A large amount of experience came over, which made Shui Nai and others stunned. Although they knew from the beginning that the reward for this task would not be small, they did not expect that this task would only give experience rewards, and the rewards were so much. Even Shui Nai, who had already reached level 98, was a little frightened to see the soaring experience bar, but fortunately it stopped at 50% of level 99. I hate this kind of hidden task that does not prompt to show the reward. Dao Yiyu Dao also looked at the experience bar with some fear. Come on, you're taking advantage of me. Tai Feng was the most unhappy. Haha, by the way, when are you leaving, Shui Nai? How about leaving at the same time? I can also take a ride. Dao Yiyu Dao asked Shui Nai after leaving Diana's office. You seem to be only level 98, 1 level short. Hehe. It's not your patent to go through the back door, I can do it too. The unscrupulous profiteer said with a smile. Then let's go now, anyway, we're fine on our side. Shui Nai glanced at the medicine in the backpack, which should be enough for them to fly across the border. What about you? Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at Tai Feng and the others. Tai Feng had no hope, but as for Qian Li Shui and Po Xiao, they could barely make it. We can't go through the back door. We will find a place to rise first. As for you, that side is the territory of the Holy Light Church. Don't be caught and burned at the stake. If you dare to catch your master, I will dare to set fire to their church. Dao Yiyu Dao completely ignored Qian Li Shui's worries. Okay, let's go. Shui Nai said, and then disappeared with Dao Yiyu Dao in the teleportation array. After passing the teleportation array of Moonlight City, they came directly to the main city closest to the border of the human empire. Although they now have the Leaf of Life badge, they should not have to pay the border fee, but it is too slow to travel by land. They directly used the Storm Lightning shuttle to cross the border and sneak into a main city on the border of the human empire. Okay, let's say goodbye here, don't get caught. Dao Yiyu Dao disappeared in the teleportation array without looking back. Same. Shui Nai replied, and then walked into the teleportation array and chose the Elemental City. I'm back, the Elemental City. Chapter 750 Senior Brother Bings in. Stepping out of the teleportation array of the Elemental City, Shui Nai looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar streets, and didn't trademark T know what to choose for a moment. Around the teleportation array where the teleportation light was constantly flashing, the endless stream of people didn't trademark T feel much about the behavior of a country boy like Shui Nai. For those novice players who came from low-level villages, the scale and scenery of the elemental city are far different from those of the backward small villages. It is normal that they can trademark T react to the gap for a while. Let trademark S find the shop of the unscrupulous profiteer first to see the situation. When Shui Na saw several priest NPCs wearing holy robes coming from the street, he immediately reacted. He stretched his left hand behind his back and walked towards the shop of the unscrupulous profiteer silently. When he came to the treasure pavilion opened by the unscrupulous profiteer, Shui Na immediately saw the nephew of the unscrupulous profiteer. After revealing his identity, Shui Na asked him for a few sets of clothes that NPCs like to use, intending to hide himself first. "Well, aren't you going to take off your mask?" Looking at Shui Na who had already changed clothes, the nephew of the unscrupulous profiteer asked in a strange way. As far as he knows, NPCs usually don't use this kind of mask. "No, if someone uses the reconnaissance technique for nothing, I will be in trouble." Shui Nai didn't dare to get himself into trouble. After that, he asked about some of the situations in the elemental city, such as the changes in Howard's forces and the wanted orders issued by the church against them. After the introduction of this authentic human player, Shui Nai also knew some of the situations here. Now the church in the elemental city has been completely replaced by Howard's minions, and some forces like Bishop Yvonne have basically been exiled to some small churches below. However, what makes Shui Nai feel strange is that, thinking back to the beginning, the church personnel who arrested Dao Yiyu Dao were limited to the elemental city, and the NPCs in other parishes have always turned a blind eye to this, allowing Dao Yiyu Dao to run around in their own parishes. Could it be that the church is also splitting up? This is Shui Nai's question. The conclusion drawn. However, now is not the time to study this problem. Anyway, he has to hurry to advance. After spending more than 10 minutes, Shui Na finally bypassed those church personnel and came to the headquarters of the Magic Guild in the elemental city. The ancient Magic Guild headquarters has not changed much, and the only change is that the level of players entering and leaving the Magic Guild is getting higher and higher, and the equipment on their bodies is brighter and brighter. Players who have the ability to enter this Magic Guild are naturally not ordinary mass players. For ordinary players, in addition to advancement, only those who have handed in tasks have the opportunity to come in. However, the tasks issued by the Magic Guild headquarters often represent strength. Without some strength and connections, they have no way to get in touch with the tasks here. After explaining the purpose of the visit to the guard outside the door, Shui Na was quickly released. After entering the Magic Guild, Shui Na followed the instructions of the guard just now and came to the third floor. At the Magic Guild headquarters, the first floor is responsible for issuing tasks and other matters, while the second floor is responsible for the promotion of players below the level of magician. Of course, there is also a small library here. As for the third floor, it is where the magician promotion tasks are located. After knocking on the door of Yan Xin's office, Shui Nai soon heard a stranger's voice. "Come in." Shui Nai didn't know whether Yan Xin had returned. Anyway, he had disappeared in Shui Nai's eyes. After entering the door, Shui Nai found that the person stationed here was an ice sage. There has always been a sage stationed at the headquarters of the Magic Guild. "Are you here for the promotion experience?" After the ice sage glanced at Shui Nai, he just nodded and didn't comment. "What's your name?" After the ice sage stared at Shui Nai for a while, he suddenly asked. Mortal." Shui Nai didn't know the acceptance of this experience task, so he had to ask about the family background. "Mortal." The ice sage muttered in a low voice, and the temperature in his eyes seemed to rise suddenly. "Let me see how strong you are first. If you pass my little test, I will let you continue." The ice sage glanced out the window calmly. "Okay, thank you, Master Sage." Shui Nai had no experience in the prelude to this training task, so she could only do it according to his instructions. "Yes." The ice sage nodded and stood up. However, the moment he stood up, Shui Nai only felt a violent flash of ice blew a light in front of his eyes, and then he felt that the temperature around him dropped by more than 10 degrees. For a moment, Shui Nai, who had not yet reacted, shivered from the cold. "This is my domain, the world of ice and snow. Here, no one will hear what we say." The ice sage smiled and glanced at Shui Nai's surprised expression. "My name is Bing Xin, I am your senior brother. Hello, senior brother. Shui Nai reacted immediately, and at the same time he lowered his head to look at the situation in this domain. The space here is still the original office, but in this office, everything is now covered with a thin layer of ice and snow, and the strangest thing is that the ice and snow here seem to have the effect of solidifying space, and everything is frozen at this moment. Teacher, is he okay? Bing Xin walked in front of Shui Nai and asked. Well, he disappeared. The last time I saw him was outside the Wind City. Oh, I forgot the teacher's hobby, haha. Well, I won't say much. Let me see how strong you are first. I heard from Yan Xin that you have good qualifications and have a good chance to inherit the teacher's mantle. In this regard, several of us brothers have high expectations for you. Well, then I won't be polite. Seeing Bing Xin's serious look, Shui Nai didn't say much. He changed his equipment directly and took out 3 legendary equipment, the Elemental Wand, the Wrathful Shield and the Blood Shadow Ring. Elemental Wand. I haven't seen it for a long time. Bing Xin's face was full of nostalgia, but his hands and feet were not slow. He saw the ice blue glow on his hand flash, and a jade staff that was completely ice blue and translucent appeared in his hand. Come on, my domain is very solid. Bing Xin saw Shui Nai moving cautiously to an open area, and knew what he was thinking, so she sent out an ice blade and slashed on the desk, but there was not even a scratch on the ice and snow on the desk. Seeing this, Shui Nai naturally no longer cared about the surrounding environment. However, in this ice and snow domain, Shui Nai's fire magic was greatly suppressed, and her body was also affected by some freezing, and her joints were not very flexible. This was the result of Bing Xin's intentional weakening of the domain. And this is the abnormality of the sage's domain. Once someone is included in the domain, the role of the knife and the fish is basically determined. After standing up, Shui Nai didn't say anything more, and directly activated the Flame Dragon Possession, and sent a burst of flames. Yes, there is the level of the teacher back then. Seeing the flames coming out of Mina, Bing Xin once again missed the old days. But when he was reminiscing, his defensive magic had already been completed, and a crystal-clear ice wall appeared in front of him, directly blocking the explosive impact. Have you ever tried to activate 2 dragon souls at the same time, so that you can use the attribute bonus effect? Bing Xin saw that Shui Nai's magic could not do anything to the ice wall, so she reminded him. Shui Nai had tried this, but in that case, the consumption rate would not be proportional to the effect. After all, such a bonus would only increase by 50% at most, but the consumption would be doubled. However, Shui Nai did not have any idea about this consumption this time. He directly activated the True Forest Dragon Possession again on the basis of the Flame Dragon Possession, adding the magic effect of the fire system to nearly 50%. In fact, Shui Nai can now activate 3 states at the same time. But once this is activated, the consumption will be painful even for Shui Nai. Well, your aptitude is indeed good. The most important thing is that your reaction and skills are very good, and the effects of magic are also very skilled. It seems that you have worked hard on these magics. Bing Xin was not even interested in taking a look at the broken ice wall in front of him. Okay, now let me see the teacher's elemental bird. To be honest, this is the teacher's strongest magic. If you learn it, you must practice it well and don't let the teacher's magic skills be covered in dust. Bing Xin's tone was filled with a hint of envy. Elemental birds. To be honest, Shui Nai seemed to have forgotten this magic. After all, this magic could not be used openly, and secondly, the effect was not as good as the magic in Shui Nai's hand now. However, now even the sage was interested in it, and Shui Nai had to write the practice of this magic in the memo. When Shui Nai played a few groups of fire elemental birds, a 3-meter-long ice sword directly extended from Bing Xin's jade staff. After that, the ice sword was like weightless in Bing Xin's hand. After a few turns, it solved the magic in the sky and exploded into dozens of sparks. What, are you interested in this magic? Bing Xin looked at Shui Nai with a wide-eyed look and said with some joking. Yes. Of course I have. Mina is not such a fool to not learn magic. Okay, when you become a magician, I will give you this magic. However, to be honest, this magic is not as good as the teacher's elemental bird, but you haven't learned it yet. Bing Xin said with a smile, by the way, the teacher's elemental wand requires very high basic skills. It's not that you only focus on advanced magic and forget these basic magic. Understood. Mina nodded. He practiced basic magic as much as other magic. Well, it's time for us to stop, otherwise people outside will get suspicious. Bing Xin said, and motioned Minna to put away his equipment.